Oh, my mic isn't working. Oh, my mic is working. All right. Very good. Very good. We're going to finish up game 5 because we didn't get to that one yesterday. And then we will dive in to the finals. We'll dive into the finals.
They have lost on the blue side as well, though. So
when did they lose?
They went 8-4 blue side.
Oh, regular season. Yeah.
So we couldn't finish this yesterday, but we'll wrap it up today.
Against Fnatic the first time, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, I completely forgot that. Yeah, you're right.
Casual got up as high as 170K. Well, I am at 86 right now, so who's really winning? However, I will say the quality of viewer is significantly higher on the MonteCristo bangers only. So I'm winning. Now, he's got lots of fans, but the quality per fan is very low. I'm doing fine. How are you, Professor Clockwork? What a surprise. Senna first pick. So they give up Karma, and we're going to play Ezreal, even though... I mean, Karma Ezreal is a very strong bot lane, but it is a flex, obviously. So you do get the Karma Ezreal duo. Noah was good on the Ezreal in this series, even if they lost the last game. And it is going to be a flex all the way to R5. So you love to see that. And it doesn't really matter what you pick with Senna. You are going to get pushed in by Karma Ezreal. Their Ashe and Varus are banned, so very, very difficult to deal with that lane. You know, you see the Vi. Not going to be too worried about that. Interesting to take Poppy here. I mean, Poppy's very strong into Vi early. We could see an early invade. Good morning from Sweden. KMGL 17.
Leaving is open for a potential Azir. Remember that this Karma might already be the mid lane pick, which means that they're just removing one of the options as a good answer into the Karma. That's the strength of Fnatic's comp right now. They have a lot of flexibility. They just gives you the push prior. It is a good matchup into Cassante still, but there's the possibility that Cassante is in mid.
So Gwen, okay, I mean this is a good comp potentially. I mean you love the Karma. You love the Karma and Gwen pairing because it gives you really a lot of backline dive threat. But you have tipped your hand that Poppy's going to be in the jungle at this point in time. And I guess you could do a Tristana mid into Azir. It's popular pickup. I mean, this is a good composition, right? If we look at it, you have pushing pressure here, pushing pressure with the Karma and Ezreal, and you have a counter matchup in top. I mean, Fnatic's draft, I think, is very strong. They do give up the Maokai. So very strong primary engage with Vi and Maokai. The engage of Fnatic is more or less just running at them. So counter engage from Maokai ult could be absolutely huge here. Mad Lions is definitely going to want to kite with their composition. But it's really just about the lane dominance, I think, and the siege potential that's so huge, as well as the split pushing potential with the Gwen that's so potentially devastating about Fnatic. Like, this is a game that could snowball very quickly out of the laning phase. Isn't Corki? I mean, Corki's fine here, too, because then you have Poke with the Ezreal and the Karma. But in terms of just pure early game pressure, the Tristan is better. Like, Razork has a lot of dive potential, by the way. Because they should be pushing, like, all 3 lanes, more or less. Why do teams put such a high prio on Senna A to C right now as opposed to support? I don't understand what you mean. She builds a support item. She is a support.
Team is just coming off a win, but
And you farm up a tank like Tom Kench or Nautilus, and you run TP, so you have 3 TPs.
see one of our longest
Does not compute. Does not compute.
versus one of our newer ones, at least in its current iteration. Madline.
Yes, I'm Sanic. Also, good morning from Sweden. Wow, a lot of Swedes today.
Looks like that Mad Lions, they are one of our title holders here in the LEC. A difficult thing to get in Europe that is so dominated by Fnatic and G2. And it feels like that this fresh coat of paint is exactly what they needed, as they've now had a very
Papa, you're in Australia?
play style, very different backing,
What you doing in Australia?
standing up. I imagine feeling a bit tense.
Sad, probably. Your team is on its way to the top 3, possibly, as Alvaro
No, but I'm from Australia. Oh, yes. Indeed, indeed.
will be okay. Can
We're
just
finally
reset.
going to get to see Karma support. Something we don't normally see in the
Ezreal Karma, harkening back the last couple of years. The Caitlyn Lux counter lane.
But this bot lane, very powerful, very strong poke. We talked earlier about how Ezreal doesn't typically have kills.
So this is really good because you're going to have a lot of freedom to invade the Vi. And as we know, guys, Vi is a turd for level 3. Especially red side. You know, I love red side invades versus the Vi because if you start blue, it's so free for the top laner. I mean, we've seen people like Zeus just walk in and harass, especially Cassante Vi at level 1. This is prime, by the way. This is prime for invasion. It's why you see the ward go down here. Because Cassante Vi at level 1, many other top laners can just harass the Vi because Vi takes W first and Cassante is kind of useless at level 1. So you can actually put on a lot of pressure. And I think the game plan here is you see the invade. They're waiting to see if Vi goes blue. So a lot of junglers will start red Raptors. So they'll level 2 while the top laner is harassing here. And then they'll come and have a level 2 jungler versus level 1 Vi while their jungler goes away. So that's why the ward is there, to see if Vi starts blue or not. Instead, Vi's going to start Krugs, and we have the invade. Okay, so ward is there. Okay, so we are going to do a Raptor start on this side to try and disrupt Vi. And there we go. So it is as we suspected. Looks like it is going to be a takeaway here. Elyoya does have to smite because he's on Krug, so he's not going to have smite for the contest here. And he's just going to lose his red. Takes Q at... This is unusual. This is unusual. He takes Q at level 2. What? Are we praising Razork for this?
This flash the wall. Gets the red buff and gets out. A little bit scared. Razork will likely know that Elyoya's already smited. Razork there, looking for the stun against the wall.
Like, the thing is, now he knows that Elyoya has Q at 2, which makes his jungle slower than if he has E at 2.
Turn our attention back to bot lane as well. Jun ticks over to level 2. Can he get a nice chip damage?
We'll talk about Adam on SI. It's tomorrow. I'm sure Thorin will have hilarious rants lined up for you guys.
Normally isn't that scary. You pair him up with a range support like Karma, suddenly very scary.
I mean, I like the level 1 game plan, but I do not like the going for red buff. You know what I mean, guys? Like, he actually could just be disrupting Elyoya here.
Elyoya has all the information that he...
Because here's the thing, guys. You don't hit level 2 after you smite Big Krug.
That's true. That's really...
Like, he literally... I don't understand... If they have information here about where their bot lane is, why he's not coming down here, because this is the harassment you do. You don't wait for Vi to equal you in levels. The way that you do these invades, Poppy into Vi, is you Raptor, then you invade. Because Poppy clears Q with Raptors very effectively, and her Buckler prevents her from taking damage.
Make Razork a little bit scared. Razork will likely know that Elyoya's already smited. Razork there. Looking for the stun against the wall. He'll be able to smite this, flash the wall.
So, I mean, I guess that you're concerned about their bot lane doubling back, but if their bot lane doubles back, you can just taunt the Vi and you can just leave and you don't really lose anything because you're both one camp and level 2, and then your bot lane pushes into the bot side and they lose CS and experience. Like, what are they going to do? It'll just be later for their bot lane to hit level 2. It just seems like a misplay to use your flash to, like, steal red buff because it doesn't actually do that much to the Vi. That's my take.
Normally isn't that scary. You pair him up with a range support like Karma, suddenly very scary. And now Fnatic have a huge advantage in this wave. Keep your eyes on Razork and what he is up to. Humanoid with the push that he has in mids. When we saw Frescowi playing this Tristana earlier, we saw very similar trades, but Razork, unsurprisingly, looking for a dive in the bot lane.
Has Hex Flash as well to get across this wall. No flash on Alvaro. Tries to Hex Flash under the tower. Will be able to survive for a moment. Jun tanking the tower, knowing doing the same.
For a dive in the bot lane.
All right, so Razork actually does hit 3 off of Gromp, so he takes these camps, which give you level 3. So he goes immediately to Gromp because that's the camp that will actually give you level 3 here. He can't take Wolves or Blue and get 3. Did I watch the travesty, which is RA versus Thundertalk? No, I'm not watching that. Nice actual Q from Alvaro. But there's the dive. I guess the thing about Elyoya is he had to go to Wolves, and he's not close to approaching 3. So I guess what this does do, actually, is it sets up a very nice dive in the bot side. So definitely a positive to this. I guess this was the game plan, and it ends up working. Yeah. You have W3, so that's not going to work. So it looks like they wanted to delay after doing that pressure. Ends up being a good play. All right, fair enough.
He started on his Croaks. He went up to his Wolves, I think, and then he came back down. Like, this jungle start for Elyoya is abysmal. He's at such a massive deficit right now, and Razork still has his whole top side left to clear.
I mean, people have figured out how to play Poppy into Vi in the early game, particularly from red side. We see this a lot in the LCK.
The reality is that because all of these camps are up on the top side, you can assume that the jungler shouldn't be near your side of the map in the near future.
35-minute first dragon in TT versus RA. Jesus.
Great start. Humanoid with another trade in mid.
Frescowi using the shield well there to try and mitigate some of that damage. Bone plating on Humanoid keeps himself a little bit healthier, but not yet popping the pot. Alvaro here. Humanoid puts the ward down and will just position himself on the top side of the lane, or at least as far away from Alvaro as possible, who Hex flashes back. Jun working his way across to make sure there's no tree left in this bush. Control ward down to give Humanoid a little bit more safety as he dashes back in. Frescowi dashes away. This is something that Tristana does give you in the mid lane. It's a lot easier to get the lane pushed up, to get priority versus this is the early game, because soldiers aren't doing too much work when you only have a Doran's Ring, and Humanoid can just explosive charge through those. So
big advantage for Poppy so far. Nice dive already. I mean, you really feel like this lane pressure is pretty huge for Fnatic. I mean, look at this. They've got a 1.5k gold lead of 4 minutes into this game. That's enormous for this point in time. I can't believe they lose this. I guess it gets to the point where Senna's just enormous and they don't actually have primary engage, so they can't fight.
He's making a beeline back towards bot. Jun did a good job of trying to match Alvaro on the row, mitigating any potential gank that could happen in mid. But you look at that bottom goal difference bar, it's all red for Fnatic right now. This early game is going very well.
17-team league. It's almost the size of 2 regions. It's more than 2 LCSs.
Dangerous as Humanoid has just gone back to base. Should have the TP though.
Ward into the pit. We'll see if Frescowi decides to come across. Still only level 5. About to tick over to 6 on this next wave. TP in by Humanoid. And I think MDK may have given up the ghost on this one. TP up to the top lane by Mirwin.
5-minute Drake. So you start the Drake stacking based on your mid and bot pressure. This is so good for Fnatic. So good for Fnatic.
As soon as Kasante gets that Kanik Rukan, the lane becomes a lot easier for him to play.
So Dragon secured. A bot wave for them to catch. The Gromp has respawned for Razork. He can now start pathing through his bot side. I mean, nothing but positives for Fnatic right now. MDK on a bit of a back foot, but it's not the end of the world. Finding herself at this kind of deficit, when we think about who has that early prio, things are just kind of going as expected for MDK. Ideally, they just wouldn't have lost that kill on the bot side.
Importantly, Super as well going for the World Atlas. So it's more of a fasting center position here. The Dorman's played Dorman Shield start is very common, and then Super goes back, gets himself the support item. He's just trying to get stacks in this early game, while Alvaro will be the one farming up a little bit more.
Does make that Maokai that bit tankier as well, giving you that extra front line to have to deal with later on. Mantra Q connects, not quite as lethal as what we see from some mid laners who prioritize building all of that AP, but still very obnoxious and provides great wave clip.
It's interesting that they decided to go with the Ignite onto Maokai, because he's the one who's farming instead of the TP that we see on some of the Nautiluses or Tom Kenches.
Spotted out here, last embrace, walk to the side of Humanoid working his way down as well, but Alvaro and Super don't really get a chance to approach this.
Okay, just another plate taken. Nice pressure right on the minion wave. Fnatic playing this really nicely. Really good early game for Fnatic. Like this game plan is just going so well for them.
How do you ever touch the man? It's Karma Ezreal in his face. He's just a tree.
So much gold is being lost. Nice play from Fnatic once again. Red buff still up, doing a red buff check. As far as I can tell, Razork's red hasn't died yet.
Oh, he's going there now, Betty.
Is he?
It's a caster curse.
Humanoid with another base.
You think Fnatic would be a little bit more high priority about the grubs, considering their split push and their siege is one of the strong points of their composition. You know, getting 5 or 6 void grubs here would be very, very good for them.
07's in the chat. Farewell. 7 minute 50. Time of death.
A polite round of applause there from background as well.
Standing ovation. You've lived a good life, Brambleback. Anyway, back to the game. No dragon for 2.5 minutes. Grubbies are up with the prio that Humanoid has in mids. They make their way over. There's a bit of skirmishing in top lane. Eowyn could collapse. Level 6 secured for El Yoyo 2, but he's quite far away. So I think it's going to be a difficult one to contest.
It's all going up Fnatic's way in this early game. As you said, MDK can kind of expect this to be the way the game plays as Mirwin goes in with the all-out. Need to work from Oscarinin, trying to trade back, dodging away from the Intofu strikes, and both the top laners will just exchange positions, ghosting back towards their side of the map. Did Razork leave up a grub there as Humanoid is slid back? The Buster
What?
shot won't be enough as Humanoid.
What?
He has flash! He's just out.
Why didn't he flash?
Did Razork leave up a grub there as Humanoid is slid back? The Buster shot.
He literally just flash over the wall and leave.
Enough as Humanoid. Get back towards their side of the map. Razork leave up a grub there as
What?
Humanoid is slid
He just
back. The
jumps
Buster
in and
shot
gets
won't be
ulted into
enough
turn.
as
What the
Humanoid
fuck, man?
flash. It's just outplayed. Why use your flash when you know the enemy just 1v1'd you?
A free kill picked up by Frescowie. Now it's MDK.
What?
Turn to put some pressure down the bot sides.
And you're stand up against the wall as Shun flashes forward. There's the knock up with the keeper's verdict, and Noah secures the kill.
Very
Okay,
well
then.
played by Razork. Turn to put some pressure down the bot sides.
And you're stand up against the wall as
Jun flashes for tether. Kinda unnecessary, but whatever.
Secures the kill.
Very well played by Razork. The problem with Poppy into Vi is mainly for the Vi. You can't.
Will I be doing a VOD review of T1 versus Fox? No, I watched those games last night. They're not worth VOD reviewing.
Chain CCs him into the wall. The follow-up from Jun as well.
We got plenty of good T1 coming up this week, though. There's the Telecom Wars this week, so we'll definitely VOD review that.
Of course, that gold lead is a bit deceptive.
I mean, you would say that, but then you look at the support difference, and you realize there's only 16 gold there. So that gold lead is pretty true.
True.
Between Senna and Ezreal. Obviously, Senna stacks do help you out a little bit.
I just can't believe it because, like, everything's going so well for Fnatic. Like, all they have to do is just stabilize, keep the mid lane pressure up, you know, start chipping away at plates, continue the Drake stacking, because they are on track for incredibly fast, like a 21-minute soul, potentially. With it translates so effectively off of their mid and bot pressure, like, it's great. HLE versus KT win. It's this week. It's on Wednesday.
giving him the greatest benefit of
Well, I think what happens, if I have to guess, is that because Fnatic has drafted a composition without a lot of primary engage, if they give up one of these Drakes and then end up having to play into Mad Lions in the late game with a very tanky front line of Cassante, Maokai, Vi, with this Senna having the, long range with 1,000,000 souls and heals, like, they probably lose. But they've been executing outside of the one whoopsie, which, by the way, they did get a kill onto Elyoya. So it wasn't that bad. It's been pretty dominant for Fnatic. What the fuck is Alvaro supposed to do? He's just a turd. Oh my god. Oh, he missed his W. Oh, he missed his Q. Well, if he hits those, then the Maokai dies. Razork doesn't have ults. Oh my god. And then the Senna's fed. What the heck, man? To be fair, you do not expect this turnaround. It's the... Oh, he dodges the W, I think. Alvaro dodges the W with his own twisted advance. And then he gets the shield from the Senna ult. If Noah hits those skill shots, then they are able to turn into this 2v2, I think, and they don't die.
And the tree is gone for. He manages to get out. Elyoya flashes, puts the cease and desist down on Noah. Razzle tries to dash in, but Super gets the shot.
When did the Poppy ult get used? Oh, it was used onto Vi. So it actually does get used, and it hits Vi too. So it's a pretty good... Wait, what? Oh, Vi doesn't actually go that far. It wasn't channeled very long. Why does Vi barely move? Why does Vi barely move? Vi Q dodged it? Yeah, it must be. That's the only thing, because like Vi barely moves, so it must be, she must be channeling Q. Let's see. Yeah. You can see that is the arc at the start of her Q. So she doesn't get hit. That's huge, actually.
Doing everything he can to escape, dodges the mystic shot, and the tree is gone for. He manages to get out. Elyoya flashes, puts the cease and desist down on Noah. Razzle tries to dash in, but Super gets the shutdown. And what a turn of events for MDK.
Not having that Vi ult up, actually huge right there.
And a huge outplay from the MDK bot lane. The Senna ultimate combined with a good use of the twisted advance means that MDK are able to circumvent the damage and walk away the victors. We look back. The chain CC comes out onto Alvaro from the Karma. The damage is good for...
It's a really good Senna ult. The W by Alvaro is also really good. Nice dodging by Alvaro. And of course, because we don't have enough observers, guys, we actually didn't just capture the dodge, the Q dodge onto the ultimate. That was so incredibly critical. So the Drake stacking is now stopped. Remember that they can't get 6 Void Grubs because they didn't take the Void Grub earlier. So Fnatic's win conditions have been pretty stalled out right now. I mean, they still have a couple minutes to get some more plates to establish more of a gold lead, but you definitely would really like to have a more sufficient gold, like a higher gold lead, as well as 2 Drakes at this point in time.
Let's see if they can make a dive happen here. Razork is hovering around. He has the Hex Flash and looks like he's just going to get away to safety. You notice Humanoid on the...
Yeah, they got 2 plates for it. It's not terrible.
Well, threatening a potential dive.
Skye knows that Razork's at least somewhere in this area, and he knocks it back. Steadfast presence for movement speed. Will get
Adam to K-Corp. He's better than Cabo. I mean, it probably would be an upgrade at this point in time, but I don't think they're going to let that happen.
I think Razork's pretty happy with that, though. Should be able to just continue his clear. There's a window on the map, though, where MDK should know Razork is too low health to really force anything. Perhaps that's an opportunity for Elyoya, and as I say that, look at the bot side of the map. Ward's littered everywhere, but he's making a beeline towards Noah, knowing that Noah doesn't have the support required. A wave is stacked, and
LEC is a one-team region, true, but LCS is a zero-team region. So, you know, LCS would just be loving to even be a one-team region at this point in time. That'd be incredible if they were a one-team region. FlyQuest isn't there yet with their bot lane, and Cloud9 is pooping all over the bed.
So often we hear analysts talk about sometimes you just don't have enough people on that side of the map to play forward. And Noah and Jin respect it, and Super and Alvaro take the place in the wave that is gifted to them.
Still a very close game. Exactly what we'd love to see in a game 5. The winner.
Hello, is Perks good again from YouTube? No.
The loser.
Didn't NRG literally beat G2 at Worlds? Yes, playing the best game of their life. While NRG literally lost to all the Asian teams. Meanwhile, G2 actually beat Weibo and D+. Had a bad day, and they were donezo. I mean, NRG played super legit against G2, but they will never have that performance again, ever. They peaked at exactly the right time.
Was able to hide just around the corner. In the end, I think this is much ado about nothing here, Betty.
Meanwhile, how's NRG doing now? Yep, super good team. Definitely not fraudulent for that win.
Just a bit of trading back and forth. Too chaotic. Let's keep my eyes on Humanoid during that exchange. He's now full level down, by the way.
By the way, I don't think it's impossible that some of the NA teams make it out of groups. Like, FlyQuest has a very high ceiling, I think. You know, if they can go to MSI and get their bot lane some real international experience, I think we could see some good growth there.
But the Nash's Tooth helps Azir so much with the wave play. You can see how much quicker he is able to push this wave in. Humanoid unable to gain priority as easily as a few moments ago. Rifthold now spawned. Interestingly, earlier on, Razork only took 2 of the grubs, left the 3rd one up, and we didn't really see anyone walk towards the grubs after that. Just meant that we were never going to see MDK get 5. Mirwin down towards this bottom lane. Should be able to dash away. Has the Pathmaker. Just dash forward. Razork tries to, you know...
What's Razork doing?
Just meant that we were never going to see MDK get 5. Mirwin down towards this bottom lane. Should be able to dash away.
What's the purpose of showing here?
Just dash forward. Razork tries
What's the purpose of showing here?
Alert, but...
You actually just potentially give up Herald for this. Okay. All right, well, we just show Poppy for literally no fucking reason.
There is a blue buff that can be picked up on the side of Fnatic.
And Noah's going to go grab that. There's one on the side of MDK as well.
Meanwhile, that does leave Oscar and Jun top lane. Not a duo you ideally want if you're Fnatic. Gonna be a little close, but nothing too scary for Alyoya. Pushing in that bot tower. Unlocks the siege to begin here.
I don't know if this is about killing Mirwin, or just about making him a little scared that they could kill him.
I think it's more about the tower, was my impression, yeah.
Chip his health
Then if it's about the tower, then why are we putting Tristana explosive shot onto Mirwin instead of the tower? Very weird decision making. So I guess the purpose here for Fnatic is that they want to push out bot side in order to get pressure onto Drake as it spawns. Remember that their primary goal is still to take Drake. They see the top lane, or the bot lane, bot duo in top lane trying to take this turret. They know Alvaro doesn't actually take TP here, unlike a lot of the Senna lane mates.
If they do overload the side of the map with the dragon, Elioy can go the other side with the Rifthold, and then they just charge in and get a tier 2, and it's only second dragon.
I think it would be better for them to use it mid though, just to unlock that tower and give you a little bit more control and ease of access into the enemy jungle. You can see Noah's already gotten this initial push. The bot lane has now come down. That top
Okay, now we can put Herald mid and rotate to Drake if we want.
The dragon is clearly up. Humanoid with the push in bot means that he should have access to the river. Oscar Renan should have access to the TP first as well. The question is, will he choose to get a quick base in before he comes and joins the team?
So many control bots go in that bush at the same time. Bit of poke from Noah. Jun has the Mikhails finished first. Watch to see how quickly he cleanses his AD carry if the fight does begin. Get him out of the last embrace route, or twisted advance. Keeper's verdict. Hits super.
Will be sent away, but
Good timing on that.
look at this. Yeah, they have numbers mid. They're going to siege onto this tower.
I mean, MDK are taking.
It's only second. It's only second Drake though. If they lose 2 turrets for this, it's definitely not worth.
I like the play. I like the play from MDK. They don't have to.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yes, this is good from NDK. It doesn't. The Drake stacking has been slowed pretty substantially, and you should be very confident in your scaling and your ability to group on objectives in the mid and late game.
Top tier 1. It's low
TPing, he's TPing, he's gonna get stopped. He's knocked into the wall. Frescowi thought he had a window, and perhaps he's chucking Razzle back through it. He dives in. Razzle trying to get away now, but he can't escape the Emperor. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Humanoid push. Frescowi thought he had a
Zero ultimate. They're going to move up towards that top tier 1. It's low enough that Fnatic shouldn't be able to defend this.
He's TPing, he's gonna get stopped. He's knocked into the wall. Frescowi thought he had a window, and perhaps he's chucking Razzle back through it. He dives in. Razzle trying to get away now, but he can't escape the Emperor.
So he died to stop the TP. I mean, you get TP down and you get tier 2, so kind of worth, honestly. Kind of worth as long as they don't give up tier 2 mid.
This time around, Razok thinks he's interrupting the TP play, but it ends up just costing him his life. Fnatic, though, still with a gold lead.
All right, not worth.
After securing that bot tier 2, MDK should be able to respond, and that they do. So, a lot of towers dropping. A slow.
Not worth unless you can do something with the TP advantage that you now have, which you have 2 TPs up, so perhaps.
Only one more game.
But probably, I mean, there's not going to be a Drake up until TP's back up, so it's probably not going to be worth it. Now you lost 2 turrets in mid lane, so how do you control Drake from this point forward if you're Fnatic? There's like a full HP tower in mid because you didn't get any pressure off on it because you died with Tristana in the mid lane.
I can't remember, what would you call that? The support item deficit thing, where if you farm too much, you lose gold. I need a better name. The tax, there we are, the support item tax, thank you. It's still about 900 gold behind, however, Alvaro is about 700 gold ahead, so it evens out to about a 200 gold discrepancy in that bot lane. Oscar winning trading with Mirwin. Mirwin pops the ghost, Oscar winning pushing in. Razok goes forward, and yep, they got through the Kanik, Ruka, and Shield, but that's about it. Mirwin just tanking them up for days. The wave is going to get pushed in, and Mirwin can just stand in their faces and clear it out.
The towers that Fnatic would like, the mid one and the top one, unfortunately for them, both are inaccessible, which means the MDK is like, cool, we'll just take your bot tower then. We also have stacking waves in both bot and mids, and we can use the pressure that we have in mids to transition to bot, and we can start sieging onto your bot tier 2. If that feels like too much of an overcommitment, they can now shift their priority up towards the top side, because Fnatic have to commit resources to go and clear out these waves on bot. The Baron is up. And so far, all I've done is make a statement about its well-being.
It is up.
I love the carrier shenanigans yesterday with the support Ezreal. Yeah, it's silly.
About what's about to happen to it. Looks like nothing. Okay.
Oscar has now finished 2 items, has the Nash's tooth.
I would have respected that from MDK if they did it, though.
Yeah, because you're pulling Oscar into the TP, right? You know he has to match.
But they also just, they had, yeah, exactly. They had such a massive window there where Fnatic is forced to go and catch these waves. He should be fine.
Has to flash. Humanoid gets the reset here. He has the Volt Break going to the movement speed, but Humanoid is flashing forward and he gets him with a buster shot. And now Fnatic
is forced to go and catch these waves. He should be fine.
Yeah, because you're pulling Oscar into the TP, right? You know he has to match.
But they also just, they had, yeah, exactly. They had such a
This is the pick potential of the speed buff on the Karma too.
He should be fine.
Has to flash. Humanoid gets the reset here. He has the Volt Break going to the movement speed, but Humanoid is flashing forward and he gets him.
Humanoid went Sundered Sky first, so he's not actually that tanky yet with just the Warden's Veil.
They have the Emperor's Divide. They have a lot of tools at their disposal. Oh, Pathmaker almost gets the stop on.
He didn't actually stop Uskarinen from coming through. That's huge. Poppy ult is still up. Punts Azir out. This is so good. How does Fnatic lose? Yes, yes. Huge. Noah, why? Like, you can just turn on to Mirwin right now. He eased forward. Huge play by Frescovi, though. Huge play by Frescovi. I mean, that is massive that they get that kill. But you didn't have to do that. Like, it does stop your siege quite a bit. Jun flashes for it. Oh man, they're so angry. Sorry, they have Humanoid who has hop up. Nope. Okay. So they have they're gonna have Baron for 3rd Drake for soul points. Feels great for Fnatic. I do like the critical information. I haven't seen this game. I have no idea. It seems crazy that Fnatic loses this.
But the fact that the Azir was knocked away was so massive as well, as MDK just didn't have the damage to tools. Now, admittedly, this was a bit overzealous from now.
Yeah, it's just a good play by Frescovi, right?
You understand why he goes from it. Super is literally one hit from death, but a nice punish from Frescowi sets up Super to get himself another kill. The shining light
Wasn't there a
from
Rammus
MDK
game? Yes,
is
LC,
Super
KT played Rammus. Piotrek played Rammus.
very quickly. Deathcap completed.
It was silly.
There are still strong scaling options on the side of Mad Lions Koi. But Fnatic have the gold lead right now. They have the Baron buff, and the dragon is in their eyes.
Welcome back, Lion Man, to YouTube.
They've just burnt all their summoners, and we are going to have a dragon fight. Would be
It's a Razork cake. Oh man, does Razork lose this game? It feels like it's so easy to win this. They're just gonna kind of run at you. You should always hit Poppy ult, basically. It's not tricky like trying to hit an Akali on your flank. They literally just running at you with tanks. And now they're on Soul Point. They're super tanky, feeling great. Oh my god, why did Razork? Why did you finish Sunfire first? You could have already had Rookern by now. Could have had like Rookern Chain Vest.
Try and push through mid. They don't have a wave as of yet, but it's about 5 seconds away from meeting them at that sun disc. They'll be going for the inhibitor tower now. Fnatic can just recall immediately. Only Noah doesn't have the Baron buff, so he's
Sunfire is the real Razor Cake for sure. I mean, it's worth it to finish it as like third item, fourth item, but right now
They would have just wasted time running away after Fnatic just got a base, which means that
you can literally just have a 400 or 500 HP magic shield plus a chain vest. You know what I mean? That's the same price. You have Bommy's chain vest, Rooker. It's pretty much the same price.
And by getting Mid-Fire, it takes them a little bit longer to get towards this mid lane tower. You've cleared out some of those waves.
Value is just not there, guys. 500 HP magic shield, 1 bazillion times more worth.
30 seconds left on this Baron buff. Fnatic, you know, they've got 2.5k out of it. They've added an extra 1,000 on top of it. They've got the dragon as well, put themselves on Soul Point. It is impactful, but it's not everything they would have wanted. They weren't able to crack that tier 1 in the mid lane.
for a pick on the side.
Oscar winning, no ghosts.
Or you get Warden's Mail, right? That's more expensive. That's 1,000.
The tier 1 in the mid lane.
But I would prefer to have Bommy's Rooker and building into Frozen Heart, because Frozen Heart has great value into Azir as well, right? So it feels really good.
Once that mid tower finally falls, Fnatic, their Baron has fallen off. They want to get a little bit more though. Could this be a window for MDK? Looks like Fnatic choosing to respect it for now. There's a big wave stacking on.
Yo ho ho, rumju. Yes, ju is the Korean word for alcohol, like soju, right? So rumju is what they would call rum, which is what Gangplank says in Korean.
A player that continues to have impact, but so far on this Cassante, he hasn't been able to find it. But slowly but surely, Fnatic is taking control over this game. As we mentioned, a single mistake from Alyoria was all it took. 4k now the lead, or 3.5, give or take, for Fnatic. Soul Point in their favor. Baron spawns in about 2 minutes, Dragon about 3. MDK, they're going to need to find a good fight in order to turn this game around.
Let's talk about how these teams might try and start the fights. Obviously for Fnatic, they can
Seraph FF15. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate that. I don't appreciate the rest of you freeloaders, though. Just plebbing it up in my chat.
Even Alvaro can engage with the Nature's Grasp, but if Razork's in the way with the Steadfast Presence, it'd be a little bit tricky to get onto Fnatic's
I think this Razork is what makes it so difficult for MDK, because in the previous composition, we think back to just last game, Zac plus Vi. The moment Vi went in, Zac was always there, every single time. If the Poppy, just say the ultimate goes on to Noah, Poppy stands there and says, go on, I dare you, right? And then you have the Keeper's Verdict, as he says, you have the Steadfast Presence, and then the Vi becomes...
You promised to use my Prime sub when it's available. Oh, having a child is incredibly expensive. Well, I have two, so I know that. I feel you, man. It's okay. You're doing the responsible thing.
Even Humanoid has the Buster Shot, right? So if anyone even gets close, you just knock him away as well. Jun has a lot of peel in his kit with Mikhail's first.
Even though MDK have a lot of good engaged tools, in practice, how easy is it actually to execute on those tools?
So then it's about dragging Fnatic apart. If you can get Frescowi coming from one side, Mirwin coming from the other side, Alvaro coming from the other side, then Fnatic have so many points of pressure they have to deal with, it becomes harder for Fnatic then to manage that front-to-back fight. that will work so well for them. Also, you have to deal with Skirmishing, who is almost at a Rabadon's death cap on this Gwen, who can get into your backline and shred through you. So, a lot of work.
Played a game against Turret as Tank Shiv and triple camp Turret, 6 Void, Grub, and all 4 Drag. Yep. That's the Vi life if you get invaded early. That's the Vi life, man.
There's no reason for him to stay. MDK just want to try and interrupt these backs as much as possible. Roskawi has TP available. I love this play from MDK.
That's just a tower, it is? Inhibitor tower for top tier 2 trade, MDK.
As much as possible.
Okay. What are we doing? What are we doing? So, you know, how do we get Baron? Wait a second, what the fuck is happening? Okay, so Gwen is matching Cassante. Yes, yes, yes. We have Tristana in mid lane. Azir is pushing up. They take control over Drake's side of the jungle, trying to provide pressure on this side of the map. Remember that Baron buff is already expired. They're trying to get blue buff while they see Azir splitting with Nasher's Tooth and Death Cap. Okay, so they trade tier 2 for tier 2, but they get a blue buff. And they try and send Gwen back to deal with the Azir. You could just send the Tristana. Matty Man! Oh, what a good dude. Giving a tier 1 sum to Taco Nuva 1. That's very nice of you.
But it was crucial because
trade MDK playing the map better than Fnatic there. Fnatic overloading one side. Play from MDK.
So super weird. I mean, that Azir split pushing is really strong once you have Nashers and a bunch of AP. Stoned Egoist. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Real big fan. Do you like the real big fish? Is that the reference? Thank you.
only level 12 for Super.
TP in. That's Mirwin joining the fight. TP invested. It allows Skirmishing a bit more free time with the bot wave.
I think I prefer the boss tones as far as ska goes and the voodoo glow skulls to real big fish, but still solid. Ska underrated.
Powerful, but Fnatic, as you say, they go towards Baron, put Oscar towards bot lane. He can push out, and then you apply another
FF Suzuku, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub.
You can send him to the dragon, Betty.
That you can. They're actually going to get him to start this one off, and then this dance around the dragon.
So we're gonna try and trade Baron for Soul. No, Gwen. Oh, okay, hold up. I have to pay attention to this, guys. This is getting so stupid. I have to pay attention to it.
MDK then used the fact that Fnatic are resetting to step into their red side jungle. And you're looking for that bolt breaker across the wall. We'll just dash back out.
Only level 12 for Super.
All right, so trying to chunk them out with poke, get control of the mid wave. The call here, I mean, this is a pretty standard call to have your top laner go for Drake while the rest of your team threatens Baron, but you have to actually have prio, guys. You actually have to have prio. And the way that this call normally works is you leave your top laner with TP at Drake because the other team is at Baron, and you send 4 over here knowing that you have TP, and you harass them while they're doing Baron. So what you do with your top laner is it's a punish against them trying to trade Baron for Soul, is what it is. But it doesn't work when they have control of the mid wave and your team is just split. Especially because they have a lot of primary engage. They have Maokai ult, they have Vi ult, so they can just chuck this out. Like, this is not how you do this play. Okay, so they get Baron, but they lose Drake. Soul is more valuable than the Baron, but it's okay because the Mad Lions is still 2 away from actually having any Soul themselves. So technically you do trade up right there. Technically you do trade up.
They had good control over the mid wave, and they saw the dragon in their eyes denying the Soul, but Fnatic made the correct judgment call, put the pressure onto the Baron, force MDK to choose, divide their resources, and then just a great individual play from Razzle, but in this tense.
And immediately they look to burst out this Baron. It's gone.
Yeah.
Oscarwin is going to try and force him away, but Mirwin's on his way down to help out his mid laner.
So he misses I'm watching the picture-in-picture. I mean, it's a 2v1. Like, they shouldn't be allowed to send 2 people to Drake, by the way, while they only send 2 people here. But it's whatever, guys. They actually did trade up, technically. It does kind of suck that your very fed Gwen, who is almost Flame Horizon Mirwin, is now not without, or is without Baron on a push now, but it's okay.
They had good control over the mid-wave, and they saw the dragon in their eyes, denying the soul, but Fnatic made the correct judgment call.
Time to check what's left of your sanity at the door. Abandon all hope, all ye who... It's all hope. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Yeah, all right, well, here we go.
So now they have 2 minutes 20 seconds to try and push out those waves and actually apply pressure to these towers. Otherwise, all they've done is delay the game by a bit because they didn't get the lasting buff in the Mountain Soul. They gave up that dragon. Oscarwin is still dead for another 4 seconds, and now they're in a 4v5 situation where actually they can't apply any more pressure on the map. When Oscarwin gets back up, it will be a little bit...
It's okay. Razork, you know, he's got his Warden's Bale now. He is building Randuins. We don't feel like building Frozen Heart. It's all right. It's all right.
Just buying their time, waiting for Oscar to start pressuring. He has the death gap. Likely working towards a Void Staff. Could also be a Crypt Bloom as well.
3-ADM Ezreal. This Ezreal is going to be really strong. Now that Shojin is completed. The Gwen is fucking enormous, guys. Like, nobody should be able to 1v1 this Gwen in a side lane. Yep. I mean, this is why Senna's getting picked, guys, right there. Trade Maokai ult for Poppy ult, but pretty bad that we can't get pressure. And, you know, the Gwen dying is actually huge here because Gwen not having Baron is actually causing there to be less pressure on the side lane. Now, why is Gwen walking over?
So on a knife edge. This game, this next fight, one mistake is all that defines a winter split for both these teams. Winner faces BDS tomorrow. You have less than 24 hours to prepare. And you have to come back fighting for the loser. Your split ends today and you have
Oscar is level 18 at 30 minutes. Holy shit. This Gwen is so big, guys. This Gwen is so big. And you have Karma to speed this Gwen up into the back line. This is the Gwen dream. This is the Gwen dream, guys. So Gwen needs to apparently go farm the jungle right now and do nothing with the Baron. Because they can't do anything mid lane, and because Gwen doesn't have Baron, they can't do anything, I guess, in the side lane.
Delay the game a little bit, but you gave up the dragon to do it.
And Senna, let's have a look. If I read that right, it's 117? Yeah. Yeah.
That's 118 now, 119. One more. Oh, there, 120 in fact.
That's a lot of stacks.
Yeah, I think it's 90, 80, 120 extra range.
Crit strike,
wow.
60%. Yeah. It also says lifesteal, 0%.
When you max out crit chance, you start getting lifesteal off it. So only at 60% right now. It's Fnatic setting up around this top side. Mirwin, I mean, does he take damage? He did take damage, it's just a magic shield, I think. MDK now have the first path towards this mid lane. They've got priority.
Noah trying to get behind so he can grab the wave.
He'll grab most of it. 3 minions remain. Pings towards the mid lane. Pascal will eat through that tower.
Look at Elyoya though.
I mean, like MDK just have it such.
What are we doing? This is the second time they have prioritized enemy blue buff over their own tier 2 or like towers. You don't need to take that Scuttle Crab. Baron isn't up for 2.5 minutes. That doesn't do anything for you. You're literally just letting this Azir take your turrets for free. What the fuck? What?
And then they can make a beeline back towards the Baron with full control around the objective.
Might only be one. Do they even get that?
They took blue buff and crab to lose an inhibitor.
Moment too late, but still the mid lane inhib down now, and the Baron up in 2 minutes. That inhib's down for 5.
The one thing we have to say is that Fnatic's engage is very limited, right? They don't have many tools to actually start these fights.
No, they have no tools to start the fight. That's what I was saying. I was talking about this yesterday, guys. I'm sick of seeing 0 primary engage comps in this meta. Okay, Ezreal ult misses, Ezreal Q misses. Gwen actually just gets stunned. He gets knocked up. And I don't know how you missed that Maokai. Guess he was trying to maybe saying if he gives a hit Frescovi. But I think you just don't even want to shoot it that way. You can actually just hold on to your ult longer. Where's Razork's ult in this? He fucking ulted Mirwin? He ulted Mirwin, who is unstoppable, so he just doesn't actually move. That's the ult. That's the Poppy ult, guys. And then after Poppy ult is down, they decide to engage. Gets virtually no value out of Gwen ult. Then they counter engage, because remember, they actually have engage. And you're playing into the Senna. Oh, it's just over. Game's just over. That's fucking crazy. That's just it, because there's super minions there. That's it. That's just the end of the game. What a dumb way to lose this game.
From the bottom of the tier lists into a tier of their own. MDK finish Fnatic.
They literally lost the game for blue and crab and river. And then to try and kill a Cassante when they absolutely do not have to take this engage. Remember, Maokai ult is down. You can fucking walk away and play for Drake. I just don't even understand why Noah's there. He E's forward. He E's forward. He has flash. He actually just gets hit by Maokai root. He gets hit by Maokai root because he doesn't get behind anybody and because he doesn't feel like flashing. He could have flashed here, guys. This game is so troll. Yeah, he thought Gwen was blocking, but he has time to react to this. But the thing is, Gwen doesn't block it. Gwen doesn't block it if Gwen is in Shroud. Like, Gwen doesn't block if Gwen's in Shroud. But you can see that. There's no blocking. It's a good call by Medic, by the way. But regardless, I mean, he E's up into this situation. Like, remember, he E's forward knowing that they have Maokai ult up. The experience awaits. Thank you for your resub at tier 1. I appreciate you. Like, I don't understand why we're even moving up on this.
But Noah is not, and because it went to Gwen, Noah thought he was safe. He's locked up, and MDK absolutely outplayed Fnatic. They are the pride of their region, and they are pride of very mad.
I mean, it's a good re-engage by Mad Lions. This is why you have primary engage on your team, guys. Fnatic couldn't engage on them for the whole game, and they couldn't get control over the mid lane.
A single fight was all it took.
Because they got outranged and the sustain was better on Mad Lions. Stuffing, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub.
But for Scowie, we talked about how this man offered so much throughout this series.
Yeah, man. They're taking the piss. Wow, that was such a horrible way to lose. You know, why are we losing 2 inhib turrets for blues? And the disrespect is so crazy. Credit for their performance. Like, Mad Lions obviously way overperforming expectations, but it's a pretty big bummer.
As we get to picks and bans for game 1.
Watch the Supa interview. I don't want to. I don't really care what he has to say.
Right, so both teams are really good at clawing their way in.
They are. So let's see if MDK wants to shut the door, and if they can.
Nope, wrong game.
Right now, they have the Baron buff, and the dragon is in their eyes.
The -4.
Defy them.
During this series, from the first time you played them to today, overcoming Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, it feels really nice to win, of course, but I don't think we show up the best level of gameplay today. I'm really happy that we managed to win in the end, but
Yeah.
I think
There's no
we
Supa interview.
still today. I think we have a lot to show still, so I'm really looking forward for tomorrow.
What are you talking about?
Game, and I think if we step up a bit, I think we are able to win it all.
I know that you're a perfectionist, and obviously today is not enough. You wanted to win more convincingly. What was the
Oh, it's on a bystander. Get out. I don't care about this shit. All right.
The first champion.
It's time for actual finals. It's time for actual finals, guys. Okay? I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break. While you're there, if you guys haven't seen it yet, there you go. We're releasing new shows on the Culture Channel right now. Doa and my show, Nerd Legion, we released our show on Blue Eye Samurai. That show is fucking banging. And Blue Eye Samurai is, and Nerd Legion, also a banging show. But check that out if you guys want something to watch in the couple minutes that I'm going to go to the bathroom. All right?
All aboard the Korean hype train!
What am I eating? My wife got me some cheese tonkatsu for lunch. So that's what we're eating for lunch. Oh my god. Stuffing. I get Eingenbusch. And where's Naverdi? Thank you for your Twitch Prime subs and Tier 1 subs. Thank you very much. Boneless mango. Man, that's good. I hate my mangoes getting boned. Thank you very much. Jihad Super said that Dom and Rich can suck his D on the eBuy stream. I mean, I don't know why he would do that. That's just great advertising for Dom and Rich. Dingrich? No, Rich. H2K Rich.
Their bans are often very tailored towards the opponents that they're going up against. And the Azir being respected from Frescowi. He's shown some fantastic performances over the last 2 days. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, he isn't a great player. He is the second worst player on his team. Super. We'll see how he is, guys. We'll see how he is when Fnatic doesn't play like shit, or you know when BDS has their whole roster. I don't know. It seems like a weird time to talk.
Oh, it's actually going to be Draven. So I think on the upside for G2, do they respect the Senna? It's not actually not going to be. We've seen Senna.
No, this is game one of the finals.
But going to look towards the Zai instead, which means that, I mean, realistically, if you end up banning more AD carries here, you're going to be in a bit of a difficult spot here for Madlands Koi to move into this.
Could be a situation where we see Senna traded for Varus.
Who is the worst? Frescovi. I mean, it's up for grabs. Who do you think is worse? I mean, Alvaro and Mirwen are really legit. Elyoya is maybe the best jungler in LEC right now, especially considering the players he's working with.
G2 will opt to lock it in. Mad Lions Koi Varus next in line in terms of Senna traded for Varus. Senna obviously used very well by both of these lineups. G2 will opt to.
Can we discuss this picture of Broken Blade? The lighting on his face while the rest of his body is dark is so fucking hilarious. He looks like he's in a 1970s like fashion ad. Okay, so we're going to first pick the Senna away. Callisto, Draven banned. You can't give these over to G2. Maokai also going to be banned. The Draven really does open draft, though, because now we have Ashe available. We have Varus available. Right, they're taking the Renata away. I'm not exactly sure why we're doing that. So Ashe Varus, I would think, would be the first two picks here. Gonna take Varus Rel. Remember that this is a flex pick for G2, possibly in the top side. Vi into the Varus, not too surprising, especially because it could shut down the Ashe pick as well. Nico ban, LeBlanc ban. There's been Caps champions the split. Ivern ban, Tom Kench ban. Interesting that they're banning the Tom Kench. Okay, so Zach into TF, which we assume is going top right here. Does tip your hand. This is actually a clever draft by Mad Lions. This could be support. This could be support. Or jungle. This could be top or jungle. So they've hid their pick to R5 super well. Very interesting draft. I like it.
Concerned about going up against the Twisted Fate, and it's something that Mirwin should be able to just weather the storm with.
And this is the situation where if TF is a flex pick, if they are willing to play, not going in. So still don't.
Okay, Nautilus and the Senna. This has been the most common lane that we've seen. I don't think Broken Blade is going to play a Kali, so I assume this is top. This is top Twisted Fate, and he probably thinks he's playing into the Zach. Ooh, snap, the hidden Yasuo counter pick. So this Windwall will block pick a card, which means that if pick a card is down, that the Yasuo can dash through the wave and trade very effectively on the TF. This is clever. I assume it's Zach Jungle. Okay, it will be Zach Jungle. So it's a very clever draft by Mad Lions. You know, they're going to have pressure in probably mid and top now. And they should have an embot as well. So they actually have a lot of opportunities for Zach to gank lanes. Also, just in terms of Yasuo setup, like look at the Yasuo setup we have. We have Zach ult to set up Yasuo ult. We have Shockwave. We have Magnet Storm, right? There's a huge amount of like AoE knockups that Yasuo can ult off of. This is a great draft, I think. You actually get lane priority and you have synergy with your overall composition. You use R5 extremely effectively.
It was historically used as a great answer in mid lane just because of how the stun card is what gives
Vi can't pressure Zach early. No, Vi cannot pressure Zach early. So Zach does get to farm. Yeah, so you're right. I mean, it is a matchup where Zach is going to be able to farm pretty easily throughout the first 3 levels. And you kind of had a, you know, Vi ults are good from 3 to 5, or Vi ganks are good from 3 to 5. Obviously good after 6 when she gets her ult. But you're going to have a narrow window before Zach has Zach ult and can you know, fight you, basically.
Still a great matchup into the Twisted Fate, but Akali going to have a much nicer time into the Yone up top side.
Yeah, into the Yasuo going to feel good. Mirwin's first Yasuo this year. See how well he can pilot it into this particular matchup.
His first Yasuo this year. Excellent, excellent.
Matchup obviously much more Yasuo favored. Pretty hard to beat a Windwall as a champion reliant on a gold card to get through a lot of exchanges. We'll see how that changes as G2 opted last second to switch up the lane matchups. Don't think MDK are going to get with anything too crazy here. Probably won't swap their laners manually, as we often see.
The energy is electric here in the arena. So much support for both of these teams. Credit to the MDK fans. They have been here every single day of the weekend, showing that love and support for Mad Lions Koi. But now the G2 army is here to try and rival them. We're jumping into game 1 of this best of 5 winner finals. G2 versus Mad Lions Koi. Not only title for the winter split, but also a spot at MSI.
Okay, so they are going to swap this. They are going to swap this. But it feels probably pretty bad to play. I mean, I don't think it actually changes anything, really. Like, maybe it changes the top lane matchup just a little bit.
How much Mad Lions Koi can fight here. They've been put into somewhat unoptimal lane matchups by the last-minute creative flexibility of G2. Mirwin, can he come out on top in the 1v1? If he can do that in game 1, in a slightly...
So I think the idea was that it was going to be TF top, and then G2 decided to flex the lane, so it's not quite as bad. But it's still probably going to feel pretty bad, because you can, I would assume the way this goes, you can just Ori shield yourself when pick a card comes up.
make these plays is going to need to happen very quickly and make sure that you can actually get this early lead.
I saw the main broadcast went down on Twitch and YouTube, yeah.
To just enact their will on the map with the amount of globals that they have.
For now, though, quiet level 1. We've gotten so used to Zach top lane, we forgot that he was designed to be a jungler. There he is. Speed, clear speed, still pretty slow. We'll see how much better it gets once there's a potential Bomby Cinder to come out, but obviously not going to feel too bad in terms of overall sustain. Yike with the Vi, obviously an early priority pick. We know what this champion can do in terms of early game impact. See if Yike can find some of these aggressive gank angles.
But one of the things about the Zac is how good it is when you've got a lot of immobile carries, as Hansam is demonstrating.
Ignited. Big level 1 exchange for the side of Mad Lions Koi. The fact that CC manages to gank angles.
But one of the things about the Zac is how good it is when you've got a lot of immobile carries, as Hansam is
Well, he got a nice stun early on, the Hansama.
For the side of Mad Lions Koi. The fact that CC manages to connect. It's Hail of Blades Varus. You cannot be walking up to take those trades.
And that's what I was going to say, is that if you're able to play off of this as, hey, we're going to burn some Thunder Spells in lane, get Elyoya to come in with creative angles, this is what Zac does best. Put the pressure onto G2 and make sure they're actually in the back foot so they can try and play off these globals.
I mean, the beauty of what the Zac enables is that you have 3 pushing lanes. One of the big concerns that you have as a Zac player is the risk of getting invaded. You don't have a strong dueling presence in the early game. It's very easy for Vi to be able to invade, just cause a lot of chaos. But you look at the bot lane, in very favorable trades going for Super and Alpha.
Yeah, but it's not easy to invade because, like, yeah, Mad's draft, I mean, it would have probably been even more advantageous if it had been Akali into Ori. And he also into TF, but invade coming in.
Some good follow-up damage. Alvaro and Super have first roam here. Q out to safety, the flash from Elyoya a bit.
Invade for Super and Alvaro. We're going to see him have a try off of it.
We'll see how.
Why are we so slow on this?
To the side of Mad Lions Koi.
Get Elyoya to
is a just call. You have 3 pushing lanes. One of the big concerns that you have as a Zac player is the risk of getting invaded. You don't have a strong dueling presence in the early game. Made in favor of the Orianna, as well as Mio, and just cause a lot of chaos. But you look at the bot lane, in very favorable trades going for Super and Alvaro. We're going to see another one. On
Yeah, I love Elyoya's aggression. Like, he's been playing around lane pressure so well all split. It's a great play. Wards immediately. Smashes them together. His bot lane's already en route. Elyoya's early, Elyoya and Mad's early game has been really excellent, guys.
huge win for Yike. Not only does he get the camp, but Elyoya tried to flash in front of the Q, misses.
Q out to safety. Looking for the invade.
Getting aggressive here, has the red buff for himself. Yike trying to sidestep, is not going to be able to walk away. Aftershock now procs, some good follow-up damage. Alvaro and Super.
Oh, Yike just smites it from under his nose because Elyoya doesn't have smite. Oh, and he doesn't get the Q block either. That's rough.
Just barely able to escape, gets the red buff as well.
Huge win for Yike. Not only does he get the camp, but Elyoya tried to flash in front of the Q.
Now he has flash advantage too. He wasted a lot of time because he actually got the camp.
Love the idea here from Mad Lions Koi as a hook connects. Don't think it's going to be too crazy. But basically, you're using your pushing lanes everywhere to just constantly find.
Also allow G2 to farm under the tower pretty effectively.
You will not see a Zac setting up for an invade, but Elyoya knows that his bot lane is able to come. Unfortunately for them, as Dagda highlighted, they end up losing the red buff regardless. So
Vi does well to not start chickens. You can't start chickens on Vi if you start W.
This is their 11th within a 3-day span on stage, but that
That's not how Vi works.
that desire to win, they're showing no hesitation against G2.
And I think this is the correct
You have to start E if you start chickens,
You have winning lanes. Let's just try and use that pressure to keep Yike,
which is not ideal.
but then you get to make plays.
Flash instant follow-up. Elyoya now trying to go in.
Elyoya doesn't hit anything though. He doesn't hit the CC.
The cleanse earlier, now they're trying to turn it back onto Alvaro. Barely able to walk away. Super. Any follow-up here doesn't quite have the cooldowns to finish the kill. You can see
They do get flash and ignite out of this though, so some work done, but Vi's able to counter jungle as a result.
For free. On someone, Mickey
They can't stick
staying.
around. They cannot stick around. Elyoya has his passive. This is lunacy.
If you don't dodge this Q, you just die. Hansama tries to get to the side. Mickey X is a great hook. Passive. Not going to get procced. Elyoya hits the blob and walks away. One more blob on the ground. Walks in. They proc the passive, but now Supa can follow up. Is anyone willing to burn a TP here? Does they think there's a counterplay? There's nothing here. They've lost so much. Hook back in. Auto. E. Mickey at least getting one back. But MDK taking everything from G2 in the bottom lane. A TP here. Does they not going to get procced? Elyoya hits the block.
Elyoya has his passive. This is lunacy.
If you don't dodge this Q, you just die. Hansama tries to get to the side. Mickey X is a great.
Thank you. My wife also got me a tiramisu donut because she wants me to get fat from eating tonkatsu and donuts.
They can't stick around. They cannot stick around. Ayoya has his passive. This is lunacy.
If you dodge his Q, you just die.
Hans actually doesn't die from Q.
Mickey X is a great hook. Passive. Not going to get procced. Ayoya hits the blob and walks away.
Oh my god. He's got passive though. He can't. He's Nautilus. He can't do anything about this.
There's a counterplay. There's nothing here. They've lost so much. Hook back in. Auto. E. Mickey at least getting one back. But MDK taking everything from G2 in the bottom lane.
Super will take that every day of the week.
Yeah, tiramisu donut. It's a donut that has cream inside, so I guess it's supposed to be like tiramisu. Just Korean donut things, I guess.
Beautiful play from Mad Lions Koi. We think back to last year, and this was a strong point for G2. Their bot lane was often how they won their games, but they overstay in this 2 versus 2. Dracos said it, the passive is available on Aljoy, but it's Super that actually tanks up the tower, walks away with just barely enough health, the pop ticking away. Mickey is able to pop the passive out, but a nice response here from Mickey. Sees the hook, the arrow channeling, actually brings him within tower range, and he ends up trading 1-for-1. So this is kind of a best case scenario for Mickey, but as you rightly said, Mad Lions Koi going to be happy with that.
So, yeah, exactly. It's like, do we know if Mad Lions Kois are happy? Let's go check the e-buy camp. Yes, it would appear that they are happy. Unsurprising. And again, 7.
Question is, why are they happy? Like, yeah, you traded 1 kill back, and that was unnecessary. Like, Supa actually, that was actually pretty bad.
Caps doesn't really have the damage here without another rotation of cooldowns. One more card. Red card should slow him down. Alvaro here to stop any follow-up. Supa just walking away on the edge of death, still coming out on top.
Uh-oh. E6. E6. Flash has to, Caps has to flash. Ult. Yike, not 6. They're just all going to walk under the turret and die, I guess. Up, smash together. Okay, they all just didn't. Okay, G2. Okay. Well, that's the end of this game. Triple kill for fucking Orianna when you already are struggling. All right, let's talk about this. I do not care about you, eBuy. So they're trying to get value out of this recall, right? They see Frescovi. He's just TP'd into the mid lane. They have pressure, but the thing is, Mickey is actually tanking turret shots. And Cap, look at Caps' items, guys. He's going Rod. Like, this is going to be a catalyst. He has 0 stacks. He has no damage. No damage. So unless he has something that is going to be able to follow up on this, he simply cannot kill Supa. Right? It's a nice engage onto Caps there. And Frescovi, they know, is just in the mid lane and is coming here with his own ultimate. I mean, his ultimate like has combat value, unlike TF. Right? So Caps actually sees the animation, flashes out of it. Hansama gets sucked in because he doesn't have flash from the earlier play. Yike is not 6. Like, what an ill-advised play. It's so tragic. Like, Caps cannot do enough damage. I don't think Caps practiced TF. Why would you? You got duped by Mad Lions draft. Casual triple kill for Frescovi.
6-2 and a 2,000 gold lead for the Spanish representative.
The execution is just falling apart for G2. Mad Lions Koi, with the support of their fans in the arena, are playing with perfect precision. We look back at this bot play. Mickey isn't able to connect the hook. Super buys enough time to create space between him and Caps, doing what damage he can on the back end as well.
You know, the weird thing about this too, guys, was that this was supposed to be an ADTF in this composition initially, because Caps was supposed to be playing a Kali mid. Now, why is Caps playing AP I mean, maybe he just wants the catalyst so that he has better survivability in the laning phase. I mean, that makes sense, right? So have they been forced? It's not like he has to go AD, right? Because they have a Senna, so it's okay. But that's it, guys. The reason why that's it in this game is that the only way G2 wins, this is a pick composition. This is a pick comp. Their only really big frontliner is going to be Nautilus. But did you guys notice something? Unlike most other teams, they're actually playing with support item on Nautilus. So this is a farming Senna. Basically, every other team that runs this lane has run fasting Senna, and you run Nautilus with TP. So they actually don't have a tank. Like, let's be clear, they don't have a tank. Vi is going to build Sundered Sky, probably first. And so when your pick fails like this, when you, as the pick comp, get a player advantage, and then you give up a number of kills, now you actually just have to fight them at objectives. We haven't had a single Drake taken yet, so there's no Drake stacking that's possible. And how do you fight the Wombo? Like, the Yasuo setup is absolutely enormous. Off of Shockwave, off of Magnet Storm, off of Let's Bounce. So right, you get faster items onto Senna, but I don't think this is worth the trade-off. Like, you need a tank here.
So difficult for G2 to play this one out. I think just disrespecting a little bit in the early game how powerful the Varus was. MDK snowballing beautifully as Mirror keeping the pressure up top.
But really, less so about who's playing support item. The biggest thing is that you just failed your TF ult, and now you gave a triple kill to Orianna, and now you have to team fight them at some point in the game, and now you lose.
Well, Broken Blade dash. MDK snowballing beautifully as Mirror keeping the pressure up top side. Zach jumping in, connecting on the knock. Means an instant ultimate if they want it. That's the combo.
It's such a strong combo for ganks.
Strikes there as well. Broken Blade dashing out, just barely able to escape. Near one on the hunt. Don't think he's going to try to flash for that one.
Credit to Broken Blade. The moment he saw the Zac, he actually used the R so that he could start the cooldown being triggered on the second half of it. He's able to get that small window where he can create enough space to get away from Mirwin.
Gets a plate, though. It's still totally worth here for Mad.
Doesn't have flash, the hook connects.
Counter punch by ult on the way in, but Frescowi's level 8. The shield is massive, and G2 just do not have the damage. Senna and Twisted Fate at this point don't have enough money. They're just not threatening enough on their own.
The ultimate from Super as well, used to buy enough space between him and Mickey. Mirwin now with a 300 gold lead. He doesn't find a kill, but that's the advantage he finds in top lane. 3-0-1 for Frescowi in the mid lane.
What's the benefit of running fasting Senna? Well, you have a tank. You also have a third TP, which is pretty useful.
I think will come from that one. Good patience from Caps. Doesn't burn the heal for movement speed.
I love this from Ayoya though. Like, you have so many of these lanes that are so difficult to escape away from Zach as he jumps in. So just putting the pressure down, making sure that Yike can't get in.
He said in Casual stream that some of the picks they got, they didn't practice at all. I don't think that they practice TF. Just watching this game, they didn't practice TF mid at least.
Stolen away, and you highlighted the constant aggression from Ayoya paired with what were already reasonably winning lanes. Accelerated, obviously, by some positive early plays as Mirror and Broken Blade continue to trade. This lane is going to get a lot harder for Yasuo once Akali has some items under her belt, most certainly.
I will say
now,
that it's a pretty interesting skill matchup between the two. I definitely think that you can give the advantage to Akali, but there's all sorts of things that you can win more, and there's a lot of, well, skill expression available to both parties.
If you win while the Shuriken flip, you feel great. When the Shuriken flip comes out is hard to say. There's a lot of dashes happening everywhere.
I mean, you can also just make life annoying by using, because her Q can be blocked by the wind wall, right? So you can just keep moving in and out of the wind wall while this Akali is desperately trying to hit her Q on you. Can't proc her passive, and then so much of her damage will be lost. So Mirwin right now has the slight advantage. A wave is stacking towards top side, but nothing really going to come off the back of it. Dragon has been secured by MDK. The Grubs, 2 have only dropped so far, so there is still 1 available. Unlikely that we'll see the 5 grub buff hit. But so far, MDK off to a great
Well,
start in game.
it's literally impossible now. Because we're after 10 minutes and the third grub hasn't been taken, so there will be no grub respawn.
Getting hit by the shuriken flip, a little bit difficult for the trade. Q3 won't connect that time. Ignite for Broken Blade, the big thing you have to keep your eye on there. All that additional kill pressure is dangerous.
Why is CP now mandatory for solo laners when it wasn't before? Because people realize how to have better macro and play the map, and you just get left behind if you don't have TP. And you lose lane, because teams are better about controlling the minion waves. So you just lose a gazillion CS. So you have to, if you're trading off for TP, you have to trade for kill pressure in lane, which is why Rumble and Darius and Garen and these champions take it.
Opportunities, he finds another, but let's see if
nice gank from Yike.
Hold on to the ultimate as long as possible to make sure PB can land his combos, but easy kill. Of course, the counterplay in the meantime is the bottom tower. G2 in a bit of a desperation situation, needed to force that play, needed to make something happen, but in the bottom lane, only 2 plates left standing. Caps now coming in, has a bit more damage under his belt. Maybe he can get the gold card down. He has locked up Supa. Supa going to be in trouble, but Elya is there to cover. Knockout coming in from the Nautilus. Good damage fall from the center, but not quite enough to finish the job. Ignite ticking.
It's a nice job by G2. They actually get kills on both sides of the map. That's huge. Alvaro? What?
Ready to try and disengage, but just
dude.
And Mickey wants to keep this train rolling as he connects the hook on Elya. Frescow can be the one to try to
Yike is here. Yike actually just coming out of base.
Ready to try and disengage, but just completely whiffs. And Mickey wants to keep this train rolling as he connects the hook on Elya. Frescow can be the one to try to turn it back, but here comes Yike just in time. It was so good for
holy moly.
But in a moment of over-aggression,
oh my god. G2 actually just right back into this?
Where G2 wanted to put their aggression. He leant topside as they were going for the dive on Yasuo, and then immediately leans that bot lane to make sure.
I mean, this is a much better cap CP, right? Because you're not overextending. At least you have some amount of damage, right? Now you have some amount of damage, and you have other people to deal damage with you. Yeah, they actually opt into this 3v3 despite having just lost in topside. Vi also has enough time to recall from the gank in top lane and then make it all the way into this bot fight, which is pretty nuts too.
Frescow was just trying to buy time. He thought the shockwave might be enough. Flashes away to safety, but Caps flashes after, secures 800 gold. And just like that, that gold lead that MDK...
It's actually huge. I still think it's going to be rough for G2, but if Mad Lions is going to overextend against this pick composition, then it's possible. That was a really bad error. If Alvaro hits Caps to Koi win that fight, no. Remember, Vi is coming. You know what I mean? Like, they also have vision because they put down wards. But no way. I mean, if Caps get hit by that, it doesn't change anything.
Frescow was just trying to buy time. He thought the shockwave might be enough. Flashes away to safety, but Caps flashes after, secures 800 gold. And just like that, that gold lead that MDK had built disappears. You look at the bottom of your screen, Supa still with a healthy advantage over Hansalma. But across the map, things going in favor of G2.
And oftentimes when you look at a game of League of Legends, you look up at the top of the screen, you look at that gold lead, but it's important to understand what that means, because it is just the Varus who is ahead. If G2 keeps starting plays where Supa is the first to die, Mad Lions Koi do not have a gold lead whatsoever.
I would also say, though, don't forget that Twisted Fate does have his passive. So even though it's looking like a bit of an even one in the mid lane, a 4-kill Orianna that already has a losing companion is going to do a lot. So.
It's fake data. That has a hedge fund. Doesn't count. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, however, Hansalma needs to be careful. Nice ulti coming in from Supa. Follow up immediately there from Alvaro. Alvaro making the hedge fund. Doesn't count. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, however, Hansalma needs to be careful.
Okay, he gets hit by Chain of Corruption. That's it. You get hit by it. That's it. You're dead.
Broken Blade. 3 members on the bottom side, a bit disadvantageous. Is ulti coming in from Supa, follow up immediately there from Alvaro. Alvaro making sure the hedge fund doesn't count. Meanwhile, on
It's interesting that Frescovi was walking down here.
nice ulti coming in from Supa, follow up immediately there from Alvaro. Alvaro making sure that that one works. Now the TP.
Ooh, they barely got the TP off.
3 members on the bottom side, a bit disadvantageous. Is the ulti now going to come in? Alvaro once again just trying to disengage, leap out from.
They're trying to take a 3v4.
Slowly but surely though, Broken Blade whittling down the competition, but it's just not enough damage. Gold card
Okay.
going in, and MDK happy to pick up the free kill onto Mickey. Here comes Yike, however. Can they get more in the extended play?
I don't think they have damage for this.
Caps looking to follow up, blocking in a blue card though, maybe not ideal. Once again, the damage, the follow up.
They don't have any damage.
They keep forgetting about the extended play. The flash in.
Like, Akali is the only form of damage they really have right now.
Maybe not ideal. Once again, the damage, the follow up, and Supa still standing. They keep forgetting about the extended play. The flash in, the full come in. Caps looking to whittling down the competition, but it's just not enough damage. Gold card going in, and MDK happy to pick up the free kill onto Mickey. Here comes Yike, however. Can they get more in the extended play? The flash in, the full come in. Caps looking to follow up, blocking in a blue card though, maybe not.
Elyoya dodges the shuriken flip too by leaping out.
They keep forgetting about the lethality bars. He is all of Mad Lions Koi's gold lead. And G2 maybe not ideal. Once again, the damage, the follow-up, and Supa still standing. They keep forgetting about the lethality bars. He is all of Mad Lions Koi's gold lead. And G2.
All right, okay. It's a little weird there, guys. They used 2 TPs for that, but it was after Hansama had died. And Hansama should not have been that far up. But you did actually trade back for a shutdown. Still, you get an entire turret top of your Mad Lions, so definitely worth for MDK.
You see him tearing G2 apart with those empowered Qs. Crazy fight going in favor of MDK. They get a tower in the top lane as well.
Alvaro is a terrible rel. Yeah, I have not been impressed with this rel so far this game.
G2 are trying to fight their way out of this deficit, but they can't afford to take more sloppy fights because you saw in that one, you highlighted it. Yasuo wasn't even there. Mirwan's just farming on the top side. He's already got a blade of the Rune King. He's sitting pretty. He's the biggest benefactor of that whole exchange, and he didn't even get any kills. Yike now has to be careful. Elyoya, 3 members here. There should be no way for Yike to get out. Chain CC just about flawless from the side of MDK. So a lot of their damage burned. G2 not going to go for any follow-up this time around.
They still can move into this mid lane. Rift Herald is up and available.
I mean, Mirwin and Alvaro have been really good, guys.
But Elyoya, he's waiting in the wings.
Broken Blade. Shroud, where is it going to go? Waiting as long as possible. Ulti still connecting. Queuing into Broken Blade. He's so low. Elyoya just hits him with the unstable matter. A bit of goo to finish the job.
And that's just another kill picked up for MDK. Moving around.
Akali's so bad into this composition by MDK. Like, she can literally just get hit by every form of CC and Shroud. She can get hit by Zakar. She can get hit by Yasuo Tornado. She can get hit by Shockwave. She can get hit by Orianna W. She can get hit by Chains of Corruption. She can get hit by arrows from Varus. She can get hit by Rel CC. Like, it's Akali is just butt cheeks into this, honestly. Like, you can't hide.
G2s that should be looking to attack side lanes, trying to find picks, trying to catch MDK off guard, but Elyoya's positioning on the map, he's just got such a great awareness. The amount of setup.
Please tell me you've watched KT Clap Gen G. Yeah, those games were terrible. They're up on my VOD channel. You can go look at them.
With the lead that they have more than enough damage.
Here you go.
12 to 8 is the kill.
Enjoy.
A 3.5k goal lead, and that right there is the damage we were talking about. A level lead over Hansama for Supa. 2 items completed the lethality build. Well,
It's a great draft by Mad Lions. Like, big credit to them.
G2 to really try and play out the composition, right? They have no real control over the bot side jungle. Can't really overextend his Broken Blade because you just saw what happens. You're looking at the top side. Maybe they can look for a pick on mid though, as the lanes aren't set up for Mad Lions Koi.
Flash forward. Elyoya spotted crucially by the Destiny. Cap's gonna get the gold card off onto Supa. They just want to delete this forest to kick off the fight. Good read from G2. Supa out of the equation, and now G2 are the favored ones. Gold card coming in from Caps. Beerwin Windwall is just barely gonna block it. Going in once again with the Yasuo ultimate. Great Q3 coming through. Windwall not available. They have to be careful on the follow-up here. Gold card locked in for Caps. Is just barely gonna connect onto Yasuo on the backside, but Elyoya looking to disengage, looking to disrupt. Beerwin is their only remaining damage. Their Q3 coming through.
This game is super sloppy, guys.
Maybe they can look for a pick on mid though, as
Remember, what kind of comp is G2 running? A pick comp.
the lanes aren't set up for
Can we overextend? You know, they're trying to set this up. They're trying to set this up. I'm not sure why Orianna is in Raptor Pit. She doesn't have flash. So I guess they want to just bait this out. But there's a TF, so they can't win this. You know what I mean? I don't know in this situation what Mad Lions thought was going to happen. Okay, so you're trying to set up a careful bait here. You've used your sweeper. But you know who's in this game? Twisted fucking Fate! So he sees this. In what universe does TF not use ult when trying to make a pick here? Or here, for that, you know? So, like, obviously he's going to use ult, and he's just going to see you.
Spotted crucially by the Destiny. Cap's going to get the gold card off onto Super. They just want to delete this forest to kick off the fight. Good read from G2. Super out of the equation, and now G2 are the favored ones. Gold card.
They also have it just teed up here with... They also have it teed up here with the Kali onto the flank, so Broken Blade's on top of Frescovi. G2 playing this comp properly, but why you're trying to set up picks if you are Mad Lions is so dumb. It's so dumb. Like, if you have 4 people in the mid lane, they can't engage on you. If you have 4 people here, they can't engage on you. Because you can kite it out. They're playing a pick composition. They have Vi TF. You cannot set a trap unless TF ult is down. I mean, the Yasuo TP just completely saves this fight. So Zac ult pops Sue up in the air so they can get Broken Blade and Yike. Right, they almost lose Frescovi as well, and there's no actual objective to take, guys. That's the other thing. If you're Mad Lions, why the fuck are we trying to hurry this game along? You know what I mean? Just play super safe, play for Drake stacks, play for team fights, and objective setup. Do not give them angles so that they can get back into this game by creating picks onto you. It's so dumb.
There was no pressure on side lanes for Mad Lions Koi, so G2 found that moment to reset, run in mid, and see if they could get something back.
Yeah, Mirwin was also not pressed up into side lane, so there was... Like, look at this. You're not creating any pressure. There is no tier 2 on this side. There is a tier 2, but you're far away from it. It's like the freest TF port of all time. Why are we trying to set up traps against the team that skirmishes better? Great ult from Frescovi to actually stop them with the shockwave from killing him. And the Zac too. I mean, Zac was huge there. He literally ults them. So Yasuo can ult. Wind wall was crazy there. I didn't see it.
The combination of Zac and Rel providing CC to try and buy time. Frescowi getting solo killed on the back end by Broken Blade gets everything gets thrown on him, but the front line.
Oh, are you being sarcastic?
Rel providing CC to try and buy time. Frescowi getting solo killed on the back end by Broken.
The wind wall actually allows Mickey to get hooked to the wall. Or is he hooked to a minion? I guess he just hooks to the wall. Oh, he hooks to a minion. It blocked yellow card? Oh, okay. Hold up. Oh, nice. Yeah, because he cast it right there. Very nice. Yeah. Right at the start of the cast. Great timing. Mirwin's good, man.
It ends up being a 1-for-1. Mirwin being forced to flash, and Aljoya saying, you know what, I'll actually think we can turn this one around. When Caps throws out his flash, they realize, no, it's not possible. Aljoya, you'll have to give your life up. Ends up being a 2-for-1, but a lot of summoner spells used in that exchange.
Yeah, I don't know if they were just waiting just a couple seconds more. You can get the TP from Frescowi after he goes to the reset. Maybe they were trying to play for that, just messed up the timing a little bit, but everyone back on the map now. because side lane or top laner and mid laner didn't go down for Madeline's Koi, at least they're in position to try and catch some of these waves before G2 are really able to get that bigger tempo advantage that they want to. But with Supa just being able to full clear these waves, it knocks Alvaro a little bit, but now he's locked down.
Alvaro, Root is there. Follow up from G2. Potentially going to come in here. And such a difficult game for G2 to play out, but finding those picks onto Supa 2 times, really their path back into this one, taking that gold lead out of the equation. That said, Mad Lions Koi
It's still incredibly difficult for them to win, but they're slowly getting back into it.
That's the thing. If you are Mad Lions Koi and you're not finding these windows to push outside lanes, you're giving this moment to Caps, right? He disappears into Fog of War. Supa cannot step up in mid lane because it's very easy for G2 to collapse once more, find that pick. He's not running the cleanse, he's running heal. So he is that prime target. So that's why you see Mad Lions Koi going, okay, cool, we need to start to set up vision. We need to try and find ways to get vision on the side of the map Caps is on, to spot as he starts to roam, to figure out where this Twisted Fate is trying to go to.
Mad Lions Koi still have a very powerful front to back if they can get first set up on the objectives, and they have the lead. G2 though going to try to avoid taking those full-on 5v5s without an angle onto Supa, or one of the more vulnerable members of Mad Lions Koi. You still have to respect what Elio and Alvaro are bringing to the table, however. The long-range engage potential is lethal. You can see no one on G2 in the bottom side going to step up this time around. They have learned their lesson.
Yeah, I think if you're Mad Lions Koi, it's just a case of, look, play the pushing game, ping-pong these waves, wait for objective fights, because that's where you're really going to be strongest. You've a 2-item Orianna already. Like, Frescowi is huge in these fights, and he's great ball delivery system with Oyoya, Mirwin. That wombo combo is nuts. But it's just a case of trying to hold on until you can get to those positions and try and find those fights.
It's going to be tricky. As we get later into the game, G2 now leveraging their Herald on the top side. Just for a bit of damage here, not going to be able to grab the tower.
I'm actually impressed that G2 has been able to get themselves even kind of back into this game with how big the fuck up earlier with the TF tower dive, the first TF ult was.
Can be very tricky as Broken Blade gets more and more items under his belt to keep someone like Supa alive. Shielding from Frescowi will feel good, but let's see what Mad Lions Koi want to do next.
Dragon is spawning in 50 seconds. Mirwin likely going to push out this bot wave. Excuse me. Push out that bot wave and then give them access into this river. The contest over the mid wave is something we're going to be expecting soon. Hansama forced to catch this wave. Recalls now coming in from MDK. Similar for Yike. That gold is being spent. Items are being completed. Broken Blade, I would argue, overstaying a little bit on the top side. If he does have gold to spend, he needs to get back to base and spend it soon. And looks like he's going to do that right now.
I mean, this game hasn't been very good, but okay.
Just beside Broken Blade on the top side of the map. They're just trying to spot it if Yike is there. Now that they're going to spot Yike as he starts to move in towards River.
Jolly Sour Bite Crawlers, nice.
Leave Frescowi on that top side to just clear waves against BB without the threat of Caps TPing up, Yike going, and then they take the tier 2. Because there is always an angle where G2 just look for a trade. It's been the trademark play of G2 on going for these cross maps. So now when they see Yike, you can see Frescowi feels way more comfortable just sitting under that top lane and take that wave.
Mickey stepping forward, Yike behind him to clear out a little bit of vision here. Every little bit of poke Supa can get before the objective gets started does matter. Big thing though, Hansama, obviously the healing on Senecue, scaling with lethality pretty effectively. So at 2 items, you're already getting about 200 heal per Q. Mad Lions Koi really need to be able to follow up instantly when they do find that angle to poke out someone on the back line.
Dragon started up. There is absolutely no vision at all here. And this is terrifying if you're any member of G2 because there's so many ways to set up for Mirwin on the engage. And that's why they're leaving Frescowi in that top side. Curious to see exactly how G2 want to respond. Caps only just leaving base. Does have the destiny to get there though.
TP now coming in from Frescowi. G2, is this their call to back off and simply go for top lane instead? They don't have a wave to play for. So BB's going to come in. Yike off to the side. Mad Lions Koi grouped up. Mickey going to find the hook onto Supa. That's crucial. Again, the Senna ult immediate follow-up. Caps on the back line and Supa just deleted. Right as the fire starts, he's ticking down.
Oh, terrible flash. Terrible flash.
So BB's going to come in, Yike off to the side.
This is what Mad Lions want though. The hook on his Supa is just crazy though.
Now coming in from Frescowi. G2, is this their call to back off and simply go for top lane instead? They don't have a wave to play for. So BB's going to come in, Yike off to the side.
All right, they don't respect the Nautilus at all. It's like wild that Alvaro is positioned here at the Drake doing fucking no damage to it instead of just body blocking for, you know, body blocking the Nautilus. Like, he doesn't do anything to this Drake. There you go. Terrible flash too. Supa was talking shit about after this series. Man, he looks bad.
Q3, fantastic from Mirwin, but it's a scrappy fight. Caps still untouched. Gold card now coming in. Q coming through, and Mirwin the one to start to take over again. Just clean with the knockups. Mirwin.
Nice cleanup. I mean, Mad Lions has such a huge edge, and their comp has a huge edge. This is the best fight they're going to get. This is literally the best fight that G2 can get. Like, look, this is beautifully done. They have flanks from all angles. They CC Supa to start the fight. Caps is able to come in. Like, you're not playing front to back into all of their CC. So you're trying to isolate these targets, right? And they get Supa right at the start of the fight. It doesn't even really cost them that much. Right? It doesn't cost them that much in order to get Supa either. Like, cost them a TF ult, but that's okay. Like, the Senna ult goes over everybody, gets you good value. Where does Mickey's ult go? Mickey ult also goes on to Supa. That's fine. You still have Vialt. Vialt goes on to Frescovi, but Frescovi flashes, and they don't kill him. That's really huge. I wonder if you actually, you know, if you gold card Mirwin and you Vi ult, or you gold card Frescovi and you Vi ult Mirwin, if this goes better for you. There's just too much tankiness in CC.
But it's Mirwin. That's the problem. This Yasuo has been incredible in these fights. The setup for him has been so good. And he's finding those moments to pop off a quadra kill. And Baron.
You show up for your Zaddy Dilf Puffin. Excellent. That's how you found my stream, right? You were looking for the Dilf Gamer tag, and I was the only one who had it.
Great decision making from him in that play, because you can see there's double knockups on several different members.
Frescovi having flash up there also probably saved that fight. If they can kill Frescovi, then and turn on to the rest of the team, maybe they win that fight.
Caps isn't going to provide that damage, so then we can just turn on to BB, who's going to have attempted to one-shot Supa. So great decision making mid-fight there from Mirwin.
Baron going down for MDK. G2 trying to respond by locking up a dragon, slowing down the progress in the game. Mickey going to input buffer the hook.
To one-shot Supa, so great decision-making mid-fight there from Mirwin.
Baron going down for MDK. G2 trying to respond by locking up a dragon, slowing down the progress in the game. Mickey going to input buffer.
This is just over now.
Damage. Even if they do get that initial pick, it's not.
I think that was like the best fight you could reasonably expect from G2. Their setup actually was very good. G2, even when they're losing, very good at playing to their win conditions, guys. That was excellent. They're a good team.
The level of confidence we're seeing from MDK. This is not what we were expecting from this team coming into this winter split.
There are actually a few others with the tag. Lies.
24 minutes in, they're already knocking on the doors of the base. Broken Blade is bot lane pushing what he can, but that's another tower that's going to go in the favor of MDK.
There's a guy playing Call of Duty whose name is Dilfy Pebbles, who has the Dilf Gamer tag. What is this?
They're going to get aggressive. They're going to force plays. They know how their comp works. They know their limits. And they're playing it fantastically.
And out of the game, they just get to keep playing forward, play aggressive, get into the face of G2, shove out your waves, make sure that you're able to set up for next dragon if you really want to. But I think at this stage, if you can just keep G2 in their base, play for objectives every single time they're up, it becomes impossible for G2 to try and play the game. This comp needs wide open fields where TF can abuse the fact he can teleport around the map. If you can just TP from your bot inhibitor turret to the top inhibitor turret, it's way less threatening.
And I also just think that it's a lot of single target for them to try to get through.
It's all the difficult.
And it's hard to play. Broken Blade now going to step back.
Through and hope to save the game, but you just don't have a chance
One
here,
tower
G2.
falling, but look at Hansama, he just doesn't do any damage to Elyoya. MDK taking their time, Caps throwing down the ultimate, maybe they buy another moment. MDK getting chunked out will finally be forced back here. With the base left weaker, the inhibitor knocked down, Mad Lions coin, complete control.
Minute 45 until Baron is up. just over a minute until Dragon's up. I think if you're G2, it's more of a case of, well, screw Dragon, we don't really care about a third one. We just need to try and get some sort of control on the map, some sort of gold into our back pockets. But even then, it just feels like as soon as that Baron comes up, MDK start us, and how do G2 try and contest from a position like that?
I mean, their best plays are trying to look for picks, trying to catch MDK off guard, but they have not been able to do a very good job. But it comes back to what Drakos was saying earlier, the ability for the Yasuo to follow any sort of engage from the Zac. Look at how easy it is. Like, there's nothing that G2 can do to stop this engage. Very
mid. So many teams fumble.
It's so hard to stop the dive from Mad on, you know, when they have Baron. That's why it's just over. Pretty sloppy, guys. Mad Lions almost through that. I think G2 played well from behind. They should have never done that first TF ult, but other than that, I think they played decently. Also, very clever draft from Mad.
If the enemy team is banning Kalista and Draven, I think you should first pick the strongest AD carry that's open, and that is Varus. On this patch, we've seen incredible Varus priority everywhere. So if they're investing so many bans into taking out Hansama Shanty Pool, please just pick the Varus. Please give Hansama the strongest AD carry so you can play with that bot pressure you're so used to.
I actually like the Twisted Fate ban a lot from G2.
Do I know the results? I know the results, but I haven't seen the games. So I know G2 wins the next 3 games.
Sure, he can set his team up for success, but this was a little bit too extreme. Would be great, but we'll see how it goes. Fate and time instead.
I really hope they pick the Varus here, because if you give over Varus 1-2 to Mad Lions...
Okay, we're still on Mad Lions red side. We'll see if they have another interesting red side draft. They're taking Rel out this time. This is very interesting because they apparently, I mean, Mirwin has also been playing the TF top, so that's going to be banned. They don't want the flex, right? Because that was very confusing in the last draft as to whether it was El Yo-Yo or Alvaro, even though Alvaro's Rel was not great. So now we're just going to take Maokai first. I believe Maokai was banned instead of Vi in the last draft. And they're going to give the Senna over to Supa, who has had a lot of success on it. They're going to take the LeBlanc. Caps is stuck with this champion. It's probably going to be, well, we'll see if it's AP or AD. It's probably going to be AP here, though the Maokai jungle, who knows. Not a lot of value for Sejuani passive, so they're going to take the Zac instead. Varus, Renata, Glask.
Isn't that the tail of top lane? And Nara on the other side. Here we go.
So they take, they're going to have Zac in the jungle again for Elyoya, and they take the Nara as a counter pick into Cassante. It's nice that they have this flexibility between Elyoya in top and jungle.
So I think this draft is actually a lot more fair for both sides. I think MDK were favored in the previous one, but now both of them have comfort picks, comfort drafts. MDK is a bit more...
Have I seen the Scumpex lawsuit against Activision? Yes, we're trying to do a 4 Horsemen on that. It's very interesting, I think. Is it going to fail? Almost certainly. If it succeeds, will it prevent developers from having a monopoly on their IPs in esports? Yes. So the implications are enormous, even though I think it's very unlikely to succeed.
Give me a straight directive what to look at in this game. It is the bot lane that we want to see. As said already, Supa is 5 wins on Senna this split so far, so we'll see what happens. Let's head over to our casters.
Like, if they're willing to push that to the max, it would literally change all of copyright law in America. Is this the lawsuit that's going to do that? Probably not.
A lot of people talking about this matchup assumes a 3-0 for G2. G2 feeling untouchable in ST.
And 4 Horsemen, not about Riot Games. We've done tons not about Riot Games.
Stop doing tier lists.
No, they're great. What do? They generate discussion and flame for me and Rob.
The last one was only half about Riot Games. It was also half about Activision Blizzard.
Tier lists are a machine to make DMs. The machine is working great. Anyway, the machine that wasn't working so great in game 1 was G2.
Am I sad that Owl just burnt to an oblivion? Of course I am.
G2 should win this game, then maybe they win another, and MD can come back, then we have an epic FUD game where it's all or nothing.
Okay, don't make it sound so matter of the fact. Like, that's not the craziest thing you've ever seen in your entire life.
No. The script writers are still doing their thing, all right?
No, I don't want to hear about it. This is...
It's not my fault Riot is a horrible company and keeps getting 4 Horsemen because they suck balls. To be fair, you know, EG got 4 horsemen too. Well, that was because of things that happened in League of Legends. That was, well, I'm not gonna say totally wasn't Riot's fault, but mostly wasn't Riot's fault.
Let's see if it's going to be the same idea.
I do think they share some blame because when Danny is clearly having an emotional breakdown on the stage and you do fucking nothing about it, I think you kind of deserve blame.
Grab those.
Yes, but yes, he does.
Just thought I'd randomly shout that
You just wanted to say two
I mean,
chains in a cast.
every caster, when every LeBlanc is played, is like, oh, it's 2 chains.
You know, 2 chains has 3 degrees.
Really?
Yeah, man has been to a lot of
but
school.
that doesn't flow off the tongue as well. 3 degrees. It's like,
Now, when we think back to the previous game, it was Hans Summer who was on the receiving end of a Varus damage.
Yeah, Halo Blades Varus level 1. This time it's Super.
This time it is Super, already suffering from some of the early trades. I would say that Renata is an even better matchup. Renata gives you a lot of agency in the 2v2, but the hook connects.
Guardian proc.
I think it was MDK's bot lane that took more damage, though. I think the bone plating there as well from Mickey mitigating a lot along with the shield that he gets. They're going to be very close to level 2. 2 more minions and they'll get it. And MDK already on the back foot. You can see the difference in priority this time around. MDK with 3 pushing lanes in game 1. This time around, not quite the same.
But importantly, MDK respecting the strength of the enemy bot lane. Right as I say that, though, Alvaro takes a pretty horrible trade. Because you remember, level 1 for G2 was such a disaster that it really cost most of the laning phase for them. But now Yike on the way down. Wave stacking up, Cannon is there, but G2 might just be ready to force the dive. Elyoya only on Wolves.
So, I mean, if you were concerned as to whether or not MDK knew Yike was in the jungle, the moment that they saw Mickey sweeping that trade rush, they knew that Yike was in their jungle. We look at mid lane as well. Our observer's highlighting it for us now. Caps with the push. Generally, you gain control over this lane. By doing that, you kind of win control over the damage advantage that you have against an Azir who can't trade that effectively against the LeBlanc. So Yike has the freedom to steal away the blue buff from Elyoya. He clears his entire top side. Now the question is, how will Wolves factor into the equation here? Looks like Yike going to choose to just be happy with the blue for now, not take any more.
Yeah, I think you got to be careful those Yike, because their wave is still pushing into Mad Lion's Koi, so there is an opportunity for Elyoya if he wants to try and swing back into that bot lane once he knows that Yike is cleared out of his jungle. And that's been something where G2's bot lane has got caught in the past and has kind of given these leads over, but trying to get that early vision down, I think is necessary in this bot side, and it's just not quite there at the moment for G2 actually to play hyper-aggressive now in this bot side.
Caps continuing to trade as much as he possibly can. Keep in mind, Frescowi already forced to burn TP, went back up, boots refillable. Caps just trying to get as much damage down as possible. Frescowi just trying to force the
Good trade by Caps in the lane here.
But here is Yike. Knockup is
Oh, Frescovi's probably dead.
Caps has the cooldowns, taking his time, waiting for the flash back out to safety. Stretching strikes, is it enough? Caps on the hunt. Frescowi, first blood for the side of G2.
Nice job.
Yike just walks in towards mid. Frescowi was trying to go for the trade, thought he was safe with Elyoya, but now Yike and Elyoya spot each other. Battle for the Raptors, battle for the chickens.
Right now, the smite coming down. Elyoya with the XP advantage. As excited as Berlin is, I don't think the Maokai-Zac battle is explosive. Bot lane, though, certainly will be. Bailout still taking on to Mickey X. He's going to flash out to safety. Now they desperately need to get a
Oh, he got the bailout.
Oh,
no. Oh, no.
Absolutely no way Senna should win this. Goes coming up from Hansama, flashing into the shroud, knowing he has to finish the job, and he will get it done.
And that's not all.
Wow.
Mid lane kills are still dropping. Caps gets himself another. Mirwin was able to find a kill. We're going to need to replay to break all of that down, but G2's bot lane comes alive here in game 2.
Massive win for G2 on the bottom side. Hansama, a little bit nervous, it seems, about where Zac is, so we'll just end up giving his life across just in case. Yeah. I think he wasn't sure where Zac was. I was like, hang on, if he comes over a wall,
unironically, it is a faster recall. His death timer is faster than the recall timer.
But still,
a tactical death, yeah.
It's actually very smart by Hans.
Massive win for G2 on the bottom side. Hansama,
He also pulls the minion wave, so it gets into turret range as well.
Quicker recall.
It's technically a slightly faster recall, yeah.
Unironically, it is a faster recall. His death timer is faster than the recall timer.
But still,
a tactical death, yeah. But I think you're quite right, Dagda. I think he was just very concerned about a potential Zac collapse, and so chooses to execute. He still holds on to his shutdown for now, still holds on to that gold lead as well. And G2 leading in kills, have about a 900 gold lead for now.
And a much better start. The fact that you have Caps being able to pick up those kills in the mid lane as well means that he's going to be significantly more of a threat. And it feels like when these fights kick off, Sam is going to be the one that's kind of like in the front line trying to take poke damage. But Caps is going to be the one that's finding these fights. And if you get to a position where you have that early Dark Seal, you start to stack that, your combo will just nearly one-shot, if not one-shot, either Super or Frescowi and take them out of the fight. And from that point forward, G2 can just pave their way into a lot of these fights.
And while TF had more reliable setup, the LeBlanc just had so much more damage. Caps can get it done kind of in isolation, doesn't necessarily need the support of his team. Once he builds an individual lead, you can see he already has the edge over Frescowi, chain connecting. Dashing back there as Frescowi takes over to level 6 just in time. Might just try to force Caps back to try to win out on the trade. Which one is real? Frescowi, uncertain for a moment, is going to hit the correct target. Caps waiting for Yike to come through. Frescowi now going to be in trouble.
Oh, no.
All of his cooldowns burn. He's got nowhere to go, but Elio's going to try to make the difference. LeBlanc, though, slipping right out.
Ooh, they knew the bot lane had moved up, so that's why Yike didn't go in and finish the kill. That was smart. Good awareness. Ever heard of the blackout? I don't know the reason behind the blackout. What's the next foreplay of Heat this week? But why don't you just watch the Nerd Legion of Blue Eye Samurai? Blue Eye Samurai is a fucking great show. That's a really good show, Doa, and I did. Watch that in the meantime.
You know, we don't have the health. Frescowi coming back out onto the map. Super still full. Means that MDK should be able to secure their first objective. A single grub went down in favor of Yike earlier on. But overall, if you're a G2 fan watching, you're feeling pretty happy right now because you look at the scoreboard and you see Caps 2-0, Hansama 2-1. Your carries are in a great position, and Broken Blade, yes, he's falling behind, but in a matchup that you expect him to, and K'Sante will always find a way to K'Sante.
Certainly, and I think the question for me now is, Mirwin, can you be more than just a lane leader? Can you do more than just shut BB down? Because I think there's more pressure on him. He has this advantageous matchup. He has this gold lead to make a difference for the team, especially as we start to get out of the laning phase.
Well, I think that's where Mirwin is always shown on this MDK roster, right? When you look at like the champions he's played with, like the Akalis and the Fiddlesticks, it's all about trying to get this backline access. And with Nar, getting that backline access is critical as well. So when I see if he's going to be able to be set up for success with Mad Lions Koi when you get to objectives, because if he does find that opportunity onto Hansama, that could be game-changing. But you're going to have to try and get to that position. Right now, G2, ton of control, and it's going to make it difficult for Mad Lions Koi to easily find those opportunities when we get to objectives.
And the biggest concern I think Mad Lions Koi have as we get later in the game with Caps having this kind of lead is how do
Just spilled miso soup on myself. Pro.
Point-and-click CC is from Alvaro, and it is heavily delayed. This is such a difficult LeBlanc to deal with. MDK have to be incredibly decisive around every other pick that they get because taking LeBlanc out of the equation is going to be next to impossible.
They've chosen to go for a swap. Mirwin did spot someone out. He is suspicious. Something is going on here.
Hex flash forward. Yike on the way, flashing back into the waiting arms of Elioya. Sapling going to hit for the slow. Maybe they're happy to just take Elioya out as well. Nice ulti to root it.
Really nice.
Cannot elastic slingshot to safety using his own ult. Yike on the way, flashing back into the waiting arms of
chosen to go for a swap. Mirwin did spot someone out. He is suspicious. Something is going on.
He saw both of them.
Hex flash forward. Yike on the way, flashing back into the waiting arms of Elioya. Sapling going to hit for the slow. Maybe they're happy to just take Elioya out as well.
It's crazy. He actually gets pulled out of his jump, and Yike doesn't even have to use Maokai ult there, so the value is huge. Waste of Zac passive as well.
Rotation pays off with a kill, and they will get the Void Grubs as well. That'll be 3, at least to start things off for them. Super, though, on the roam. Alvaro is over the wall as well, but I think you're a little bit too late to make this play happen, Mad Lions.
Alvaro just hovering around.
I think Super's just trying to swap to top side to match the fact that the bot lane of G2 have moved up to top lane. MDK trying to get the matchups that they want. It's not necessarily about moving Hansama and Mickey out of this bot lane 2v2, but getting Broken Blade to save.
Do you think MDK is legit the second best team? Well, they beat Fnatic. Even if I think Fnatic giga through game number 5 of that series.
But the resets now coming through from Hansama and Mickey, and Dragon spawning in about 2.5 minutes.
And I think that's where you could have used that opportunity.
But they also didn't have any primary engage, so the longer that game went on, the harder it was going to be for Fnatic to win. And BDS decided that they were going to bench Adam, so we can't even measure them against BDS. Oh, maybe.
Actually, the reset comes through, but they just send Hansam and Mickey back to that top side. So Super and Alvaro went for the reset themselves because they thought, oh, well, we have to go and match them on the bottom side of the map. But now instead, it'll be a slow push here for Hansam and Mickey. And then I imagine afterwards, they will then reset. But it's going to be like 45 seconds time, which means it's going to be perfect timing for the Dragon, where you will have to catch this wave of Super, move your bot lane, they'll get pushed there, and then they can rotate into River as well.
One of the crucial things that we've seen shift into this mid game is the fact that Frescowi now has control over this lane. The additional cooldowns you have on spawning the soldiers, the fact that he has just more damage in his kit means that you'll see him leveraging his range to get these nice little trades. He also, notice where he spawns the soldiers very close to him to be able to trade back onto Caps. So basically he puts it within range of Caps' W. So if Caps wants to go back to the W, there's still an opportunity for Frescowi to get those autos in. He's playing the matchup very well, coming out slightly ahead in some of these skirmishes. And he's controlling Caps, which can often be a difficult thing to do when this man gets a lead on the block.
Certainly, Yike on the top side of the map, just shadowing in the event that Elyoyo shows his face. Of course, Lethality Varus absolutely clears Senna when it comes to wave clear at just about every single stage of the game, so Super going to be forced to respond here. Quick recalls coming out from G2 esports, and as you highlighted earlier, Dagda, potentially heralding a lane swap and a bit more attention towards Drake. Broken Blade, nice knockback there, hoping to catch Mirwin out, but Mirwin has not hit him under tower. Broken Blade just going to go for the all-in. Senna now coming down for a little bit of extra shielding. Broken Blade determined to find the solo kill, and he will get it.
Nicely done by BB, positioning there to make sure the ult hit a wall because it does extra damage if you manage to yoink someone through a wall. So setting that up, doesn't worry about getting him under the tower, just wanted to get the kill. And even with Super's ult down, and Mirwin,
I mean, losing in this counter matchup that they intentionally picked for Mirwin is pretty bad.
Mirwin, of course, does have the TP, but the bot lane being top with the Dragon spawning in 14 seconds means that they can't do anything about it. He can now set up a freeze in the top lane as well.
You know what this game looks like is the Team Liquid game versus Cloud9, where they just kept lane swapping to the side where the objectives were and just completely out macroed them.
I think fantastic turn from Broken Blade. Wanted a bit of redemption in this game too after Mirwin was able to do so much on the Yasuo. But of course as well, G2 just good map play. Senna natural weakness is no matter how strong she is in the meta, no matter how much her damage can be, how well she scales, her wave clear is atrocious, and G2 are punishing that so well.
Yeah, they are playing up tempo very deliberately, so that they can keep swapping sides of the map. It also conveniently gets the Cassante away from the Gnar. So this is really good, I think, by G2. Yeah, I was going to say, there is a very narrow window, about 30 seconds to take the second group of grubs, so it's possible to get 6 grubs here as well.
G2 may just prioritize these plates, though. Caps continuing to find these trades in mids. As MDK kind of forced back into their own half of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Hans and Mickey will be able to get push here, so maybe there's an opportunity to rotate towards Void Grubs, but...
What's my opinion on Mirwin, Robin from YouTube? I think Mirwin's great, man. I think Alvaro, Mirwin, and Elyoyo are all real good.
And then even with Super coming in, there's just so much damage from the Cassante. I think Vedi put it well, it's Cassante just Cassante.
And I think you can see there, if that's game 1, maybe there's a little bit more...
I love Roman. I love that he does this. Every time Roman has one of these crazy body paints in a finals, it just brings a smile to my face, man. Just such a fun part of G2. Okay, well.
Broken Blade cuts him out of the sky, and now Hansama's here as well, rotating just in time on the Tofu strikes. Really just happy to have cleaned the
Sad times. We didn't actually get 6 Void Grubs. They didn't start them. They didn't start them in time. They were going for this dive, but Mirwin was already dead. Little do they know, dies right before going Mega. So I guess they're just going to take some plates instead. You have to start them by 1740 or 1345, or they despawn.
And now Elyoyo is in some serious danger.
And there's 2 chains, baby. The Caps might not have 3 degrees, but he's got more than 10 titles. Might be enough here.
Is it going to be up?
Ulti now coming through. Frescowi caught out, rooted. The pushback will not connect whatsoever. The Caps might not have 3 degrees, but he's got more than 10 titles. Might be enough here.
Is it going to be up?
Ulti now coming through. Frescowi caught out, rooted. The pushback will not connect whatsoever. The chain flashed away.
That's the flash, nice. It's very clean by G2. This game is very clinical.
Very limited.
And it's going to be late to the punch because you've still got the Rift Herald there that's available that G2 can move over towards after this push as well. And Broken Blade wants to get in behind him. Ghost isn't quite up and available. Be sure to get him though.
We've seen this before when Mad Lions Koi start to fall behind.
People complain about Roman and his body paints. Why? His Year of the Dragon body paint is super cool. And he's ripped. What's not to like? He's a ripped dude in body paint. Why are we hating on this? It's fun to see what he's going to do.
Is going for a reset, so maybe G2 could consider something there, but they're happy to just get the turret on the bottom side. So even though they can't get that Rift Herald, G2 still coming out with map control.
This is very quickly becoming the BB show.
Where did he get the flexing taco emote? How do they have infinite emotes I have never seen in my entire life?
It's fun to see naked men. I mean, it can be. It's not being sadly straight. And I say sadly because, like, why wouldn't you want to be bi? You just have more options, man. Being sadly straight, it doesn't do anything for me in a sexual way, but I can appreciate the fact that he's ripped.
Cassante does not care for your presence. And now they can just drop this Herald mid right now if they want to. The Maokai is still hovering around the top side of the map. This wave is likely going to be disappearing soon. But G2, game 2, they turn things around in a significant way. Bot lane wins in the 2 versus 2. Caps is able to work with Yike to find a bunch of kills. And then all they needed was Broken Blade to kick it into gear, find a solo kill or 2. And now it feels like the G2 is just winning absolutely everywhere across the map.
Yeah. Caps going for Lichbane first on the block. An adaptation I love. Obviously offering much more pressure to towers on the side lane, and an extended trades can get so much work out of multiple effective Sheen procs. Creative itemization at this point in the game as Mirwin just trying to do what he can to clear out these waves to get a little bit of pressure down. Caps, though, is scary, is threatening, and Mirwin just going to have to walk away from that one.
Kind of surprised to see the Swifty boots from Mirren, though. Thought he would end up going towards Merc Threads, because, I mean, you do have, like, there's so much lockdown that's there on G2, and I think you're going to be looking for a lot of these teams.
More chances to be turned down? Well, I say, why do you care about being turned down?
Definitely feels tricky. Went for it very early.
That sounds like a you problem.
Potentially off the back of what was a laning itemization choice, but definitely now that you're starting to fall behind, it could hurt.
You can't look at it like people are turning you down as if it's a bad thing. If they're not interested in you, it's better just to get that over with. You know, you're not interested in everybody. They're not going to be interested in you. So if you get turned down, at least you're not barking up the wrong tree forever. It's actually just a merciful saving of your time. Yeah. Why don't it's your ego that's getting in the way.
Nice sidestep there on the stretching strikes. Handshake pulls Suba back. Instant cleanse out to safety. Can't really do much to hit him in the shroud other than Hansama's ult, but he's just going to flash in and full commit. Blood in the eyes of Hansama. They want to keep that train.
I say just be mega direct at all times. And if they say no, then you're just like, well, glad I didn't waste time on that one.
Taken down in an instant. Hansama finding the quick kill there. Caps now falling up on the top side of Mirwin, knowing
You have no personality. I don't believe you, I say. I think you do.
Taking some very nice trades there from Mirwin, but it doesn't really mean much in the grand scheme of things as Hansama picks up another 2 kills. He has to invest both of the summoner spells, and you would be thinking to yourself, hey, that's a great opportunity for MDK.
You know how I showed interest in my wife for the first time? You know, I had some conversations with her. And then I just texted her and I said, "Hey, I'm sorry if I'm too forward, but do you want to come to my hotel room?" And she did. She could have just said no, and I've been like, "All right, well, I guess she's not interested." And it wasn't like it was, you know, I waited a few days after I had started getting to know her. But what was the point in waiting?
So he will just be forced to flash out to safety, and the minions are going to
find MDK scattered around the map.
Just cut through the bullshit.
This isn't threatening at all.
Tell them what you want.
So he will just be forced to flash out to safety, and the minions are going to proc his passive. Frescowi on the backside. It's a bit disjointed, but G2 getting routed. Hansama trying to hold on to his life. Can they find a kill and get the reset? They cannot. Bailout will not work. Broken Blade now charging forward, looking for the Intofu strikes. Mirwin killed on the backside of the fight. Alvaro will not find a wall to connect. The hook will not take him out to safety. And G2, they see blood in the water. They want more. They're looking at this tier 2 and potentially the dive. MDK, can they hold the line? The answer is no. They're forced to back away.
The Lions pounce, but they didn't see the trap G2 had set. Double TP immediately from G2 to follow up. And yes, they managed to get Hansama, but again, you are losing out after the plays. A massive gold lead for G2, but tier 2 is still standing, but with the mid now gone, it feels like both top and bottom are going to be very easy access for G2 as they start to push the map forward.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have to stand corrected. I said that G2 wasn't going to give them the fight, and then MDK forced their way in. It was a good pick onto Hansama. The collapse looked very promising, and we're going to look back at it here. Haljoya with his range gets interrupted very nicely by Mickey. Hansama with some good spacing forces Haljoya.
Really nice by Mickey.
For Scowie and Mirwin on the back line. They know who their target.
I mean, they have no Meganar though.
From Mickey to try and keep the AD carry alive, but the chain CC is good. But then the rest of G2 make their presence known. Mirwin loses his life.
They used everything, absolutely everything to do that.
Even though it costs Hansama his, it's a 2-for-1. Or 3-for-1, I should say, in favor of G2.
5-0-1 for Caps. Has not bought anything since that Lich Bane. When he does finally recall and spend a bit of money, he's going to be huge.
He's sitting on 2,600 gold right now.
I would say that's...
Yeah, I agree.
There it goes.
Shadow Zerianer. I think people do have a victim mindset. Just don't be the victim. Like, you know, not everybody's going to like you. It's okay. You don't like everybody. Not everybody's going to want to date you. You don't want to date everybody. Just get over it. Find the people who you do want to spend time with. That's it. You don't have to make it complicated. You don't have to drag it out for fucking years.
And I think both these teams potentially overestimating the Senna or underestimating their opponent's laning prowess with something like the Varus with Halo Blades early on has just generated such a massive advantage. And we can see here, Elyoyo in the previous game, when he had winning lanes, when he had pushing lanes, could dominate the entire map. We talked about it, but with his lanes so often in losing states, the impact of the Zac has been heavily mitigated.
Hansama feels that his life is in danger.
Flash out to safety, nice disengage all coming in, handshake as well to stop the play, and it tracks G2 essentially baiting. Knowing MDK could not resist the sight of an AD carry left alone under the tower, but now Mirwin on the chase on the Caps. Caps potentially in, handshake as well to stop the play, and it's
Great Maokai ult.
Knowing MDK could not resist the sight of an AD carry left alone under the tower. Flash out to safe, dominate the entire map. We talked about.
By the way, I love this. This is exactly the same thing. Look at this. They're trying it again. It's the same play from last game, guys. It's the same play. It's the same play. Misses Hook. And look again, G2 is so ready for this play because it's not surprising. Just like they TF ulted first last time. They've literally seen this before. They're just waiting here with a Maokai ult and a Renata Glask ult for you to go in. Dude, they got reverse mega baited 2 games in a row. They literally tried to set up the same play 2 games in a row, and they fucked it up both times. This time, they're just going to lose the game because of it, though.
They finally got Caps, but this time it is Hansama who survives and will take down so many members of Mad Lions Koi.
MDK recognize that their side lanes are being pushed and see a window to attack the mid lane. They have numbers advantage. If they can find that pick on the Hans, maybe they can convert it into a Baron. But the disengage tools of Maokai, Renata, and the Varus ultimate were all too much, and MDK could not find the target that they wanted.
And this is what makes G2 so difficult to play against, because you can see they're aware. Hansama is playing as far towards that top side as he possibly can, because he knows that's where his safe zone is. And the immediate ult from Yike, because he's covering the push on mid, and then the collapse coming through from Caps and BB is a massive turn topside as he possibly can, because he knows that's where his safe zone is. And the immediate ult from Yike, because he's covering the push on mid, and then the collapse coming through from Caps and BB is a massive turnaround here as well. Yes, you get Caps, but the shutdown goes to Alvaro, which is not the target that you want, and the hostile takeover just sets up beautifully for the rest of G2.
And what makes it even worse for Mad Lions Koi is that they lose all that farm in top and bot as well. All that additional gold wasn't caught by anyone. They looked for an ambitious play, and they just could not make it work. G2 now with a 9k gold lead. The Barons.
Yes, I heard about the massive stream failure in the finals. Turns out, you know, broadcast and network engineers are pretty important to internet broadcasts. Who could have known, guys? But it's okay. Twitter told me that I was just being Chicken Little and saying the sky was falling, but nothing actually went wrong. Well, you know, just because it doesn't go wrong immediately doesn't mean that that effect won't be felt. Also, the observing has been completely shit in LEC since they fired 2 of the observers. We now no longer get interesting replays. you know, like different angles from within the game. They literally just only take the footage that's already happened. You're going to see the creative aspects of LEC take a massive hit.
His hook preemptively, expecting Caps to come over the wall. It doesn't quite connect. Then he goes over the wall, still gets good damage.
Unstoppable now, going to bring it back to try to get away. Maybe trying to make it out of safety. Reset on the W is going to be pretty big here. Mirwan going to go mini. Broken Blade should just be in trouble. Is trying to run out to safety. Has the luxury of the ghost. Mirwan desperately trying to chase, but can't quite finish the job. Meanwhile, G2 have broken down the bot lane tier 2 tower. And Broken Blade's not done. He wants to keep that 1v1 going now that Zach's not in the picture. Broken Blade wins those.
BB demolishes Mirwan. Breaks out.
G2, no more follow-up though. They get the kill. The
This is a pretty clean game by G2, guys. This is a very good game. Love the rotations. Love the tempo play around the objectives.
Anything Mad can do, they want to show they can do better. Looking to end it faster. Looking to end it cleaner. And on the edge of madness, G2 will find the game.
And, you know, it's interesting because they took the Senna the first game, and then they just opted for the other side of the Senna-Varus matchup, and they really just abused the pushing power and the tempo that it had.
Dragon in 13 seconds, but MDK, the damage has been done. The base is torn asunder. And at 24 minutes into the game, how the hell do you try and come back into this one?
MDK are going to be looking for another desperation play. They're going to opportunity lies that time.
So far ahead, they have luxury items on Mickey already. They've got a Mikhail's coming through. The already limited engage options for MDK just continue to get smaller.
Yeah, Mikhail's and Locket onto Mickey. They're never killing anybody ever again. Azir went Crypt Bloom second. He's so poor.
Perhaps they can find a way to at least even up the gold. It won't win them the game outright, but it can buy them a bit more time.
But the second you lose control of this topside jungle, that's where the game is said and done, and G2 are trying to do just that. It becomes so easy for Caps to push in top, start to look for picks, and Mickey just sitting there with Caps, trying to see if he can set up for that, but here's the collapse.
G2 needs to join LPL. Now they can replace Breon in LCK. That would be hype as fuck.
They could just lose the game. Ansama, Yomu's procs, TP now coming in. Mirwan looking for a flank angle. How much more time does he have left on the Meganar? Not a lot. I don't think he can get to the fight. Hansama flashing out onto safety. Mirwan mini Gnar off to the side. No rage. Isn't going to be super effective here. Oh, yeah, doing what he can. But the front line doesn't have any backup. Mirwan's just a little yordle. He can't get anything done in this one. And Broken Blade just looking for another 1v1. Mirwan flashing out to safety. Elyoya down, 2 members down on the side of MDK. This should just be the G2 victory lap in game 2.
G2 looking to bounce back after what was an impressive MDK game 1. They shifted their priorities in the draft. They got more advantages in the early game. And now G2, in an even faster fashion, is looking to close out game 2. They're taking the second inhibitor. Frescowi, though, still stands in their way. He may be enough of a deterrent. Broken Blade's shield stay alive long enough for him to still take. Not going to push any further than they need to. They demonstrated that time.
Follow up for Elyoya.
Just complete macro dominance from G2.
Great ultimate across the backline of Madeline's Koi, and Mirwan, he's trying to stamp this, but how are you supposed to really follow up on G2, who are just set up in this perfect circle where they can dish out damage on the backline? And Mirwan, speckled on his back with arrows, is just going to walk on out of that one.
They can beat you with their wallets at this point. MDK will have to out-execute. Broken Blade, untouchable. They don't really have the damage. If they auto-attack Broken Blade, someone else will
Really methodical finish from G2 too. They're not rushing this. Great counter engage. Oh no, they got onto Hansama.
But again, the follow-up is just not there. Hansama's still at 50% health. They're trying to lock up Caps. They're trying to catch him out. In the meantime, Caps will get knocked down. Potentially a glimmer of hope. Shut down on the Caps is big. Elyoya down in the exchange, however, Frescowi getting chunked out. Hansama is still just so damn strong. One more arrow might be enough to just finish the job. But Broken Blade doesn't even run
Oh my god. Broken Blade?
Down in the exchange, however, Frescowi getting chunked out. Hansama is still
It's a great sequence.
One more arrow might be enough to just finish the job.
There's the Q3 for both of them. Oh my lord. And the one arrow. Sexy. Well, only one way to describe that game from G2. Fucking macro blasted, man.
Prior Exeter yesterday, all of their games in playoffs were on the blue side. They'd found a lot of
They got completely macro blasted.
They did that today.
Well done. We love to see a good macro blast.
Like to get rid of. They don't put a huge amount of value on the Maokai, but G2 also, when they're on the red side, have a tendency to ban it themselves. So
All subscriptions go to improving the quality of this stream. By the way, guys.
Gonna be taken off the board.
You haven't even seen them all yet, let me tell you. Okay, guys, quick break, then we'll be back.
All aboard the Korean hype train!
All right, all right. Thank you, K. Flynn, 1224, and On the Road Again for your subscriptions. Appreciate it. I promise you, everything will go back into making the stream more glorious. So if you desire more glorious streams, what happens if Barrel leads KT to a world championship? Well, knowing my luck, that's exactly what will happen. That I will be in tatters.
With the vibe banned, though, it does mean that the Maokai can be banned by Malon's Koi if they want to, because that was what they changed last game to get rid of, but not going to be the case. Instead, the Twisted Fate going to be taken away. So
versus Maokai.
yeah, I think I don't know. I don't know where the okay. So Varus. It should
Surely it's Varus.
You may have Varus. They take Senna.
Whoa.
I feel like we've been watching different series. I don't want
Post macro blast clarity.
You know, like we'll give the benefit of the doubt to the pros. You know, maybe it was just we misclipped the play. Maybe it was the Renata that was the problem, and instead they'll find a way to navigate that. But I don't see why G2 can't just lock in.
Macro blast is when you get completely owned by your opponent's macro. All right, we're going back onto this. We learned nothing from last game, guys. Mad Lions learned nothing.
Mad Lions Koi are going to have to dissect and deal with.
It's also something that when Caps has this Azir, he tends to play a huge amount of side lane. They're an opportunity to play
Mid lane. They could consider a Renata right
now. All right, so we are playing Talia here into Azir. That means, guys, if I'm G2, you now know that Azir is not going to be a good form of primary engage, even if you build defensive items, because you're going to get tripped up by the Talia. So now we have to think about what other forms of primary engage we're going to have. It's going to be Nautilus. Should be Nautilus right here.
Nautilus. Go like double
yes. So you see the Talia, you immediately take the Nautilus. So you actually do have Nautilus ult and hook as primary engage. Need something into Talia that doesn't require you dashing in. Braum and Tom Kench, yes, makes sense. Even though Vi is already banned. You don't want them to flex this. You're hoping that it's actually in the bot side.
Back in the day when Yike first joined the league, we were like,
Viego.
We weren't sure about other stuff he played, but we knew he could play Viego.
I mean, it was outside into invades, but Yoya gonna take the.
Wow, Belveth. Interesting. So it is going to be rel support. Alvaro was not amazing on the rel support in game number 1. They do have a lot of pressure in top side, particularly around the grubs. Like this reads to me like we are fucking playing top side, and that this lane is going to weak side and bot and get pushed in. But we want to play for grubs and Herald, right? Maybe they have an interesting level 1 planned.
Not that I expect that to happen. Hang on a minute. Don't tease us.
Wait a second.
No, you don't talk about the hovers.
Yeah, but I can think about them, and I'm thinking, wait a second. Wait a second. Okay, Kennen into the Rumble would be a pretty conventional option. Obviously, you can try to match some of that team fighting power. Range matchup also going to feel pretty good. Not a champion I've seen a lot. This is normally
I feel like we've seen it.
So the Kennen, I think, works really well with the team composition that they're running here. Again, it's a form of primary engage. So Kennen doesn't require a dash, right? I mean, he can if he takes Protobelt, right? But he's also going to be flanking. So they're trying to find ways. Talia is a very strong pick right now. And I think it does take creativity to play around the Talia pick in the draft, especially if you need engage. So now they have Nautilus engage. You know, Viego has some degree of engage. And you have a Kennen flank engage that isn't reliant on dashing over Talia's E. And the Kennen also good because it sets up a lot of single target crowd control. You also have Chains of Corruption, very important. This is a lot of single target crowd control. Chains of Corruption, Nautilus ult, Viego stun, right? To start the Viego snowball in team fights.
Is about to get kicked out of the league. He starts playing Kennen, and that's usually where those 1 or 2 picks come.
To esports, a lot of long range. They do have decent engage. I think that the Azir are going to be used to match on any potential sideline threat that the Talia is going to be posing, the roam threat. I think Mad Lions Koi are investing their resources towards bot lane play, though.
Lucian is a bait pick no matter the region. No, it's not. It's actually quite good. Even on 14-2, go watch BLG play it, man. It's just really hard to do well. That's the issue. It's a tough champ to play, and you have to play it well as a team.
Mickey X and BB setting up for the big team fight engage together. And if you can play that disruption, I think Mad Lions Koi have an opportunity to kind of deal with Kennen as he comes in, especially with the exhaust that Alvaro is taking. You exhaust Kennen, deal with Kennen. You already have that separated fight because Fresco is playing on a wing, and maybe you can take the fights that way. So I think there's going to be a lot of cool opportunities to
Koi and G2 esports. Just a best of 3 left in front of us. Who can be the first to find those 2 wins?
Let's watch MDK's level 1 here. Moving into the fog of war. Frescowi was spotted out by Yike. Moving primarily.
If Lucian is so good, then why is it only 20% win rate in the LCS? Well, a lonely observer, because you're a troll. That's such obvious bait, man. you got to be better at the bait.
As to where Yike is starting. Love the fact that we're seeing both Yike and Eljoya on these carry junglers. 2 junglers that have risen to prominence over the last few years in Europe. You see a very deep invade coming out from Alvaro. Belveth has made her way into the jungle. Seeing if they can maybe find a collapse onto Broken Blade, but he realizes that he is in danger. He's already moved up to the lane, started with his E. Neowin not going to find anything. So no level 1 play found by MDK. Just a bit of vision invested and information gained. A ward dropped by Yike on the on his own red to see if that is being stolen away by Eljoya.
There's a lot of tension here in these first few levels. Both games have essentially been snowballed from very early points.
They did get a deep ward into the bot side here, though.
Thus far, we'll see if this game's a little bit more even.
It's going to be very helpful for G2.
Terror that has defined both games. This time G2 were giving it freely. Mad Lions Koi, a lot of faith in Supa on this Senna.
Why doesn't a single Varus in the West go on hit? I think it depends on your composition and the enemy composition. They do not need on hit damage. There's not really a tank on Bad Lions. And again, we're not seeing Rel be the one farming here. It's going to be Senna. So I think lethality just has higher value. Plus, it gives you more potency in the early game, and they want to play through pushing in the bot side for sure. It's not really a reason to go on hit Varus here, in my opinion.
For when they're pushed against the wall. Like we saw yesterday, game 5, it was, hey, we're going to bring out the brand for you.
There definitely are times where you should do it, though. Playing Varus into Senna is about taking Hail of Blades, lethality, and then bullying her in lane.
So I'm curious now if this is going to be the moment where Eljoya can try and come alive here and find his moment to get in on Yike. Like, you have push in mid, but that's kind of your only opportunity. So for Eljoya...
Yeah, you have Azir, you have Kennen, you have Viego. Viego's a high damage jungler. You actually just don't need on hit here. What you need is to push the bot lane. Doran's Blade start for Kennen, pretty standard in harass matchups. Very good, as you can see. Third wave crash in the top side. Viego doing a full clear. They saw this because there was a ward here. They know he went Raptors red into Krugs. Then came down. He's seen the whole time. Walks down to clear out bot side. Now, G2 also knows that Yike is... Or that Eljoya is pathing top side because they saw his red start.
Pretty well for themselves. Honestly, we saw both lane phases end in the first 3 levels in terms of early advantages. So already going much more smoothly for the side of MD.
That's why we're seeing a recall here after a third wave crash from Broken Blade, is because he knows there's a danger of a possible Belveth engage, so he's going to get a kind of cheater recall in here and avoid the potential of a gank. He's going to go back and buy Ampdome. All right. Walk it back to lane. No level 3 for Mickey X yet. He's probably like 1 minion away. Nope, not quite 1 minion.
Super now trying to follow up. Yike not quite going to connect on the stun. Alvaro now running. Curse of the Black Mist, keeping him shrouded for just a moment there. And G2 not going to find much of anything other than some summoners.
Good job by Super and Alvaro to try and avoid that. I did misspeak. They should have pushed on bot side because Rel very good into the Nautilus. And just be
Shrouded for just a goal. Crowd comes out, flash hook.
Yeah, he actually buffers the Rel stun.
For the side of MDK in this game 3.
Yike sees a gank angle.
Crowd comes out, flash hook.
It's nice.
Follow up. Yike not quite going to connect on the stun. Alvaro now running. Versus the Black Mist, keeping
Still
it
draws out the
just
flash and the
moment.
ignite though, so decent. Same thing for Mickey X. Even trade of summoners.
They should have pushed on bot side because Rel very good into the Nautilus, and just being able to abuse that fact they can buy space there.
Mirrored jungling.
Disrupt that, so then you can
So
make sure
both
that
players
Alex and
now
Mickey can keep control here, so
going
then
into opposite side Scuttles, and then probably opposite side Raptors.
away from that. It's a big win for them.
Yep.
Definitely is. Riptide not going to connect on Alvaro there. You can see just sweeping out. Catch a little bit of vision.
Roya already there on the respawn of the Raptors.
I mean, so is Yike. They're perfectly mirrored in their
They
path.
really are.
But Elyoya's just a little bit ahead on his trip to mid lane. Shouldn't amount
Hey,
to too much.
buddy.
Oh, but look at the collapse from Alvaro as well, recognizing that Yike was making this play.
Dash in, flash out from Yike, quick.
Nice. He Alvaro hex flashes here.
Shouldn't amount
Hey,
to too much.
buddy.
Oh, but look at the collapse from Alvaro as well, recognizing that Yike was making this play.
Nice hex flash, forces flash out of Yike.
Tries to sidestep the stun from Alvaro, but he doesn't throw it out. Nice small advantage gained by MDK. Good use of that early ward to spot what he was up to. And again, we mentioned it earlier, really excited to see both these players. Oh, Caps.
Nice flip back.
He's getting very
Follow
low.
damage from Frescowi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the third volley. Mostly going to hit the minions there. Caps has to
I
play
will say,
very safe.
We've been casting Caps for many years now. He's a man that loves to hold his flash until the very edge. And it's caught many mid laners off guard. They sit there and like they overstay. Maybe they think, oh, you know, I can actually get him. He's within kill range. And then sometimes he's been able to punish them as a result of that. But Frescowi showing that respect, knows he's going to force him back.
The advantages here and have that level advantage over Yike. It makes it very difficult for Yike to contest you if you go for that play.
Will move over to the Gromp as Mickey X returns to the bottom side of the map. Reset from Supa is there. You can see Alvaro will not head straight back to lane instead, potentially fishing for a play in the mid lane. Both mid laners reset. I definitely like the Lost Chapter purchase for Frescowi a bit more. Obviously, whenever you're running Nashers first, the purchases are a bit cheaper but a bit more awkward sometimes in terms of their impact in lane.
Alvaro just helping get the push out in mid means that Frescowi can be in a position to assist Elyoya in securing these grubs. This forces Broken play to play on the defensive as well, knowing that his jungler's on the bot side of the map bit. The vision was already set up by G2. 2 control wards invested in the bot river. Gains that information, makes the cross map a reality. This Void Grub's a really nice pickup for the Belveth in particular. Plate secured in bot lane, but overall...
Yeah, so they're playing around the sides of the map that it looked like they wanted to, just based on this draft. That's why we see the Void Grubs being taken in exchange for the Drake. So it's a very split map situation in this game, which is what you would infer from the way the draft played out. But it's good to see it actually operating in person this way. No weird shenanigans that made the game do things it wasn't supposed to do.
He's on that top end, and he's the one that's actually stole away. He's going to be able to steal away the red buff as it respawns here as well. So Yike not getting his foot clear on this bottom side because he went straight for Dragon now. Won't be able to go for the invade onto the red, and I think this is where Elyoya is going to slowly start to creep ahead when it comes to the jungle. You can already see level 6 versus level 5.
Supa and Alvaro respected that Yike could be on the bot side of the map. The ping came out from Elyoya to indicate...
Yike 6 now, though. He's 1 camp behind, realistically. It's not that bad.
Alvaro moving back into his side of the jungle. He's going to go see what information he can
It's not that bad for Yike, considering that...
Caps flip back there. Elyoya immediately
Whoops.
follow. First blood for Mad Lions Koi.
Oh, it didn't feel like flashing out, I guess.
He'll spot the red buff still up.
Caps flip back there.
I guess he wanted to die instead of flashing. Okie dokie.
For Mad Lions Koi. Senna alter. The fact that Senna gets that kill is massive as well.
Cap's a player that often plays on the edge. Sometimes you slip. And that was a really nice knockoff by Frescowi. A great team play sets up, actually hands the kill over to Supa, and MDK draw first blood.
And it's just a nice transitional gank from Elyoya. He knew that Yike had to go back, clear his 2 camps were in his jungle and go for the reset. And now, Frescowi was hovering up towards his top side, but he only wanted to get down to his bot side to protect his own camps because Hansam and Mickey had gone for a reset. Go back.
I think he still dies if he flashes. No. He should flash the W.
And as you'll notice, Alvaro moving back into his side of the jungle. He's going to go see what information he can garner. He'll spot the red buffs.
You can see it. You just flash this way. He doesn't die. He has ult.
Immediately going to follow. First blood for Mad Lions Koi. Senna alter. The fact that Senna gets that kill is massive as well.
Cap's a player that often plays on the edge. Sometimes you slip, and that was a really nice knockoff by Frescowi. A great team play sets up, actually hands the kill over to Super, and MDK draw first blood.
And it's just a nice transitional gank from Ayoy. He knew that Yike had to go back, clears 2 camps who are in his jungle and go for the reset, and now Frescowi was hovering up towards his top side, but he only wanted to get down to his bot side to protect his own camps because Hansam and Mickey had gone for a reset. Maybe you can try and invade as Yike, but now Yike realizes he has nothing but his Krugs on his top side, and Ayoya is going to start to very quickly keep this lead going. So if these 2 junglers meet, this is where MDK have their lead.
Frescowi, of course, has the semi-global pressure of the Weaver's Wall. So the potential for playmaking as he gets more wave clear, as he can get ahead of Caps in that eternal wave clear battle, is just going to continue to mount in the favor of Mad Lions Koi. Yes, Mirwin is losing out on top lane pressure, but that Rumble Wall can still be incredibly impactful in the fights to come. Another flip back connecting. Alvaro ready to follow up.
Caps?
Did he burn the dash? It looks like he did. Now finally going to use it out to safety. Exhaust ticking. Super desperate to get the final kill here, Yike. Can still be incredibly impactful in the fights to come. Another flip back connecting. Alvaro ready to follow up. Caps waiting. Did he burn the dash? It looks like he did. Now finally going to use it out to safety. Exhaust ticking. Super desperate to get the final kill here, Yike. Stepping forward. Hoping to just disrupt a little bit. Caps will walk away, but he's already lost so much life.
Talia's too good right now. Team should not be allowed to have Talia. This champion is broken.
Moved in towards top side with Yike, but because MDK collapse on mid, they push Caps back. Ayoya get its full top side, and now Broken Blade is overextended.
Broken Blade overextending. Flash forward from Mirwin has just overheated himself. Broken Blade should be able to walk away to safety. G2 holding on. Caps sticking around despite the blinking health bar. This gives Broken Blade overextending. Flash forward from Mirwin has just overheated himself. Top side.
I was like, what is he talking about? And then I didn't realize there was a picture-in-picture.
Ayoya get its full top side, and now Broken Blade is overextended.
Broken Blade overextending. Flash forward from Mirwin has just overheated himself. Broken Blade should be able to walk away to safety. G2 holding on. Caps sticking around despite the blinking health bar.
This gives an opportunity for Hansama to push in the bot wave. MDK are able to get a plate in mid, but honestly, I think they overcommitted their resources. It's a huge wave that someone needs to catch. Yike in a bit of danger.
Flash forward, knockup is big from Elyoya. Can't quite finish the kill.
Another exchange of flashes. MDK putting a lot of pressure down, though. Flashes being used across the board. I'm impressed the Cap still hasn't been forced to flash, but in the midst of all of that, Broken Blade committed his ultimate into a top lane skirmish, forcing a lot of pressure down onto Mirwin, and ultimately ends up just being a flash for flash.
Hasn't been forced to flash, but did die with flash available.
Yes.
So has just chosen not to flash and chose death instead. Just to be clear here.
G2 though, rotating Hansam and Mickey up towards his top side. They want to try and contest for this next set of grubs. I'm curious to see if MDK read this though. You can see Super starting to reset. I think he should go top here.
That's the same playbook they had with the Varus in the last game. So here we go. Let's see if Mad Lions actually reacts to it this time. They're going to be behind when it comes to map pressure in the top side and in the bot side.
Now we're going to go contest mid wave instead so they can lean in through mid rather than contesting the push on top side.
Super approaching.
Yike just a little bit late to this play though.
They're committing a lot of resources to the top side of the map. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Broken Blade pushing in. Someone will eventually have to catch that wave. Pressure on the top side of the map would normally favor G2, but Mad Lions Koi willing to commit a ton of resources just to ensure that the grubs will go down in their favor. G2 don't have a man advantage here. Broken Blade on the bottom side has to recoup some of this advantage. They're willing to concede that gold. Now they've caught out Yike. Threaded volley coming in. Yike can't just ult to safety. He is unstoppable. But the root still connecting.
Oh.
Broken Blade on the bottom side has to recoup some of this advantage. They're willing.
Man, Frescovi's on point with these W's.
Threaded volley coming in. Yike can't just ult to safety. He is unstoppable. But the root still connecting, and the follow-up is
Damn. Well played.
Super, the Spanish sniper, just finding it point blank with the ulti.
MDK are just playing significantly better.
He is unstoppable. But the root still connecting, and the follow-up is there.
It is funny though, because if you guys didn't see this, he actually steals a Void Grub with E. Look at this. Varus. Q. E. So he prevents them from getting 6.
Super, the Spanish sniper, just finding it point blank with the ulti.
MDK are just playing significantly better.
Frescovi, that's good. I like that.
To move their members up, push through mid, they pick off Yike, and this is, I mean, look at the gap that's in the jungle. Nearly 600 gold. This is absolutely absurd, and now the problems start to come through where Yike just won't be anywhere near strong enough to try and move in towards these fights. You got 2 kills on towards Super, who's going to be an absolute menace. And you've got control now where you can go for the reset, finish off your Kraken Slayer, and come back out as Dragon's going to be on the map. Although Ayoya going towards his camps may actually give time to G2 to maybe pick Mirren and also look for a Dragon themselves.
Mickey on the way down. Yike on the way down. Broken Blade ulti in the bush, ready to go. Should just proc it immediately here to find the stun onto Mirwin. Mirwin can try to throw down the equalizer, but should not be enough. Just trying to buy a bit more time here, get a bit more damage down. TP is available.
They should give this to Yike if possible.
Buying as much time as he can, dashing around.
Oh, they're giving it to Hans. Okay.
Walk up and pick up this kill, just get donated this one, so
a bit messy from G2. They had to commit 4 members. Ultimately, they do get a kill. They should unlock the dragon for them as well. But on the top side of the map, Super's going to be able to grab himself a bunch of plates, and the entire top side jungle is available for Aljoya to pick apart. The red is about to respawn as well. So Mad Lions Koi not going to be too upset.
It's supposed to be Mirwin, apparently.
More gold over the Hans Summer. Super having a much healthier early game compared to what we saw in game 2.
Also having the 5 grub buff is big, just for shredding these towers, because again, Senna's threat onto towers is not normally significant. However, that extra damage over time is definitely paying off for the side of Mad Lions Koi. In the previous game, Mad Lions Koi were behind on every single rotation, as the resets from G2 were just better, but this time around, Mad Lions Koi playing it so much better equipped as well to respond to G2.
I think a huge amount of that.
This is going pretty well for MDK because, you know, they have the 5 grubs, so they're able to take this turret from 5 plates all the way down to 1, and they still have a minute in order to kill this turret.
That's going to be the next big protocol, because if you can get that for Belvet, obviously massive for her. And just trying to keep control of this top side with the amount of vision that they have. Looking at Caps, but I don't think he'd be able to get the flick back here. Alvaro is waiting in the wings. Maybe it's actually just to rotate everyone top. And BB doesn't have his flash up and available. This could be a great timing attack.
X caught out here. Sidestep is clean. Hook onto the minion, not ideal. 2-man knockup. Aftershock procs, flashing out to safety. Exhaust still ticking. Broken Blade. How much are they willing to give to keep
Mickey just inting?
Not a lot. Kill going down. Elyoya instantly going to transform. True Aftershock proc.
And BB doesn't have his flash up and available. This could be a great timing attack.
What's he doing here?
I think he'd be able to get the flick back here. Alvaro is waiting in the wings. Made that for Belvet, obviously massive for her. And just trying to keep control of this top side with the amount of vision that they have.
So he pops the Scryer's Bloom, doesn't see anybody, walks into River, and then recalls here. Okie dokie.
Get the flick back here. Alvaro is waiting in the wings. Maybe it's actually just to rotate everyone top. And BB doesn't have his flash up and available. This could be a great timing attack.
Caught out here. Sidestep is clean. Hook onto the minion, not ideal. 2-man knockup. Aftershock procs, flashing out to safety. Exhaust still ticking. Broken Blade.
And he flashes.
To keep Mickey alive. The answer is not a lot. Kill going down. Elyoya instantly going to transform. True form now unleashed. And priority access to the Herald in 27 seconds as well.
I mean, Dagda's done a great job of breaking it down, but MDK have just dominated this early game largely thanks to some great pathing. Super, has he overstayed?
Cancel on the base. Super desperate to try and get a kill back. Broken Blade is still standing. Yike now on
it down, but MDK have just dominated this early game largely thanks to some great pathing. Super, has he overstayed?
Cancel on the base. Super desperate to try and get a kill back.
Dagda's done a great job of breaking.
Well, he thought he thought his base was going to get canceled by Broken Blade when but the Protobell hit the minion wave, so it wasn't going to get canceled. But I think he canceled it because he thought that it was going to get canceled by the dash, the bolts from the Protobelt.
Big shutdown for the side of G2.
Small misstep from Super there, thinking that he could get a kill back on the Broken Blade. He comes very close to getting it.
I think he felt he had to trade because his back was going to get interrupted by Protobelt, and he was just wrong. It hit the minion wave instead.
Still living. Damage not quite there. Hansama, how much left on the piercing arrow? Mickey now the one who's been caught out. Elyoya's instantly there to follow up. Mad Lions Koi. Mickey X.
Kill back on the Broken Blade. He comes very close to getting it, but he does not expect Yike to be in the area. For Scowie now on a ward.
Scowie, ulti over the wall is big. Mickey X is there as well.
Forces flash. I mean, he did Mickey hex flashed over the wall. But you don't have any pressure, and you don't have a jungler there. He's up at Krugs, so you die instead.
On the piercing arrow, Mickey now the one who's been caught out. Elyoya's instantly there to follow up. Mad Lions Koi ahead in the play.
And there's nothing that they can do to try and answer for this. I think BB has to try and reset, but there's no word for him to really TP into. So what almost was G2 finding the pick on Super. And
yeah, Senna and Talia use flash. True.
actually turns back to Madeline's quick
So Mickey died
GT.
twice, but he got 2 flashes. Worth?
Credit to MDK, a slow and steady
I guess Mickey
game,
didn't get the
but
first flash. That was Broken Blade.
advantages are continuing
And
to
Yike.
grow. They have the Herald now to unlock that mid tower against an Azir. That's incredibly valuable. Yike trying to steal back a red buff for himself. I believe he didn't have the smite available, and now Mickey could be in danger again.
Root there, Elyoya ready to follow up. Knockup is there, and Mickey's just going to go down. And this
That's
is not
3
the Senna
deaths in a row for Mickey.
Available, and now Mickey's that mid tower against an Azir. That's incredibly valuable. Yike trying to steal
Guess he
back
thinks
a
he's
red buff
safe
for
because
himself.
Yike and Caps are here. But they bail on him immediately while he's clearing wards.
Available, and now Mickey could be in danger again.
Root there, Elyoya ready to follow
Oh, the
up.
roots.
There, Mickey's just gonna go down.
Super is so strong.
And this is not the Senna we saw in the first 2 games. Supa scaling
He's
up
just
from
spent the last like 2
successful
minutes just being
already.
dead.
Looking like a powerhouse, essentially even in itemization with the Varus, and you can see just leveraging that range so incredibly well.
The amount of Void Remora that are here is absolutely absurd because of the second charge as well. This tower gonna fall.
No.
Oh, TP behind though.
Caps looking for the flank, desperate to get something back, looking for the pushback onto Supa. Will catch him out. Hansama now trying to follow, but the Weaver's Wall stops the follow-up coming in from the rest of G2. Hex Flash in from Mickey X, but it might be too little too late. Knockup is there. Yeah, Caps is trying to
Big ult by Broken Blade. Can they get resets? Viego resets? Yes, yes, yes. Talia?
Alvaro gonna get taken down as well. Resets coming in left and right.
Yes. This is what you wanted for G2.
Hunting for more. Broken Blade desperate to get the stun. Only 1 stack will be forced back. G2 lose their tower, but get some kills. They get taken down. G2 Hex Flash in.
They needed to get this Viego rolling. He's so important to the fights. Cap's actually just going to sacrifice himself right here to get the kill. Right?
Oh, TP behind though.
Caps looking for the flank, desperate to get
Supa doesn't have flash. So Caps just slides in, pushes Supa in. He can't do anything in this team fight. Broken Blade already here. Does not have to TP. Does have flash himself. Flash, Proto Belt. Rocket Belt, whatever.
Reset coming in for Yike. He's now taking away Frescowi's body. Alvaro gonna get taken down as well. Resets coming in left and right. Hansama now looking to follow up. Blood in the water. G2 hunting for more.
The wall was good. It could have been a lot worse if that wall wasn't there from Talia.
Frescowi with an incredible wall to shut down the flank from Caps. Unfortunately ends in disaster as Broken Blade finds his way into the fight and gets a huge ultimate to turn it into G2's favor. Keep your eyes on this TP flank from Caps. It could have been a great setup, but Frescowi, that wall was
It was a really good wall.
incredible. The problem then becomes
Mickey X just tries to hex flash it.
The left side of your screen. Mirwin is trying to keep him away as Mickey goes in. That ultimate stuns up so many people. Yike gets that initial reset.
Yeah, he targets Supa and Frescovi immediately without flashes.
Ball gave them false confidence. It was so good, but it meant that they overextended then after.
Yeah, they don't have two. They didn't realize there were 2 people on the flanks.
But Supa had already burnt his flash. He had no way to try and get out of that, and he ends up falling in the exchange. And now with 45 seconds until Dragon, MDK control the area, but G2, they have members all over the place and come from multiple angles.
MDK learning firsthand that they're going to have to get more respect over to the side of that Kennen. Mirwin can mark Kennen, but he can't stop him from getting into the fight. He is not enough of a threat. He does not have the CC.
Sauce is up front now, though, to these fights, so
Tower, Mad Lions Koi.
definitely going to be spotted. But what can G2 try and find here?
Wards did G2 really have for him to TP down? I meant for Broken Blade.
Yeah.
He does not really have a lot of options. He's pushing in top tower. Here comes the TP. It's not the best flank. Alvaro spots it out.
On the control ward as well. He's
Mickey now on the flank.
Broken Blade.
He doesn't have the
setup
flash,
for the 5v5 is real. Currently, we're just set up for the 50-50. Broken Blade off to the side. Flick back, not quite going to connect. Crucially, G2 now stepping forward. Weaver's Wall comes in, but the Dragon already down. Elyoya manages to grab that one. Alvaro now running, but Broken Blade losing out in the individual 1v1. Mirwin trying to make the hero moment. Stops the flank from coming through, but MDK need to get the hell out. They've already got what they came for. Caps now fishing for the push. He's going to get
Nice.
it.
Onto Frescovi.
And the rest of the team now unleashed. Elyoya. Maybe he has the damage. The retreat now coming through. Supa needs to run. They need to get the hell out. But Yike is chasing through. Ulti reset is there. If he wants it, he's taking his time. He turns right back.
This is actually this is very awkward because they commit so many resources to dealing with Broken Blade here that this turns into a 50-50. You know, this turns into a 50-50. You use Talia E and W, and then you actually just wall them here, but you're not in position to deal any kind of damage. Like, you're not in close enough range. You don't have Talia E and W. and you allow Mirwin just to fight 1v2 on the flank. The thing is, once these resets start for Viego, they're very, very, very difficult to stop. It's beautiful.
G2 find the fight that they need. Madline's Koi. They all turn on to Broken Blade, which gives the rest of G2 the room they need in River to push up, to sandwich them, and find the engage that they want with Caps. Just a cherry on top with that shuffle.
You keep your eyes on Broken Blade as he's trying to find this flank, but MDK are doing...
Briscovi misplays this. I don't think he should be using WE here. Because the thing is, by using E, you really just allow Caps to come in whenever he wants to.
But then G2 turn their attention. Mirwin, who is isolated, loses his life. Then the resets come through for Yike. This wall looks good initially as Broken Blade is losing his life. He's forced to use...
But you're not actually dealing any damage while this wall is going on. Meanwhile, G2 is dealing damage. E goes in the choke points, no longer a threat for Caps. He's Nautilus ulted. You actually hit both of them with the Azir wall.
And then it becomes a matter of cleanup for G2. MDK do get the dragon. Unfortunately, the cost might not have been worth it.
Certainly not. And again, I feel like Mad Lions Koi getting these leads, but then learning firsthand some of the strengths of G2's composition. They finally respected the Kennen, but then they underestimated what a Viego can do. The resets coming through, allowing G2 to take over that fight. Certainly Caps as well. Mad Lions Koi just need to be a bit cleaner in the execution. The first wall in the previous exchange in mid, close to perfect. This one a bit lackluster. Need more from these picks because Caps is just getting stronger and stronger. 66 gold ahead. It doesn't matter too much, but we know what Azir can do in the late game fights.
It's the fact that Yike has been pulled back into this game, though. You're slipping 600, 700, 800 gold behind, but now with 4 kills, this Viego is a beast and definitely a force to be reckoned with. And now, especially Broken Blade can get in. Like, all he has to do is get members low for Yike to finish off. This combo for G2 is so incredibly strong, but I think that's why Mad Lions Koi have to, if they can zone BB out, jump on the rest of the team. BB's out of the equation, that's fantastic. You just want to keep him away, and as long as you can get on for it.
Thank you, Salty Weekend, for your resubscription. I appreciate it.
You were talking about Yike and how he's back into the game. Big fan of this Viego build of the Kraken Slayer into Titanic Hydra into then just more HP. You can either go for the Black Cleaver or you can go for something like the Sterax. But initially it's very squishy, but it's a lot of damage. You know, you can have your auto attack into Q, into Titanic, into like it's a lot of burst damage that can catch a lot of people off guard. Gives him a lot of dueling prowess as well. And if he does run into that Velvet, I'm curious as to who actually has the advantage in the 1v1. Speaking of, Elyoya may have caught Caps out.
Caps are using the shifting sand, no dash available. Elyoya. Empowered blast cone to follow up. Caps now in trouble. Push back under the tower. Caps trying to dash his way out to safety. Elyoya, flash back in. Wants to keep the train rolling. Reset ulti now coming in, but Yike is there for the follow-up. Elyoya may have just given his life, but Mirwin on the way to cover. G2 should just back away here.
Nice play from Elyoya.
Safety, Elyoya, flash back in. Wants to keep the train rolling. Reset ulti now coming in, but Yike is there for the follow-up. Elyoya may have just given his life, but Mirwin on the way to cover. G2 should just back away. Push back under the...
Speaking of, Elyoya may have caught Caps out.
Caps are using the shifting sand, no dash available.
Gets on the other side of Caps so he can't escape. Then he has the Senna ult. Nice setup.
Wants to keep the train rolling. Reset ulti now coming in, but Yike is there for the follow-up. Elyoya may have just given his life, but Mirwin on the way to cover. G2 should just back away here.
Nice play from Elyoya, utilizing the environment blast clone to get in front of Caps, even though Caps still doesn't flash, by the way.
Elyoya is so good.
Get an opportunity that time round as Elyoya flashes back over the wall and shuts him down. Closes that kill gap ever so slightly, but the gold continues to remain dead even.
And I think this is a huge opportunity for Mad Lions Koi to show us more of what they've got in the mid-game. G2, the mid-game terrors, yes, most certainly, but if Mad Lions Koi can navigate this, it builds so much faith in them as we continue further into this series. This is not match point. There will be more games to follow, and if they can outclass G2 in mid-game, might even start to look like series favorites.
This is where I think you've got the opportunity for G2 to get vision control on top side. You'll trade tower for tower. So yes, the kill goes across in favor of Mad Lions Koi, but it's going to be an even trade on map states with the cross map coming through for G2. So this is where you kind of got to go, okay, everyone in G2 top side, right, we are making a decision. Are we playing for Dragon or are we playing for Baron? With where Alvaro's positioned, it looks like they're going to try and set up for vision on the Baron, or at least make sure G2 can't go for the counter punch towards Baron. And Ayoya, no words in his back pocket, but can at least start clearing out that vision to make sure that as MDK move down, they can get vision control on the spot side for the Dragon in 35 seconds.
Vision placed in the mid lane, potentially a future flanking ward if MDK can find the angle. G2 trying to retake some control over the map, fighting for mid prio here. Veil procced on Supa. We'll have to just back away there, Edge of Night. Both sides can shred a Baron if left unattended. So have to be careful. Group up in the mid lane onto Alvaro. Ulti now going down. Elio fishing for a little bit of follow-up. Instant burst damage going in favor of G2, but there's the follow-up coming for Broken Blade. Not working whatsoever. MDK happy to punish. Equalizer raining down for this guy. Ike getting the reset down. Elio fishing back away there, Edge of Night. Both sides can shred a Baron if left unattended. So have to be careful. Group up in the mid lane onto Alvaro. Ulti now going down. Elio fishing for a little bit of follow-up. Instant burst damage going in favor of G2, but there's the follow-up coming for Broken Blade. Not working whatsoever. MDK group up in the mid lane onto Alvaro. Ulti now going down. Elio fishing for a little bit of follow-up.
What's the flip there?
Shred a Baron if left unattended.
Alvaro's up. Oh.
Group up in the mid lane onto Alvaro.
Sets up for a really nice WE.
For a little bit of follow-up. Instant burst damage going in favor of G2, but there's the follow-up coming for Broken Blade. Not working whatsoever. MDK happy to punish. Equalizer raining down for this guy. Ike getting the reset. That's a shutdown. Mickey now running out to safety. Another kill coming through. Elio can start to farm these resets. Everyone overheating, but Hansama, can he handle him in the 1v1? Flashing out to safety. Arrow going down.
Yike resetting though. Yike resetting.
He finds another Caps off to the side. Elio needs to get the kill on the Caps. Caps flashing out to safety. Yike still has the reset up and available. 1v1. Yike versus Elio. Yike desperate, and he will get
Smote.
He will get the shutdown.
The smite comes through, and it's Yike who gets revenge against Elyoya, and now on the hunt, Frescowi has nowhere to go.
Multi reset is there, goes in, gets stunned up.
Nice, dude.
Frescowi versus Yike. Empowered blast.
This is the scary thing about these Viego comps, guys. We see these a lot in Korea. But Viego, when he gets rolling in some of these fights, could be an absolute menace. TP in. Broken Blade gonna get the easy pickup here.
Quick kill here, quick kill pickup. Massive death timer now, 42 seconds. G2, what can they get done with it?
What a crazy fight in the mid lane. Broken Blade's ultimate not doing the damage that G2 needed it to do.
Pioshik on Viego, yeah, or Cuz on Viego. Those are the big Viego players that we have in LCK.
That really saved the fight for G2. They will secure their third dragon of the game, but there's a window for Baron here for MDK.
Main source of damage is going to be Elyoya. They need to wait for him to get there. MDK going to start it up. Mirwin is going to do a lot of work here. No TP on Kennen, and Kennen and Mickey have just gone back to base. G2 don't realize Caps going to try and get a ward down here.
They just spotted it out with the blast cone, with the Scribe Bloom, excuse me. Know that this is coming. TP now used. Man advantage for the side of MDK. Are they willing to risk the 50-50? Yike ultimate up and available. Can't go over the wall. They need to. 3K getting lower. That bar is piercing arrow. Getting
Pretty slow Baron.
As long as he's charging it off to the side. Alvaro just trying to make space. Baron going down in favor of MDK. Well played from the Mad Lions Koi support. But G2 are now going to
Staying alive is going to be very difficult, though.
Finding Supa. Broken Blade off to the side. Looking to eliminate Elyoya in the 1v1. Mad Lions Koi quick on the retreat. It is Baron for 2 kills in favor of G2.
And G2 managed to get there just after Baron goes down. 2 kills. It's more of a case of how much can G2 get off the back of this as well. They should be able to get the mid lane tower. BB pushing in that top side. 30-second death timers means that will more than likely just be the mid lane tower. But it's an answer back for G2.
A fantastic decision by MDK. The G2 have to scramble back to try and punish. While they are able to get 2 kills, the fact that this Baron is taken off the board means that G2 is very limited in what they can actually get. They steal a few camps, but MDK with the Baron firmly plant themselves in this game 3.
And again, it's the fact that Supa ended up getting caught there by Mickey as he comes through. Supa goes down. Great positioning by BB to immediately turn onto Elyoya. 2 big threats eliminated from the fight. And this is the thing with Mad Lions Koi's draft. It is very, very squishy. So if these fights end up very separated, it's going to be so tough. And Caps, beautiful stuff to get Supa there. Coming in from the top side and then falls back to deal with the other threat of the Belvez.
I mean, it was simply a matter of get as many Barons as we can in that final fight. G2 were able to get back out onto the map, but Yike now has an opportunity to spend his gold. He's picked up his 3rd item. But MDK, they don't care. They know they have the Baron buff.
What was the replay? It was Caps' perspective.
And they will begin their siege. They're pushing in mid.
That's the only thing they can give you anymore, guys, because of the budget cuts and the staff firing, is they can either give you a replay of exactly what you just saw, but slightly slower, or they've got player replays that are recording on their PCs. They can't give you different angles, nothing like that.
Power play entirely mitigated by G2's follow-up push and team fight. Mirwin wants to get more here, but the waves aren't really synced. As a result, we'll just have to settle for poking away.
That's it. That's all we get anymore, guys. The budgets have been cut.
An opportunity for MDK to try and punish Ruskawi. Ready to set up the Weaver's Wall.
16's very close for Broken Blade and Mirwin. Getting all 3 points in your ultimate. It's a lot of extra damage coming into these team fights.
Root out onto Alvaro. Weaver's Wall now coming in, but there's no immediate follow-up. G2 grouped as 5. They're just a ball of death. And Mad Lions Koi do not have the firepower to fight back. Caps committing the ulti. Will not connect. G2 now on the hunt because yike! Here he comes, taking the form of Alvaro and turning it back as Supa is picked off. Now the Senna stolen away. Can start to heal
these team fights.
Root out onto Alvaro. Weaver's Wall now coming in, but there's no immediate follow-up. G2 grouped as 5. They're just a ball
Why does this blast cone despawn?
of death. And Mad Lions Koi do not have the firepower to fight back. Caps committing the ulti. Will not connect. G2 now on the hunt because yike! Here he comes, taking
What?
the form of Alvaro and turning it back as Supa is picked off. Now the Senna stolen away. Can start to heal up the backline. Broken Blade chasing forward, fishing for the stun, desperate to get it on a Frescali, but there is the TP. Here comes Caps. He might not have flash, but he is ready to go. Committing onto Mirwin. G2 find the opportunity, find the fight. Mirwin now running, but yike will not be
That's very. I've never seen that before. Is this a Chemtech soul bug?
Wall now coming in, but there's no immediate follow-up.
I mean, Alvaro is dead here. The thing is, Alvaro is dead here, right? So the play's kind of dead. Like the Baron play's kind of dead at this point in time anyway. But picking up extra kills certainly doesn't hurt.
Chasing forward, fishing for the stun, desperate to get it on a Frescali, but there is the TP. Here comes Caps. He might not have flash, but he is ready to go. Committing onto Mirwin. G2 find the opportunity, find the fight. Mirwin now running, but yike will not be denied. He wants more, and Caps will take the shutdown.
The Weaver's Wall was not a friend. It kept Mirwin out of the fight, and it meant that G2 could take.
Whereas here immediate follow-up. G2 group.
It did actually definitely keep Mirwin out of this fight.
In your ultimate. It's a lot of extra damage coming into these team fights.
Root out onto Alvaro. Weaver's Wall now coming in, but there's no immediate follow-up. G2 grouped as 5. They're just a ball of death.
He did get the equalizer in though. I'm not sure how much he would have helped. He didn't have flash to actually engage there, so I don't even know if he could have gotten there. I guess he could have. He could have big blast coned in. That probably would have helped a lot.
Will not connect. G2 now on the hunt because yike! Here he comes, taking the form of Alvaro and turning it back as Supa is picked off. Now the Senna stolen away. Can start to heal up the backline. Broken Blade chasing forward, fishing for the stun, desperate to get it on a Frescali, but there is the TP. Here comes Caps. He might not have flash, but he is ready to go. Committing onto Mirwin. G2 find the opportunity, find the fight. Mirwin now running, but yike will not be denied. He wants more, and Caps
that advantage versus Mad Lions Koi, and once again G2 finding these small advantages. You'll see this we come into this. Watch the wall from Frescali. Mirwin gets stuck and can't come into the fight, so it ends up as a 4 versus 5, and from that point forward Mad Lions Koi are running from the hills as G2 are able to take the fight in the front to back.
Mirwin, that ultimate being unavailable was so much damage lost in such a narrow choke point. It could have been such a difference maker, but G2, they didn't care. They used Alvaro against his own team. And I mean, it's just a bunch of junglers that Yike has played before. Rel into Talia. This is his playground. And he is having fun with Mad Lions Koi right now.
Can a coach call for a remake if they see a bug like that? I don't think so. I think the players have to pause the game. I think the players have to notice it.
That will eventually respond by that blue buff. It has been involved in essentially every major play in this game. Caps waiting to the side. Looking for the shuffle, looking for the drift. Instant flash out. Caps, can they get the punish back? Knockup is there. Caps going golden. Flip back should be clean. Coming in from Frescowy, but the flash out of safety means it didn't quite connect. Veer went off to the side trying to keep Broken Blade out, but he's just giving his own life. And in the meantime, here comes Yike. 8-1 and 10, looking to get a little bit more done. Elioya, nice sidestep. Flip back is big onto Hansama, but Elioya just doesn't have the follow-up. The Viego just continues to take over the game.
It's a double kill for Caps. Frescowy, he's going to have to use the ultimate to get out. Will it be interrupted? Oh, Mickey commits the flash, but it's not quite enough.
Still gonna get Chemtech Soul here.
Understand that the last two,
Cap's been able to flash away from this. He
in the favor of G2. Yes, Mad Lions Koi got that Baron, but they're going to need more Barons if they want to come back in this one.
And you can see it looks so close for Mad Lions Koi so often, but Cap's been able to flash away from this. He went golden to stop the flick back, and then that's all the damage from the Talia. BB is able to get onto Mirren to take him out of the fight. And
It's really well played by G2. You know, even though that was obviously pretty devastating, I think that even without that blast cone, the pick onto Alvaro, you know, stops the Baron push as it is, and G2 is just, I mean, this Viego is so fucking big at this point in time. With the composition that G2 has, like, the reset is almost impossible to stop, I think.
The second that Alvaro disappears, the front line disappears as well, and it just becomes reset central for Yike.
And a huge amount of it has to be separating the fights, and they just can't do it because G2 are coming in from every which way.
TP topside, Broken Blade here to back up, make sure that no one gets picked off. Shepherd them in, hook onto Alvaro, solid start, Broken Blade going in and instantly finding everybody he needs to. Frescowy getting cut down, that's one reset coming in, and now it's the opportunity for Yike to take over.
The damage and flanks are just too good. I mean, the Kennen pick was really good here, I think, for G2. As we talked about, like, they drafted around the early Talia picks super nicely, I think. The combo of the Nautilus and the Kennen has really worked for them. Now it's just ready to close. All right, last game coming up. Did I watch the games live? No, I was asleep.
And like, there's no way he is not feeling that strain and that stress. And the fact that he has to play at the absolute peak to have a hope of beating G2 in this game.
It's also against a fresh G2, right? You know, like you took advantage of
I'm the G2. I just rolled up on finals day. And let me tell you, I feel fine. I feel good.
And I mean, that's how G2's feeling right now. They've just come off the back of a huge turnaround win as well. So, Ban's very similar to what we saw in the previous game from the side.
Besides, I don't need to stay up to watch a bunch of pauses, guys. I can't co-stream the games. Got no point.
Maokai is what was taken away by G2.
No Senna and Navaris. One time. No Senna and Navaris.
Here we go. The
Will
tension
they pick Senna?
is palpable.
In Navaris.
Maokai waiting to the last moment.
Wow. For drama?
What? Okay.
No.
I'm pretty sure there was an issue.
Hold on.
Yeah, there's some problem there.
Disappeared. The band.
Probably cannot play. He's realized his mistake. But confetti is fun, but dangerous.
I do think for BB though, like, this is a guy who, when you look at the league, is second when it comes to goal difference. A fantastic time, and has had a fantastic.
He was top lane, top.
This is why I don't watch it live, guys. What a waste of my life.
Things up, or do they want to stick with this flex that they can
Okay.
use in both support and jungle? They've primarily been using
Same bans. TF has been very effectively banned on blue side this entire series so far, and we're going to see the Varus first pick. So now they're tired of losing lane with the Senna. They're not actually seeing the benefit from it. Back with Senna Nautilus. Here we go again. Will the Nautilus actually farm this game? TBD. Frescowy going for the Talia again, but this is the Nautilus. It's the same 3 champions into the Nautilus yet again. So what are we going to do? You're just going to pick a jungler here.
one of his favorites.
Okay.
Very fast clear speed. put a lot of pressure
So
on
what
the
are we
Lilia.
playing? What AD top laner are we playing here?
What is it? Range Lilia bowling ball slows.
Alistair going to be a very effective front line, and it means that this Rel is going to be in the jungle. Elyoya taking on the responsibility of providing
A lot of engage or disengage
Okay.
potential, depending on how this game plays
Interesting
out.
that we take the Lilia here.
It's going to go up towards that top side.
Interesting that we take the Lilia
Make
here.
sure that you got a lot of vision control down though, because I mean, if you set up a long range Lilia,
I guess again, you just don't want a champion that actually has a lot of dashes to be countered by Talia E. And it gives you some level of poke.
Gragas obviously a lot of engage or disengage potential, depending on how this game plays out.
Gragas probably mostly going to be using barrel for R here, or like R his ult, his barrel for disengage. Is what I meant. Dashing in with the body slam going to be pretty difficult into Talia once we get into the mid game. Looks like they wanted just to take a long range matchup that can farm into Jace. There is no primary engage really besides Alistair. So when we talk about, you have Chains of Corruption, right? And you have for Alistair, you have WQR as your form of engage, but this is not conditional engage because Alistair must go in. Rel is not conditional engage. Rel must go in. So how do you lock down Lilia? It becomes very difficult to actually kill this Lilia. And the Gragas makes a lot of sense because they're going to be trying to kite backwards and heal up with the Senna. So if this team gets priority on objectives, I think it's going to be very, very difficult for Mad Lions to play this game. Like, they have no backline threat. Like, how do you kill Senna, Lilia, or Azir here?
and then as well you've got the opportunity with a very, very squishy lineup to just go, cool, can we find a flank position for BB? Because
Reliant on Hansama to be your primary AD threat, and then the question.
I think G2's backline is just so insanely safe.
Tank against more
Again,
just say every magic resist item, and I will
What's
give
the
you
other
this
one?
reaction.
The nature's something or other.
Force of nature.
Matt doesn't really have
And in the meantime,
a
G2,
flank
the thing
threat
that's important
either.
for them is their sustained damage with champions
So
like
anybody
Lilia,
who goes in, whether it's Rel or Alistair, is just going to get isolated
is gonna
due to Azir ult or Lilia ult or Gragas ult, right?
The Mad Lions Koi are bringing to the table. I think
Sorry, I will say that the beauty of Gragas for a scout we showed is a great example of what you can do on this champion. Flanking, like Dagdo was talking about it, can be so disruptive to your setups. You think that you've got this nice poke.
It's
right
good
out
poke
here,
on the
boom,
side of Mad Lions, but they need that poke to land.
And then all of a sudden Gragas comes in behind you, the barrel
This is a lot of this game, I think, is just about who's on the objective first and who has objective priority, because it's a lot easier to play with that because neither team has wonderful primary engage here. G2 has it better, but because they have Gragas Barrel, they have Nautilus.
Gragas ultimate, and so perhaps that level of disruption is something what they're going to rely on when playing up against the poke that's going to be coming out from him.
a huge amount of that though does rely on getting vision control from
The thing is, MDK is like, Mad Lions, like, once they commit to a fight with Rel and Alistair, they have to go all in.
I want to keep my eye
The
on
only
some of
form
the
of committal,
big game.
the conditional engage they have is Chains of Corruption on Varus.
G2 can come in from multiple angles because so far it's kind of been where G2 have found their success is great flank opportunities at the cost of Mad Lions Core.
the other thing I think we have to track, in the previous game it was carry versus carry. This time Mad Lions Koi put Elyoya back on a more supportive role, but Yike remains on one of these scaling jungle picks on the Lilia. Need to see how quickly he can get ahead of the clock. We expect his clear to be faster. We know how important early itemization is for AP junglers. If he can find an edge in the early game here, he can really start to snowball this out of control.
Good word. Spot out Elyoya. We already talked about it. For Scout, we will have push. Super should be able to get push as well. So just trying to see if he can get the invade. But Mickey's now starting to wrap in around in behind him. I don't think they're ready for this.
Oh yeah, health advantage. Red buff as well. Yike trying to get fancy with it. Alvaro level 2 on the way forward. Hook out to safety here.
Does it feel unfair or favoritism that one finalist has a live co-streamer and is featured regularly and the other does not? Well, it wouldn't if all teams were allowed to have co-streamers, but with Dom tried to get co-streaming privileges for the LEC, and they told him he wasn't big enough. So basically, I mean, I think it's fucked up that the LEC is doing this because, for example, Mad Lions or Carmine Corp, or now Fnatic, because Cadrill's on it, they get extra reach for their sponsors, and it is literally giving certain teams better sponsorship numbers than other teams, and the other teams don't even have a chance to field streamers because they're just getting turned down because they're not big enough. You know what I mean?
It's a decent trade on the top side of the map. Mickey trying to input buffer the hook out to safety, but he's not quite under the tower yet. It's free damage coming in from Mad Lions Koi, but Mickey's still standing.
So yeah, I think it's incredibly fucked up. They are giving certain teams preferential treatment.
But they might have to survive another dive. Yikes, sprinting down to the bottom side of the map. Mad Lions Koi, are they willing to commit a nice hook back in? They're going to finally finish off Mickey. Good for the top side of the map.
Let's talk about what's going on here, though.
In behind them. I don't think they're ready for this.
Health advantage.
So Elyoya coming in to engage here in the jungle on Yike, trying to slow him down because they know his pathing. They saw him on a ward.
G2 losing early lane prio as expected, not costing Yike too much at this point as it's a decent trade on the top side of the map. Mickey trying to input buffer the hook. Hook out to safety here. G2 losing early lane prio as expected, not costing Yike too much at this point as it's a decent trade on the top.
So Mickey tries to get over, but still gets stunned.
It's free damage coming in from Mad Lions Koi, but Mickey's still standing for now. Super trying to finish the kill. Mickey's still living.
It's crazy they live through this.
Blood for Mad Lions Koi, but they might have to survive another dive.
It's a really good invade by Elyoya. Man, Elyoya, again, when we talk about junglers that play super well. What?
But they might have to survive another dive. Yikes, sprinting down to the bottom side of the map. Mad Lions Koi, are they willing to commit a nice hook back in? They're going to finally finish off Mickey. Good first blood. Alvaro making it out alive.
Okay.
Yikes, sprinting down to the bottom side of the map.
Like, we didn't. This wasn't mandatory. He actually just Qs, W's to a minion, gets rooted there, and walks away.
Making it out alive. And G2 overeager. With an ambitious play there.
Like, he's a level 2 Alistair. You know he has QW.
He could bring Alvaro underneath the tower. Perhaps the chain CC combo of Hansama on the center with the Nautilus would be enough to trade 1-for-1. But MDK walk away with first blood, and this virus once again is off to a good start.
Body slam connecting. Comet there as well. Mirwin trying to win out on the extended trade. Nice knockback. Anticipating the follow-up from Brokenblade.
BB's meant to get his cooldowns though.
Yeah. Brokenblade's a big boy, and Mirwin's running for his life. Flash away. BB holding on to his. And frankly, this is fantastic for BB and G2.
Especially if you look at Yike, who's already on this top side. Mirwin had already TP'd back into lane, doesn't have that available, so nicely done by BB to get that advantage. And now, as Yike, it just feels like rinse and repeat to top side as BB on this top.
A nice knockback, anticipating the follow-up from Brokenblade.
BB's meant to get his cooldowns though.
Yeah. Brokenblade's a big boy. And his life. Flash away, BB holding on to his. And frankly, this is fantastic for BB and G2.
Brokenblade just mind gaming him by not flashing in the top side.
Mirwin had already TP'd back into lane, doesn't have that available, so nicely done by BB to get that advantage. And now, as Yike, it just feels like
Nagri and Jace always so depressing. True that.
Was a level advantage. But the fact that BB was level 4 to level 3 just meant that he could go for this extended trade and win out. Now he's level 5 to level 3. He can zone him away potentially from the lane. The good news for MDK is that Elyoya is hovering around the top side. It's Liliep going to lose both Scuttle Crabs, but already on the resets of those, on the respawns of the Raptor camp, I should say.
And really, the sole strong point on the map right now for G2 Esports is Brokenblade. Yike burned so much time, what should have been a favored early jungle clear, kind of evening out because he had to commit a lot of resources just to showing up bottom lane. Headbutt pulverized going in. Hansama straight into the shroud. The follow-up not quite there. Hansama still living, trying to extend the trade. Has to be careful when Supa has cooldowns up. He will drop. But if Hansama's forced to recall here, that's devastating.
it's going to give a lot of control here towards Mad Lions Koi, because now they can push him bot. You can even try and
Supa already 600 gold ahead, feels super bad.
If you really want to with Elyoya. Elyoya is a little bit down on XP because of that play he went for on the bottom side compared to Yike, but he's still sticking around here trying to make sure they can pick up this wave.
Next flash forward. Mickey continuing to walk up. Just threatening, just looking menacing. Yike on the way down as well. Hook is going to connect. Alvaro potentially in trouble here. Decent damage now coming from Lilia. They're going to try to find the CC. Keep your eyes on Supa. The damage from the Varus is massive, as expected. Yike on the way down as well. Hook is going to connect. Alvaro
Why do they keep trying to hard force this bot side? It's so weird.
Keep your eyes on Supa. The damage from the
Like, why are we trying to hard force bot side with the amount of CC that they have? You have a Lilia. They have a Rel and an Alistair. Yeah, what are we doing? Like, Yike just needs to farm up. Why are we trying to get 1 million kills on the bot side? Just fucking let them farm under turret. Jesus.
Just threatening, just looking menacing. Yike on the way down as well. Hook is going to connect. Alvaro potentially in trouble here. Decent damage now coming from Lilia. They're going to try to find the CC. Keep your eyes on Supa. The damage for the Varus is massive. As expected in the early game. G2 not giving the respect to Supa that he deserves. The double kill coming through. G2
Now he's 1,300 gold ahead. Quality.
Much from the side of MDK. And Varus is all you need from the damage department. G2 are getting demolished in this early game by Supa.
Nice proxy by Elyoya.
He's just going to be playing with his food right now. The reset can come through.
Denying some CS to Han Sama. It's a complete fucking disaster in bot lane.
incredible from Supa, the setup from the team as well. And once again, G2 just over eager.
And G2, as you say, the ones that started off, and it's Elyoya who'd already made his way down to this bottom side. So Alvaro with that aftershock find a ton of time, and Yike is the one who ends up footing the bill. As MDK just jumping on top of him, even Mickey falling as well. And Elyoya did try to stop the wave, see if they could go for the dive on towards the Senna as well, but don't even get it, but it doesn't matter. Now you get the reset timer coming in, and early, the full Yomu's Ghost Play completed for Supa. He is so strong.
And in the game that G2 dominated, game 2, they took their gold leads, they tried to move them around the map, they tried to get as many objectives as possible. But when Mad Lions Koi have a lead, they play for kills. They look for these angles. Mickey just barely able to make it out of that one. G2 have to be careful. Mad Lions Koi is always bloodthirsty, but doubly so when they have an advantage. Broken Blade level 6 on the top side of the map. Mirwan trying to find an advantageous trade. No ulti available for Broken Blade. Had already used it, but level 7 now. A gap in the top lane starting to emerge, and Yike trying to get something back here.
Fresco's not moving top. Mirwan's going to be shown now, so they're actually going to go for the counter punch on bot lane to this.
Good damage, and
They could have been playing around top this entire time, by the way.
Broken Blade level 6 on the top side of the map. Mirwan trying to find
You know what I mean? Like, Broken Blade has just been bopping Mirwin in the top side of the map.
level 7 now.
They blind picked this Jace.
Trying to get something back here.
Fresco's not moving top. Mirwan's going to be shown now, so they're actually going to go for the counter punch on bot lane to this.
Good damage, and instantly the plays already worked out in the favor of G2 on the bottom side of the map. Mickey could find himself in trouble, but can't hook back to the tower. Supa's damage has to be respected here. Mickey should just drop, waiting for the
You guys don't like my conditional engage? You want me to do committed engage and non-committed engage? Call it that too. I don't give a fuck.
Sure, Mirwan might fall behind, but in the grand scheme of things,
Non-committed engage.
on a 4-kill Supa with a nearly 2,000
Like a not ult. Committed engage. Like an Alistair.
Maybe there's a rinse and repeat angle.
WQ.
On that top side though, as Mirwan gets back, but with BB resetting, that's not going to be there.
You know, lads, I felt like that it was G2 that learned that you can't afford to give the Varus to the center matchup. Turns out that there's still some
Nobody
learning to
has
do.
learned. Caps. Full committing to the play there. Frescowi forced to respect Flash in fear of the shuffle coming through.
But look at this Varus now.
It would be committed and non-committed, not committal and non-committal.
He's already going to have an item on his next.
But yeah.
And I think this is
dangerously low.
Flick back, not quite going to connect. Caps with just enough movement speed, has the brown bags, boots level 1.
So how does this now shift the dynamic moving forward? Because we think back to the
I don't like labels, but we have to label this something.
The deficit, Yike being on the Diego gave them the opportunity to turn these fights around.
We have to label it something because it's a very important concept in League of Legends.
Type of carry potential, especially when you kind of look at the utility that's sitting on the side of MDK. Yeah, their top side of the map is struggling for the time being, but Mirwan just needs to provide that poke later on into the game. There's now a 2-level difference.
Knockback there.
Jesus.
Good damage from BB as he
We were getting absolutely bopped this game.
concerned quite yet, but might be forced to recall again.
But Mirwan right now is sitting there saying, like, you can emote me, you can bully me, you can do whatever you want. My Varus is 4-0. Okay, you're going to have to deal with that later.
And I gotta say, credit to Supa. You know, we talked to this guy, obviously, when we look at EMEA Masters Finals, he wasn't able to perform at the level that he wanted to. He talked very openly about, like, the nerves playing on stage. He said it was rectified, and we can see that. He played 2 back-to-back 5-game series. Yes, there were some hiccups. Yes, there were some lackluster games. But here, backs against the wall against G2 in a finals that...
Can we just vibe and see where the engage goes? No, because we're not Zoomers.
He is performing. He is 4-0 once again, and G2 just continue to underestimate what he can do.
We are intelligent adults who make decisions about things. We don't wait to see where the vibes go. We don't have time for that bullshit. Imagine having to wait for vibes instead of just knowing what you want. Waiting for vibes is called wasting your life, guys. It's called wasting your life. Because you don't know what the fuck you want. That's what waiting for vibes is.
Caught out in the rotation. Aftershock still ticking. Blast cone denied. Want to take this one slow. Don't want to overcommit here. Supa still waiting over the wall. Rue coming in from Hansama. Follow-up damage there, but Mad Lions Koi just threatening. Do what you won't.
The vibes should be clear. Always. Don't need to wait for vibes.
Can't quite find the fall. Forcing out the flash. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, in the picture-in-picture, it's a 1v1. Broken Blade finding the Bomba. The knockback into tower. One shot landing onto Mirwin in the meantime. Mirwin now running. Broken Blade, the angle was good. Creep wave there to block the body slam. Mirwin now needs to backstep.
Hey, Tasmo.
Movement speed and Supa now looking to follow up. Ulti connecting on Mickey. Elio off to the side. Should be a quick kill. Meanwhile, on the picture-in-picture, the 1v1 continues. Supa unstoppable.
All right, let's go back and take a look at all of this shenanigans.
Yet these players still play with the utmost confidence. Look at this, already threatening another dive. Hansama being zoned away from this tower as more plates get funneled in. Now G2 trying to answer.
Caught out in the rotation. Aftershock.
Alvaro pre-6 here and take a lot of damage from the engage. Talia E goes down, so they're not going to pursue this.
But Mad Lions Koi just threatening. Do what you won't, they say. And now looking to make a counterplay of their own. Instant engage.
Nice engage by Alvaro. They didn't expect this after Alvaro got chunked out. Somehow lives.
The knockback into tower. One shot landing onto Mirwin in the meantime. Mirwin now running. Broken Blade, the angle was good. Creep wave there to block the body.
So he gets health back from his W. Nice plays by Elioya here. Really nice by Mad Lions.
Unstoppable in the bottom lane. But Caps looking to follow up. Speed and Supa now looking to follow up. Ulti connecting onto Mickey. Shot landing onto Mirwin in the meantime.
So
Mirwin now running.
Frescovi actually tries to make his way back up into the mid lane, but he gets intercepted by Yike here, who's waiting in the brush. And he just gets chased down because he actually just can't do anything to Lilia. I mean, Talia cannot do anything to Lilia. Lilia does not get stunned by E. You are not going to hit W. So if the Lilia gets on top of you as Talia, you just die. Like that.
Hansama respects it. He's learned this lesson the hard way more than once.
BB still thinks the Mirren's here.
But I think he's just setting it for a freeze right now. He knows that he's going to slowly regenerate that HP. Doesn't want to go back to base just yet, forcing Mirwin to lose as much farm as possible. Credit to Broken Blade, he's playing this lane incredibly well. But we kind of break down what's happening there. Caps was able to work with Yike to find a kill onto Frescowi. That gives him a bit of an advantage in the mid lane. Meanwhile, in bot, Supa continues to extend his lead. 2 points.
We're going to have 4 horsemen for the Adam situation. No, it's not worth it. We are going to have a lot more 4 horsemen this year, though. We've got EG files to do. We've got update on esports winter. We have the CDL lawsuits. Lots of stuff. Okay, so first scrubs going down at 11 minutes. Pretty late, but all the action's been in the bot side. Frescovi uses his W onto the minion wave. And so when they see that, it's time for Frescovi to die. Using your EW combo to clear out the minion waves.
He just keeps getting forced back. The trades look okay, but the sustain of Gragas is making this so difficult. But the split map is real now.
Yeah, the 3-level diff is just huge. He's been zoned off so many waves. He's been killed under the turret while the wave was crashing. It's not going to get better either because Broken Blade has Rod that's stacking now.
This means that you can actually have G2 come up towards this top half and turn this around.
Broken Blade just trying to find the solo kill on Amir when the knockback is clean, though. Broken Blade caught out here. Elioya, the follow-up now
Up. Here comes Yike.
Goes in, and that's going to be more than enough damage. Elioya now running for his life. G2 find the counter punch on the top side of the map, barely holding on to their bottom lane tower. Supa stepping forward, gets that one down.
I mean, Supa is 5 kills, though. So I love split map scenarios like this, though. I actually really enjoy games where, like, one side of the map gets fed from one team and the other side of the map gets fed from the other team, because then it becomes a battle of who can carry and also who can be useful in spite of being behind, if you guys know what I mean. Like, obviously Senna, because Senna's still, I mean, relatively farm, still massively behind in CS. But Senna's going to be a much more useful champion from behind because at least she can heal than we're going to see from the top side, from this Jace. I mean, look at Jace's build, too. He had to go Hex Drinker tier. He's Hex Drinker tier. He has no lethality yet. He is a giant turd. Right? At least there's a Ghost Blade here.
Yo, waiting on the CC, won't quite connect. Is just going to leap out to safety. Alvaro there to cover.
I think wise not to look for that hook, given that Super is there.
So Supa has to be the big carry, guys. He's got to put on his big boy carry pants and carry this game because surely he wins this game and takes us to a game 5, right, guys? Because he's a really good player who's definitely going to carry the shit out of this game with the lead he got, right, guys? Right? Yep, that's what I think is going to happen.
Side of G2 is incredibly powerful. Mad Lions Koi, the path out of this. I mean, look at the goal. He's leveraging the strength of Supa, and Supa is damn strong. Yeah. At this point in the game, and the top side of G2 is incredibly powerful.
Yike, just walking directly into an Alistair. Okay.
I mean, look at the goal. He's leveraging the strength of Supa, and Supa is damn.
You know, we all make choices in our lives.
No matter how good your jungle is going, no matter how good
Maybe we should just walk into the super fed Varus with a Alistair right next to him.
On the top side, and all of it funneled into Super on the bot. Caps looking for a 1v1. He should win this.
He's continuing to put Mirwin further down. He's going to flash commit for the play. Mirwin backstepping into the brush here.
Do we flash for Mirwin right now? Like, legit question. Do we flash for him? He's not even worth money.
There is in the mid lane. Super! Godlike. Mad Lions Koi do not take their foot off the gas. Mirwin still running. Caps spending so much time to try to finish off this Jace. We'll finally get the kill back, but he's already lost the mid.
He got 220 gold from him.
The mid lane, which means he lost control over Rift Herald. MDK going to move over. Supa, though, isn't there. He's moving bot side.
It's not worth to use flash there, guys. He got 220 gold. You can see it on the overlay.
Supa, though, is over the mid lane, which means he'll get the kill back, but he's already
Right here.
lost the mid lane tower. And you've lost control over the mid lane, which means you've lost.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Tasty. He's not gonna have flash for the Drake fight either, and they give up Herald, so it's not worth.
It's gone already. And Mad Lions Koi, they're just trying to play around Supa and make sure he's safe. But Mirwin struggling a lot in this game.
Mirwin certainly put down, but for G2, you can keep bullying the Jace. You can try to find these pressure points, but Varus is so.
It might have been worth it if you could translate that into a turret, but you can't. So.
And the gold lead disappears, but they don't have the buy that they did in game 1. It's not the easy access target that it once was, and now once again.
It's not about the gold. It's about putting Jace even further behind. It's about showing this Jace a lesson. You don't have to flash to do that. You can just push him off the turret with your soldiers.
Particularly towards that top side where BB is to get that last remaining outer tower, and because of how strong Supa is, you can't contest the.
Oh my God. He finished Maw, guys. He finished Maw. He's such a turd. He is such a turd, guys. Like, I get why he finishes Maw, because the only threat to him is AP because of how far behind Hansama is. Like, I get the thought process here, but he's just going to be so fucking useless.
Fantastic. Let's all move top, and BB has to skedaddle ASAP or he's in trouble.
He does though. Well, he has to skedaddle at least a little bit, to Rob's point.
Because my question is, like, who's he afraid of? Super. As long as Super's not there, I feel like he feels pretty confident.
Yeah, but I think this is where, so you can see he pushes in mid and you roam with Supa towards top, so now he has to move back. Now Supa will move back towards mid as the wave is coming in again, but you just get to keep doing this over and over. It's really hard for G2 to play this game right.
Mirwin
do have the cross map option available, and it looks like Mirwin is going to be the
pushback is there. Mirwin will die. Yike. A little bit close there, but G2 just going to look to follow up with a tower of their own. Broken Blade, nice interrupt on the headbutt pulverized combo. Supa coming up to the top side of the map. Flash out early, knowing that Varus all connects. He's dead. Broken Blade doing everything he can to clear that wave to make sure that.
And now we get Naster's 2 split pushing Azir. Getting massive amounts of gold. He's going to do it even faster once he hits death cap. All right, guys, I'm actually going to go back here. So I'm actually going to go back and see exactly what the fuck happened to Mirwin this game right from the get-go. Because right here, they're both level 1. Okay, he's stacking a wave. It's a level 3... No, it's a third wave crash. It's not crashing. I think it's just frozen. Yeah, it's actually just frozen. So he pushes it forward, and somehow we end up with a freeze right here instead of a third wave crash. And he takes a fuck ton of harass in the top side. Then they both recall, but the wave is frozen. The freeze is slowly breaking, and it's being pushed back out. But Mirwin is a level down and only has tier Endurance Blade compared to Ruby Crystal. So health bigger for Broken Blade, and he's just chasing him around, all-inning him. Blows his mind games him to blow his flash. Pushes it into turret. So he loses about a wave and a half right there into turrets. There's some proxy farming that's going on. No plate taken off of this, but there's another wave in. So the wave is now going to bounce back out. Okay, we don't care about what's happening in bot side. The wave is now slow pushing out into the top lane here at 6 minutes. And is there another freeze that happens? No, we see... Okay, can I see that for 1 second, please? Observers? No, I don't care about this. Show me top side, please. Okay, show me top side. He hits level 6 first because he has the XP advantage from denying into turret. Wave is just sitting in the middle of the lane, basically evenly. He clears the wave, pushes it forward. What is Mirwin doing? Where's he going? I guess his job is to check and see if Lilia is on grubs. Sees that Lilia's not on grubs, then walks up. There's a pink ward in the brush, though. So he actually sacrifices a ton of his wave for this. I don't know why he's in river right now. What is he going to do if they're... Like, here's my question, guys. What is he going to do if Lilia's on grubs? What is he going to do with this information? Because he knows that Elyoya's down here, right? So what happens if he sees them getting grubs? Is he getting plant? He's getting honey fruit. Okay, fair enough. So he goes out to get honey fruit because he's at 50% HP. So he walks all the way into river, but Broken Blade doesn't see him, so Broken Blade just instantly clears the wave. Good eye, guys, good eye. So he does get honey fruit, and he comes back in, but he loses literally an entire minion wave. So now he's in with a level 6 Gragas, and he's trying to just walk in. And so Broken Blade is now 2 levels up because of all the minion denial. Now he dies and he loses this wave too. So he died, doesn't have TP, loses at least 2 minion waves into his turret just to get honey fruit. And I don't know why he goes through the river. But that freeze, I think, really hurt earlier. And Broken Blade has played this really well because he knows that Elyoya has just been perma bot side. And Mirwin's just trying to survive. But, you know, in doing a lot of this, he's being just mega harassed off the wave, and he doesn't have any kind of jungle support in the top side. And Broken Blade's playing into that.
Maybe there's a rinse and repeat angle here for Yike on that top side, though, as Mirren gets back, but with BB resetting, that's not going to be there.
You know, lads, I felt like that it was G2 that learned that you can't afford to give the Varus into the center matchup. Turns out that there's still some
Nobody
learning to
has
do.
learned. Caps. Full committing to the play there. Frescowi forced to respect Flash in fear of the shuffle.
Yeah, the passive healing for Gragas is really huge over a sustained laning phase, and he can catch up to the Jace too by slowing him with Q and then coming in with E.
Flick back, not quite going to connect. Caps with just enough movement speed, has the brown bag.
Diego. Yeah, they're top.
The dive though, Mirlan.
Struggling for the resets that he was able to find. I don't know if Lily.
And there's another freeze that's happening. I mean, the minion wave state has been super good for Broken Blade this entire time.
Yeah, the top side of the map is struggling for the time being, but Mirwan just
You can cancel Jace Hammer Smash with his E, the Jace knockback.
Knockback there. Good damage from BB. Does he want to go for the dive though? Mirlan not concerned quite yet, but might be forced to recall again.
But Mirwan right now is sitting there saying like, you can emote me, you can bully me, you can do whatever you want. My Varus is 4-0. Okay, you're gonna have to deal with that later.
And I gotta say credit to Supa. You know, we talked to this guy, obviously when we look at EMEA Masters Finals, he wasn't able to perform at the level that he wanted to. He talked very openly about like the nerves playing on stage. He said it was rectified, and we can see that. He played 2 back-to-back 5-game series. Yes, there were some hiccups. Yes, there were some lackluster games. But here, backs against the wall against G2 in a finals that not a lot of people expected you to reach. I would say just about nobody outside of the Koi fans here. He is performing. He is 4-0 once again, and G2 just continue to underestimate what he can do.
Mad Lions Koi on the cusp of bringing us to another Game 5. What an incredible achievement that alone would be from these young players. We already talked about the physical toll playing this many games can have, playing on stage, but the mental, the emotional stress. Yet these players still play with the utmost confidence. Look at this already.
To the skies.
Being zoned away from this tower as more plays get funneled in. Now G2 is trying to answer.
Caught out on the road.
Jace in Emerald Plus in 14-1. Jace has a 42.7% win rate against Gragas in top lane. So Gragas good lane counter, at least in solo queue. I'm looking at it now.
Rotation, Aftershock still ticking, Blast Cone denied. Want to take this one slow, don't want to overcommit here. Supa still waiting over the wall. Rue coming in from Hansama, follow-up damage there, but Mad Lions Koi just threatening. Do what you won't, they say, and now looking to make a counterplay of their own. Instant engage, taxiing off of Mickey into Hansama, but Elio...
Yeah, Gragas passive should be able to sustain most of the Jace damage in the early game. And then he just has such crazy good all-in potential onto Jace too. And he can poke. And he forces Jace into weird builds, like having to take Hex Drinker early.
For a freeze right now. He knows that he's going to slowly regenerate that HP. Doesn't want to go back to base just yet, forcing Mirwan to lose as much farm as possible. Credit to Broken Blade, he's playing this lane incredibly well. But we kind of break down what's happening there.
MDK need to play around Supa on this bot lane, and wherever Supa is, that's where Mad Lions need to put their focus. Ayoya, though, starting to move topside.
Yeah, fleet footwork, I think, is I agree with you, Ayoyos. Fleet footwork would at least allow him to have sustain and to play around energized procs so that maybe he could dodge some Qs or Es from Gragas, right? Phase Rush seems bad here.
Top half, turn this around. Broken Blade just trying to find the solo kill on Amir when the knockback is clean, though. Broken Blade caught out here. Elioya, the follow-up now coming through. Broken Blade just looking for the reset. Yeah, it goes.
Come up towards this top half.
I like how Broken Blade plays this, where he gets the Drunken Rage, and then he just presses S and stands there, waiting for Yike to show up, drawing them in. BC Pancakes, Fleet or Grasp, that makes sense to me. Sorry, I'm trying to understand this matchup better and why it worked out the way it did, because like it's a huge part of this game, so that's why I went back and looked at it. Hopefully it was helpful for everybody. It was helpful for me.
Flashed out early, knowing that Varus all connects, he's dead. Broken Blade doing everything he can to clear that wave to make sure that Mad Lions Koi cannot win out on the trade. Cap's willing to tank the tower just to make it a 1-for-1.
BB managing to clear the wave before that ends up happening means that you're just about able to match the play from MDK. So at least G2 managing to keep themselves in somewhat check, but I think again this This is where it starts to get more and more difficult. With Dragon, in a minute 45, you just rinse and repeat, but move towards bot side here as MDK. Establish all that vision control in the bottom side jungle. Make sure that there's not really an opportunity for G2 to contest the next Dragon. The only thing you have to be aware of is what Alvaro is looking for right now and about to clear out is the vision control that G2 have littered on this bottom side to make sure there's no like TP flank for BB, because that is pretty much the only way that Supa dies, and they are from Caps getting involved. And right now, BB and Caps are at very...
Now, blinding the Jace seems really crazy. Maybe they were trying to deny it from Broken Blade because they thought they saw Azir Lilia and they thought that they were going to pick the Jace. Kind of weird, though. Like, why not just blind Gnar?
To assassinate Supa, whereas MDK are going to look to protect him.
Okay, just to put it in perspective, Caps is 2k ahead of Frescowi, but Supa is 2k ahead of Caps.
I want to look at that ward in mid lane, though. You can see it there. Really nice one that they've actually placed just in that mid. So you can look for that there. Thank you, observers, for a TP ward for BB. I think that's all they're trying to play for. Maybe you can look for Caps instead with his flash being up a little bit sooner. But as long as MDK are able to avoid mid-wave, they're going to be fine. This is the struggle, though, as wave is about to bounce. And Sam is going to shove this wave out. That's when you can look for... Oh my Jesus! That is so much damage.
That's all the gold. Mickey now fishing for the angle, and that's the ward that you called out earlier, Rob. Here comes the double TP from the side of G2. They found a bit of CZ, but Supa flashes out to safety. The Varus still standing. The Swirl Sid connects. The sleep coming through. They have to kill Supa. The Mad Lions Koi will not let
Oh, huge engage. Huge engage from Caps. I mean, Alvaro does everything he can. He flashed WQs to try and stop Yike. But Frescovi's just being chased this entire time. And his E's on cooldown, he just used it here. So he actually cannot stop the Caps engage. They hit a nice chain of corruption, but everybody else too fast dodges out from the spread. And Caps finds an angle because E is down from Talia until right now. He uses it as soon as he can. Yeah, he got hit by the ball, so he immediately gets slept. And the E being on cooldown is absolutely massive. Broken Blade got the shutdown gold, too. Yeah, I talked a little bit about the Blast Cone bug. I'm not sure how much it actually affected that game because the Baron push had been stopped anyway because they picked off Alvaro. I still think G2 wins that game, but clearly it accelerated their win.
This is it. Supa shuts down Hansama. He can't get into this fight. But with that double TP, they realize Supa's overextended. Oh, for Mickey, locks him up. Caps and BB come through. And then Yike with this great swirl seed straight onto the back, channels the Drowsy, and buys time for Caps to get in to not come back with the swoop of boom.
Really want to acknowledge how well MDK peeled, and it still wasn't enough. The Rel ultimate was incredible. The Talia using what she can to keep the Nautilus from connecting on. When Alvaro joined the fight, he's CCing everyone from diving on top of him, blocking the engage from Broken Blade, and it still couldn't to keep the Nautilus.
It made Roman come, guys. Look at him. Oh, he came. He came from that team fight.
Blocking the engage from Broken Blade, and it still couldn't stop Caps from getting on top of him and using the
He had a G2 gasm. They hit his G2 spot. Guys, they hit his G2 spot.
He dodges everything but one swirl seed, and that is what kills him. And that's what's infuriating about playing against this G2 composition. As we highlighted, they have so many tools. Supa can't afford to get hit by anything. Any single piece of CC could result in his death.
But this is the thing now. Supa has no summoner spells. And you got BB with Flash coming up. Caps, Flash coming up. These are the plays that you can make to get on towards Supa and turn this fight around. And Mirren is just nothing in this game. All he has is a maw and a dream that he can maybe deal damage one day. But he's a long way away from that. So if you can get Supa this game is so easy for G2 to continue forward.
Nothing but credit to Broken Blade. 15 to level 11 in the top lane. It has been an absolute top gap in this game. Mickey, though, I think he's been caught out.
Buffer hook isn't going to matter. The flick back is there. Good pick.
Level 11 in the top lane. It has been an absolute top gap.
All right. I wouldn't blame Mickey too much for this. He should be relatively safe here. Right? He has to get smote. He does buffer the hook. They have to use ults to kill him.
What do they want to follow up and try to get after this? Supa getting another kill here.
Do they use this to start Baron? I think their Baron takes
I don't think that's Mickey's fault, guys. That was pretty safe.
much of a gamble.
Supa. Whoa. Everyone holds their breath.
Yeah, I think if they had pressure from Mirren on that bot side, maybe they could look to start Baron and like force G2 to decide between losing a tier 2 bot or the Baron, but because Mirren's so far behind, BB's just consistently able to push in, so they can't really do much. And this is where that lack of a Jace on the side lane is coming back to bite MDK, because picks like this should...
Yeah, I mean, his first death in this game was pretty egregious, where he tried to kill the Alistar and just died.
do so because of that deficit on the side lane.
And Broken Blade is huge.
Yeah, guys, come on. Supa's 4,000 gold ahead. Surely he's a big man. Got to carry this game because he's so good.
Fully commit to a Baron, but Mickey has once again been... Broken Blade is huge, and that's one of the big problems. You can see Mad Lions Koi are going to get mid-prio here.
I mean, he knows Supa's walking up here, by the way, Mickey. He just saw him walking up here on the mid wave.
Unless they're willing to fully commit to a Baron, but Mickey has once again been caught out trying to re-get control of the vision line. Shock blast over the wall does very little, but the damage from Supa more than enough to finish the job.
I do love that he, like, has just been kind of just dying and then walking forward and then dying again over and over.
Assault from MDK. 9 kills sit on Supa's shoulders. And it's all well and good getting these picks onto Mickey, but that gold injection really doesn't mean that much. They're not really converting these picks into that many objectives. Mickey makes his way back out onto the map.
All right, he's going to respawn. He's going back, guys. He's going back. He thinks this is like an MMO where you have to go back to your body to get your gear, guys. Yeah, he has to keep going back to his body to get his gear. Otherwise, he won't have his items anymore. It's okay. He has his items now. He's playing Dark Souls. Seems like he's dying like he would be playing Dark Souls.
I think it's important to note that everything came together in that last play to make it work out in the favor of G2. Mad Lions Koi are still incredibly strong. Yes, Broken Blade is ahead, but him bringing his power to bear is a tricky task. There's a lot of CC, there's a lot of tools to stop him from getting on top of Supa. And G2 cannot find the flank, and you can see already they're struggling just to retain control of their topside vision. As Mickey is once again getting caught out, Supa can just follow up with another ultimate. Broken Blade in the area. G2 cannot find the flank, and you can see
No pressure in the mid lane. Casually trying to take a ward out here when they have hard engage from Alistar. Has to flash. It's okay, Broken Blade's here. He'll save him. All right, Supa is doing nothing. K shoots. Yikes there. He flashes over the wall. Forces Supa's flash immediately. Broken Blade flashes on top of him too. So watch this. Comes over the wall. Forces his flash. Broken Blade. That is a sick body slam over the wall into flash for the knockback. Broken Blade plays that super well.
G2 topside is too damn strong, and once again, it is just the yikes show. They're gonna give him the penta. 4, looking for 5 as
Yoya, you really flashed.
Topside is too damn strong, and once again, it is just the yikes show. They're gonna give him the penta. 4, looking for 5.
This motherfucker really flashed over that wall to try and deny a penta. He was 1,000% dead in that situation. He can never run away from the Lilia. That's so bad.
join. The TP wards were there once more for Caps. He joins in. And with a pentakill to boot, G2 in game 4 will take the Baron.
Broken Blade just makes it so difficult.
Where was the stream outage, guys? Because this VOD is not.
Has put a masterclass on in the top lane.
This VOD is not interrupted.
And they think, oh, we've caught Mickey out again, another free kill, but this time his brother in the top lane is there providing that peel. But he says, you know what, Mickey,
Oh, it's right now?
I've got a new target in my eyes. Yikes.
How come this one isn't affected? Oh, was it on Twitch and not on YouTube? Because I'm watching it on YouTube. Maybe it was only on Twitch.
Mickey placed right as he was going forward the ties that gets Caps into this play, so they completely sandwich. Super
Both died?
and then G2, these
How is this okay then? The in-house just kept working? Yeah, but that's fine and dandy, but I'm watching this. Oh, I guess they uploaded the proper version of the game. So Riot must have uploaded the proper version. Okay, fair enough.
skirmishes work fantastic.
No, this isn't Riot's channel, though. This isn't Riot's channel. Oh, I guess it is Riot's channel. It is Riot's channel. Okay.
For their solo laners who have these massive leads. Again, Mirren can't even finish off BB as Yike finally gets the penta to round it out.
Yeah, it is Riot's channel. Monty giving Riot ad rev. Well, I'm myself, my one viewer, but I'm getting like, I don't know, where there's 900 people on this stream. There's 600 people on my YouTube. So I'm literally denying them 1,500 people worth of revenue. So really, it's kind of a Robin Hood situation here. Like they're technically getting my revenue, but I'm also having 1,500 people not watch it on their stream. Congrats, Robin Hood crew.
Who's been dying the entire game, just Aftershock keeping him alive. If they cannot protect Supa, they don't have a chance in
Shout out to YouTube, by the way. My YouTube live stream just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Have a good day to you too, Sigmarito. They rebroadcast it after the stream.
That allows them to come in from multiple different angles, and because you have to worry about Caps, because you have to worry about BB, there's just too many angles of attack, and Mad Lions Koi just haven't got their back covered, and G2 are taking advantage of it every time.
Let's all thank Mark Bell for the free content he made. Yeah, I mean, he got a Lifetime Achievement Award for esports before I did. It's pretty amazing that how much he did for esports, even though I've been in esports for 20 years. But no, it's okay. Mark Merrill deserves a Lifetime Award before Monty. Or Thorin. Crazy.
He will secure a tier 2 tower, but this is a Baron empowered G2 that are very close to breaking open.
Very cool esports awards. Very cool.
Just keeping an eye on Mirren on the top side of the map. Does have access to his TP if he wants it. Tower set up behind G2 to cover any potential avenue of attack. Cover those flanks. TP now being used by Broken Blade. Weaver's Wall, nice placement. Buys a bit more space, allows Mad Lions Koi to clear another wave. Supa's ult not quite connecting. Could have been a window of opportunity for Mad Lions Koi. Flick back.
Mark Merrill got caught getting boosted. Of course I do. I know the only Jaximus incident in which he then paid a fine by donating to a weird cult-like charity that he is also on the board of. That guy's so fucking strange, I can't handle it.
They win a fight here, they can just end the game. Mickey hooking in. Caps going for the scoop, and he hits Supa, and that might just be it. In the blink of an eye, Caps finds the angle. Mirren off to the side doing absolutely nothing. Frescowi untouched, but there's just no damage left for Mad Lions Koi. Everything was in their 80 carry, and it is Caps who hand-delivers Supa to his backline. Frescowi caught as well. Mickey X fishing for a bit of redemption here on the back of that one, but Frescowi still standing. Wave now coming in. One last desperate hold. Mirren is up. Can he be the difference maker? Moving in on the Caps as 1,000 gold. G2 want to end it, but they've given away 1,000 gold just for the attempt, and that we forced to back away.
Is there anything about Adam and the status of BDS? Like, what? There's not much to say, guys. We'll talk about this on SI tomorrow, but like, he's just kind of a shitter, and he got punished for being a shitter. I hope that he becomes not a shitter in the future, so his team can actually do well. That's what I hope.
The Knight's Edge gonna get procced by his shuffle in.
Just stop being a douche. It's not complicated, guys. Like, what do you want me to say? Submit to authority, you shitter. Learn how coaches and management work. It's for your own good.
Is doing what he can, but it just isn't enough damage. Muin gets zoned away, and at this point, G2 just get a little overzealous. Caps goes for an extremely ambitious play, a nice interrupt.
Just a little happy gaming at the end, guys. Just a little G2 happy gaming. We're used to this. We're used to G2 happy gaming.
They'll look for another opportunity to bring us to a game 5, but G2 are in firm control of this game.
A minute and 20 seconds.
As a coach, would you bench too? Depends on the situation. Like, if it sounds like it escalated pretty far, and what's your choice? If you don't bench him, then it just enables him to be even worse in the future. So I think I would probably rather take a third-place finish in winter than potentially destroy my entire year and more important games later in the year. If you have confidence that your team is going to do well later in the year, and if you're BDS, why wouldn't you? You have very strong fundamentals. You're a very well-coached team. I think you absolutely bench him.
Means that you can immediately get access on that flank opportunity if you want to. Mickey on his hero mission as well, secret agent to try and get some vision in behind them as well as MDK start to push up mid. And it's all about these wards, all about these TPs, BBs, nearly up but not quite, should be available as they try and go through. And now you can push mid and always have access to G2 to wrap in behind them. Caps on that top side as well, making sure that he's going to be able to push.
Are we talking about, I'm sorry, are we talking about Adam in the same breath as Kobe and Michael Jordan? Because clearly guys, let me explain something to you. You have shitter leeway if you're good enough. If you are good enough and you are Michael Jordan, you can be as much of a shitter as you want. This is Adam. This is not Michael Jordan. BDS's strength does not come from individual players. It comes from team coordination and submitting to coaching. They are more than the sum of their parts. Adam is not the best top laner in LEC. He is not the best top laner in the world. He is not the best player in the world. He doesn't get to be a shitter, guys. Just how it works. He doesn't have the shitter license. Okay? That's it. You have to earn the shitter license. Has Adam earned the shitter license? No.
For himself, and Mirwin honestly can't really deal with this. He's just too far behind.
Power getting taken down in the meantime. Mad Lions Koi grouped up, desperate to get this soul. Caps keeping the pressure on the top side of the map. Mickey looked like he might have been caught out, but Mad Lions Koi don't want to overcommit. He's buying a bit more time for the team, for the lineup. Knockup going down onto Supa. Not really much of an angle to pick is there, but here comes Caps once again. Supa this time has flash.
Yeah, that's another good point, Zachary Blobman. Kobe and Jordan were asses, but worked harder than anyone on their teams. Adam quitting scrims doesn't match up with that. Exactly. It's also what he's doing. He's not pissed because his other teammates aren't practicing enough. He's literally just being a giant baby. He's not being a competitor. He's being a fucking baby. If you are a competitor, you don't quit practicing, you fucking idiots. Like, what? That's antithetical to being a competitor. Because to be a competitor, one must compete. Ancient Confucian saying.
He's already been rooted up. Dashing in his Caps. Desperate to finish off the kill. Supa blinking health bar. Hansama looking to finish the job. Supa has a bit more space to work with. Mad Lions Koi looking to turn it back. Their AD carry still standing. Mad Lions Koi holding the line.
They need to keep Mad Lions Koi back.
Supa has a bit more space. Going down onto Supa. Not really much of an angle to pick is there, but Caps keeping the pressure on the top side of the map.
Mickey just casually in Narnia. He's just casually in Narnia while his team is pushing up. He knows. So, for example, Elyoya is on Scuttlecrab right now. He knows that at least Elyoya is there while his team is pushing mid, and his mid laner Caps is in the top side, waiting to TP.
Going down onto Supa. Not really much of an angle to pick is there, but here comes Caps once again. Supa this time has flash, but he's already been rooted up. Dashing in his Caps. Desperate to finish off the kill. Supa blinking health bar. Hansama looking to finish the job. Supa has a bit more space to work with. Mad Lions Koi looking to turn it back. Their AD carry still standing. Mad Lions Koi holding the line.
They need to keep Mad Lions Koi back. They need to keep G2 off the dragon. Super so low. Has to go back. There's a massive minion wave that's about to crash onto one Nexus turret. So G2 going to start up the dragon.
MDK can afford
They did fix the dead stream part. I think they uploaded a VOD to this channel.
Ready to come over the wall. Oh, body slam doesn't go over. Crucially, yike, godlike. Objective should go down, but Yo-Yo waiting in the darkness.
If he can steal this, they get the soul. I guess that's why he's hanging around, but that opportunity will not be given. Baron is up. Sama gonna walk right past Yoya. Level 16 nearly coming through for Yike. The Baron seems to be the call for G2. They know they have the numbers advantage. Caps is going to be up in 10 seconds. No TP though.
But the thing is, G2 are so far ahead that they can lose a play, that they can lose a couple of kills, and it doesn't matter. Supa lost Flash in that fight, and that means he has to play even more flawlessly in the next one. He has to dodge even more than he did in the previous exchange. It is so hard for Mad Lions Koi to climb their way out of
What will happen with Karmine Corp? Here's my prediction. Karmine Corp will get slightly better, but still be relatively non-competitive in the grand scheme of things. Karmine Corp fans will take this as a giant victory and a symbol of Kometo's genius for kicking Yamato Cannon, and they will descend into like 7th place status, barely scraping into the playoffs. But a lot of that is just because of work Yamato already did and the fact that they were winning late in the split.
A sense of tension after that last fight. MDK proved that it only takes a single fumble from G2 for them to keep their AD carry alive and potentially turn around the fight. And that's what they're hoping for. G2 looking to
And the French Karmine Corp fans are so stupid that they are going to just take this as evidence of Kometo's genius.
Initial advantage to the side of G2. A lot of resources burned from MDK.
Edge of Night burned on Supa though means that he can't really step up, and that means that Caps might have an opportunity to try and go for it. Or BB, can they move in here? Terror's going low.
A lot of resources
to greed here.
Next flash from Yoya has taken away.
Ooh, nice flash by Caps.
Next flash from Yoya has taken away the veil from Caps.
Very nice.
He's immediately going to ult and try to make his way out to safety. Initial advantage to the side of G2. A lot of resources burned from MDK.
And that means that their entire engage is gone now, guys. Their entire engage is now gone.
And that means that Caps might have an opportunity to try and go for it. Or BB, can they move in here? Terror's going low.
So now they just lose tower. And they lose game.
The team, Broken Blade, essentially unaffected. Another inhibitor going to fall. Wall behind. Mirwin,
who's locked in with who though?
Unleash a little bit of poke here, but it's a bit awkward overall. Albro
He literally walled Mirwin out.
on the backside again. Just gets scooped up. Caps will not give him a chance to play this game. G2 going for the throw. G2 looking to end it here. Mirwin holding on, running. Mav Malmorty is not nearly enough. G2 continue to push forward. Frescowie taking out a wave on the top side. Should just do it. Yike chasing for one final kill. Full confidence. You could be a rookie, you could be a veteran, but nobody takes a title from G2.
Congrats to G2 on their 1 bazillionth title. Sorry, hold on, guys. I'm trying to see if I can find a damage graph. Guys, on LoL Esports, do they not have the item summaries anymore? In the VOD section?
An impressive game 4 with a Cinderella story cut short.
Oh, okay. They do have stats still. Good.
Nothing but congratulations needs to be given to Mad Lions Koi for their incredible run. But today is G2's day.
G2 Esports claim the Winter Split Shield in our trophy ceremony presented by Kia.
So at the end of the game, he was 2,000 gold down. And he had 28% of champion damage share. I can't see his overall damage, though. Rip. Thank you. We'll go to the gol.gg page for stats. Thank you very much. Damage distribution. He did do 30% of his team's damage, but then again, kind of expected because they don't have a high damage. They have a rel jungle, right? He did find ways to be useful in the end, though. 24K. Where are you seeing the 24K? Oh, there we go. 24,000. Total damage to champions as well. All right. Well, fair enough. Very well played by G2, though. Pretty dominant series overall. Even in the games that they lost, guys, they were the game that they lost. They were at least playing well from behind. After they kind of fucked up that initial Twisted Fate play, I think they played pretty well to their kind of pick comp from behind. All right, guys, that's it for me today. I cannot stream tomorrow because I have to go to the U.S. Embassy in Korea to get my new baby a passport so that he is recognized as an official U.S. citizen after being born. I would much rather be spending this time with you. But fortunately, there aren't even games tomorrow, really. There aren't even really games tomorrow. Like, what are the games that are happening in China, in LPL? Yeah, I mean, the good games are going to be IG versus BLG tomorrow night, but we would get to those on Wednesday anyway. So, and there's no LCS and no LEC and no LCK, so we're not actually missing much. JDG versus LGD. Yeah, that one might be okay. But we can also catch up with that on Wednesday. So there's nothing we have to do tomorrow. So we're not going to miss a whole lot. But anyway, I will catch you guys later. Thanks a lot for watching.